Christensen. We can't hear you up there, Joseph.
We can hear you loud and
Okay,
clear.
good deal. And Cassie, we're good on YouTube? Okay, we have a super long meeting today, so we're going to get started with this. I'll call to order Tuesday, September 26th. It's 10 o'clock. And Sadie, you want to lead us in the pledge?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. So we're going to start with the regular agenda items. 2A, information discussion action to approve service agreement State of Arizona contract number CTR 056088 with American Guard Services in the amount of $411,250 to provide armed security services at the Gila County Courthouse in Payson and Globe and the Gila County Tommy Klein Martin Complex for the period of October 4th, 23 through October 3rd, 24. Good morning, Joseph.
Good morning, Chairman, Board of Supervisors. As previously mentioned, we have a straightforward contract service continuation for security at Globe Payson Courthouse. However, there are some important details to note. Firstly, there is a cost increase, and we have a change in security contractors to ensure that our security needs are met. We have chosen a contractor that we believe will be able to provide sufficient support off the state contract listing. We were able to interview a total of 5 contractors. Additionally, we are exploring the possibility of hiring an extra security guard to assist with the TCM complex. And here shortly, I'd be happy to hear any kind of feedback. With the cost and difference, we're looking at a cost for the contract, as mentioned, is a $411K. Security contract without the TCM is $329,000. So there is a big difference there. With that, I'd like to step in a little bit into our assessment and review of why we're going to be recommending security for the TCM. Working with courts and the recorder's office and with others, based on our thorough review and assessment of the security measures at the TCM, we confidently recommend the addition of another security guard. Our recommendation is founded on the potential risk and the inadequacies of an as-needed security solution and increased utilization by the courts. As-needed security has proven to be an unreliable strategy, as security contractors typically staff for full-time employees and lack the resources to dispatch security on an as-needed basis. Given the rapidly changing threat environment, it is crucial to handle security issues efficiently. Reports of contraband and threats against personnel at the facility, particularly related to elections, have been received over the past year, and security issues have also arisen during the BOS meetings. Instances of contraband have been reported, highlighting the pressing need for any additional security. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Joseph. Supervisor Humphrey?
Yeah, I'm wondering, like going with one contractor with multiple buildings to secure. I was wondering, in the future, might it be necessary to break up those contracts to maybe get them more affordable and things? And I know everybody's having a hard time getting employees, and so I mean, people that live in Payson and things of that nature and that live here, I know that I'm just a question that in the future, would it be possible to break up those contracts and maybe see how they bid out separately?
Supervisor Humphrey, yeah, we can take that under advisement and take a look at it over this next year of service contract and see what we can assess and evaluate for the next contract.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Christensen?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Joseph. So I remember when we talked about this before, and I didn't feel necessarily that we needed to have a guard at TCM every day, all day long. You feel, is this input from the different offices that are in that building, that they are fearful of not having that this is not just something, I don't even know how to say it, it's just like, well, let's just up our security? Or is this something that you really feel is worth the $83,000 that we're gonna be paying in addition?
Roger that, Chairman. Supervisor Christensen, that's a great question. That's one of the first things that we look at is not the validity of the concern, but trying to identify if there truly is a concern. So, in my opinion, and our staffing, there is a legitimate concern for security, and it is our recommendation to have that security.
Okay, I understand that, thank you.
So that was the question that I had. Right now, the security at the TCM building is just during court days, right? Is that what
Well,
it is, or?
That's one of the challenges we run into, Chairman, is the idea was to have security when they have courts in as a need basis. Unfortunately, we weren't able to fulfill that consistently. So sometimes there was security, and other times there were not. And then there were other times that we were taking resource from the other courts to try and backfill. And also, at times, other staff have been trying to step in, which are obviously not qualified. So there was definitely gaps identified.
Okay, thank you, Joseph. Any other
Mr.
questions?
Chairman?
Oh,
Let me ask this then, so would it be prudent or cheaper to actually employ an additional sheriff deputy or two for this purpose instead of private security?
We did update that assessment for this year, going off of assessments that were done in the past. There was a higher cost to have that resource put into there, but one of the other parts of that assessment was the sheriff's office having challenges meeting their current needs, much less trying to hire another to be able to support that. They did note some challenges. Also, the prioritization of the office, there would be challenges if they left that deputy there, or if they saw fit to use that deputy in other locations.
Okay, thank you.
James?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to add that my discussions with the elected officials and offices that utilize the TCM building, that there are concerns for security and safety, and it's my recommendation to extend this or include this as part of the contract for the TCM, including the court dates. I've attended the trial in Payson, and it is becoming more common, so
Okay.
my recommendation to include this in the contract.
Well, I know at today's time, it's kind of hard not to err on the side of safety right now, and for $80,000, my opinion is we just go ahead and do it and see how it goes, and then go from there. But yeah, world's crazy. Supervisor Humphrey, did you have anything else? You're good.
I'm good.
That I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the service agreement State of Arizona contract number CTR 056088 with American Guard Services in the amount of $411,250 as presented.
Mr. Chair, I'll second that.
Having a motion and a second, all in favor, do so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you, Chairman.
If
Thank you,
we
Board.
just scoot that podium over, and then the other ones will have it. And I think we probably need to take that deal off to the top of it and put it on. Oh, there's one on the table already. Is that enough? Oh, two's better, huh? We never know in this room from one day to another, so. Anyway, I'm gonna read this next one. And then I got some things to say about it. It's 2B, information discussion regarding state and federal election laws, rules, processes, and procedures in Gila County. This is gonna be a long discussion today. It's quite possible it'll go past noon. And if so, depending where we are in the middle of the presentation and all that, as to whether or not I'm gonna call for a break for lunch. The one thing that I ask, because there's a lot of emotions on elections right now. I've been in a lot of meetings, I've heard it, and I will ask everybody, nobody has to agree, obviously, but we do have to be respectful today. If you are not respectful, you will be escorted out of the meeting. and that's all there's gonna be about it. I encourage everyone to think of questions, and you'll have an opportunity to ask questions as we go through this. And it's broken up into different pieces. And so as we get to a point in this presentation, I'll give people a chance to ask questions. I would really ask that you don't just keep asking the same question though, because if you do, I'm gonna shut you up. And so and the reason being, we have, I think Sadie's part of it is what, 80 some slides presentation. So it's very long and there's a lot to it, but I do want people to be able to get the information that they're looking for, voice their concerns and everything about it that is out there. And hopefully it'll help a lot of folks understand processes that Gila County has been going through all these prior years. And with that, Sadie, who's starting, you or Eric?
I'm gonna start.
Okay, Sadie, come on up.
Since I'm a pacer, I'm aware. Alright, anyone okay? Thank you. All right, Chairman and members of the board, thanks for having us. First, I want to read a quote that I got yesterday at election certification, and it really stuck out to me. It says, "Seek first to understand, and then to be understood." So, I think we all need to just try to understand this and learn the process before we go. But this is the wrong one. That's the orange one. That's okay. But I like that. That's by Stephen Covey. Seek first to understand and then be understood. All right. I feel bad. I feel like I'm standing too bad, but anyways. My name is Sadie Covey. I've been a recorder for almost 16 years. I've been in the recorder's office 22 years total. Charlotte Astronami is my chief deputy. She's been my chief deputy for almost 7 years, and in the office almost 13 years. So that is that. And we do have 2 employees in Payson, and we have 3 in Globe to serve everybody. Next slide. A little bit about the recorder's office and the elections department, because we are 2 different offices. We get a lot of phone calls saying, why isn't the recorder's doing this or whatever? But basically, in a short little paragraph, the county recorder is in charge of voter registration and early voting. The county recorder's office processes and maintains all the voter registration records, mails out early ballots, verifies early ballot affidavits, and the voter signature. The county recorder reviews and verifies every mail ballot to confirm the identity of the voter prior to the ballot being counted. That's in a nutshell what the recorder's office does. In a nutshell, for Eric's, the county election director is responsible for the conduct of elections on election day and ballot tabulation. The election director oversees the securing of polling places, hires and trains all poll workers, conducts logic and accuracy testing on the equipment, and tabulates the votes. All right. This slide, I'm not going to go over it all, but these are the statutes and resources that we use. This is just some of them. The title, you guys need me to go through those, but I will be referencing them throughout the whole entire thing. So, all right. Voter registration. So voter registration, a lot of people get confused because there are different ways that you can register to vote and the forms that you can use. Arizona has 5 voter registration forms that are approved through the state and through the federal government. The first one is the state voter registration form. The next one is the federal form, which is the national mail voter registration form. Then the registration is electronically received from the motor vehicle department. The federal postcard application, you'll hear me say FPCA card. That is what I'm referring to. The other one is the federal write-in absentee ballot. We'll refer that to as FWAB. So those are the 5 registration forms. The state voter registration form, all the counties use this form. It's also on the Secretary of State's website. The minimum requirements for a person to register using this form would be the name, the address, the date of birth. Actually, it says date, but it's supposed to be date of birth. I apologize about that. I saw that afterwards. Signature or statement that indicates that the sorry, I lost my spot. Completed the registration. So if you have someone fill out this form for you, because some people are unable to fill it out, the very bottom box has to be signed by that person that assisted you. Then you have to have proof of citizenship or an Arizona driver's license, so we can run that through the HAVA checks, which we'll explain later on. Or another proof of citizenship, and then your signature. Yes.
This form has been used for how long?
It has been upgraded because it depends on the statutes that's changed. So we used to not have to ask for the Arizona driver's license. And then we didn't have to ask if they were on PEVL or wanted to be on ABLE. That was changed a few years back, but it's basically the same form from the beginning of time.
You could hear me all right, though.
I could, yes.
Yeah.
All right. So the next one are federal forms. Federal forms are different than the state forms. Arizona was sued. It's called the LULAC case, if anybody wants to research that. It is a lot of pages, a lot of documents. Basically, Arizona was sued saying that we cannot make someone show proof of citizenship. If they mark the box that they are a citizen, we have to take their word for it. And I have that paperwork right here. So that was in 2013, June 19th, 2013, Ken Bennett sent a letter to the U.S. Election Assistance Commission saying, hey, it's not in there. I didn't put it in there, but if you guys want that, I can send it to you guys. Basically just saying, we want to add this on the voter registration form. Or to January 17, 2014, they said it's not approved. So if they mark it, we have to take it as face value. And that's in these letters.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
do you believe that that may cause a problem in the citizenship of a person voting?
So I'm going to go over all the citizenship and what we have to do to check that. So I will answer that
Okay.
when we go over the
All right, thank
citizenship,
you.
and it'll
Thank
help
you.
that. If you want these, I can make copies, have someone make copies for you. You guys can see this.
Yeah, thank you.
So the federal form, sorry, one back, can you go one back, sorry. The federal form is put out by the EAC. It is basic information. The next one is the federal postcard, the FPCA. I'll go over who can use the FPCA card, and then on the next slide is the FWAB, and I'll explain that too. But on these, the minimum requirement is the name, the address, the date of birth, signature, or a statement saying why they can't sign, and then, yes, you are a citizen. That's all you have to have on there. I don't have to have driver's license, social security number, nothing else. That's all I have to have. Next slide, please. So the people that can use FWAB or the FPCA card are the UOCAVA, the Uniform and Overseas Citizen Absentee Voting Act. This is for mostly the military. There are a few that citizens overseas and all that. But I'm not going to go through all this unless you want to learn more about the military and what we have to do. It is a federal law. It's under the FVAP.org or .gov. If you guys want to read all of that, it will explain the military procedures. But that's who usually uses those two ballot styles, or those two voter registration styles.
So very few just normal people would use this, huh?
Yeah, very few. We only have 5 maybe overseas voters who are not on military. I wouldn't even say that. I would, very, very few. Most of them are military.
All right. Thanks, Sadie.
You're welcome. Next slide. All right, so what are the requirements to register to vote? And just anybody? Basically, yes. But you have to meet a few things. You have to be a U.S. citizen. You have to be 18 years of age by the next general election. We get a lot of questions about this because we go and register a lot of the seniors at the schools. We go and do a whole presentation and register them. They can register as long as they will be 18 by the upcoming general federal election. And so we'll get onto the status. Sometimes the status will say too young. It says that because they will be 18 by the next federal election, but we have to still keep them in the system. So the next thing is we'll have been at least an Arizona resident for 29 days prior to the election. Can write the resident's name unless prevented from doing so, has not been convicted of treason or a felony, unless your civil rights have been restored and you haven't been deemed incapacitated person by a court revoking their rights.
Go ahead.
Sadie, so
Yes.
are all these requirements state statutes or are these just policies?
No, these are state statutes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so valid forms of DPOC. You'll hear us say DPOC is basically documentary proof of citizenship. A registrant must be a U.S. citizen to vote. This is from the Arizona Constitution, from the state code, everything is in there, and also in Arizona revised statute that you have to be a citizen. So when we were sued and saying that we can't require that, what they did was they basically said, when you register on that form, these are the lists or the proof of citizenship that you can prove or give to us. The number one is the Arizona driver's license. Easiest one, we run it through a database, we make sure that is that person, everybody's good, that's the easiest one. The next one is the birth certificate. The birth certificate gets a little hard for people because so for me, my birth certificate name Sadie Jo Tomlin. If I didn't have my driver's license and I was registering for the first time, I would have to have my birth certificate and my marriage license showing Sadie Jo Tomlin and Sadie Jo Bingham. So we don't get too many of those. The U.S. passport, the pertinent pages in there, we need to see that or copies of those. Citizenship and immigration documents, tribal identification numbers and documents. We're going to go over a few other things. All right. Voter registration. Oh, I guess anybody have questions about the form?
You guys good?
I'm good.
All right.
I think we're good.
So voter registration processing. All processing, first I need everyone to understand this. All of the voter registration processes for Gila County are done in Gila County. They are not done at a state level or a federal level. Everything is done in my office, in Globe or in Payson, okay? So the next one, AVID. What is AVID? Access Voter Information Database. AVID is basically, in a nutshell, our voter registration system. We are connected to 13 other counties with Maricopa and Pima being an interface. I like AVID because if someone is registering here for the first, or not for the first time, they're moving from Maricopa County to Gila County, it automatically cancels that person in Maricopa County. It sends Maricopa a notification saying, hey, this person registered in Gila County, and it's better that way instead of it's for duplicate checking. But not only is it mandated for us right now, it's in statute. National Voter Registration Act says that the states must have a statewide voter registration system, and that's the NVRA Act of 1993. The United States Code says it. Help America Vote Act also says that we have to have a statewide voter registration system. When you get down to the voter registration statewide system, though, in those statutes, it says it has to be housed at the Secretary of State's office. So that's where a lot of confusion is, because they maintain the contracts and they house the system. But we are the ones that have access to it. So a lot of people get confused on that. But it is in statute that they have to do that.
So Sadie, this is what Arizona uses then, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And there's 13 counties?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the interface with Maricopa and Pima. Pima and Maricopa County will get the information whenever we register, or when they register, it's sent to us. They're too big, they can't, I mean,
Okay.
they have a custom system, so customize all to their needs.
Special.
Yes. All right. Okay, status and reason codes. I get a lot of questions whenever they call and we say, oh, I'm sorry, you're inactive, or your Fed ID or whatever. So this is going to explain to you whenever you call in and ask if you're registered to vote. If I say, yeah, you're active, you're good, or I'm sorry, you're inactive, I'm going to explain it right now. So active valid registration. That means that you have met every requirement. You have showed proof of citizenship, we have your signature, date of birth, all that stuff is good. Your address is good, I was able to pinpoint it, all that. Active NVRA confirmation response needed. This means that we mailed you a voter ID card or some type of an official election mail. This isn't just somebody saying, hey, I mailed this to this person as mailed back. It has to be on official election mail. It was returned to us as undeliverable. We are starting the NVRA process. Don't understand the NVRA process? That's going to be on a couple slides later. But that's what that means is NVRA. Next one is valid registration, federal, no ID. This goes back to the LULAC case. These are the people that use the federal forms or do not show proof of citizenship. So the no ID, that means that they failed, I have to watch these two because they're so confusing, failed to provide DPOC, and we were unable to prove identity through Social Security and MVD, through all the HAVA checks. So that means that we cannot actually say somebody's a real person. We can't find them anywhere in any of the systems that we cross-check. The next one is valid registration, federal ID only. Failed to prove or provide DPOC, but we were able to provide identity through Social Security. So when we ran our HAVA checks through Social Security Administration, it said this date of birth and this person are a real person. But they never showed proof of citizenship to us, so that is why it's ID only. Yes, do you have a question?
Do I look confused? No, I don't have a question at this time, thanks.
All right. So the next status reasons, inactive, NVRA, inactive address. So if we go back to that active NVRA, what happens is after 35 days, if these people do not respond to our letter that we send to them saying, hey, we have the wrong mailing address, you need to update your voter registration form, they don't respond, they go inactive. These voters can still vote, but we have to have an updated voter registration form.
Prior to voting.
Yeah, they fill it out at the polling place or they come into our office. Eric's staff and team is really good about making sure they fill out a voter registration form so we can get them updated. Yes. So if they don't update, they go inactive. The next one is suspense or not eligible. The first status would be registrant waiting for verification. This doesn't happen too often, but it does sometimes if people are trying to build a house or whatever and we're trying to pinpoint their address and we have to have the specific location so that they get precincted correctly and in the correct taxing districts, all that good stuff, supervisor, congressional, all that. So we're usually waiting on the voter to verify some type of information. The next one is registrant is too young. Once again, they will be 18 by the next general election, but we have to keep them in this status until they officially turn 18 so that if they do sign a petition, it shows that they're too young to sign a petition or whatever the case might be. Canceled, we're going to go over all of these reason codes later on about the deceased, felon, incapacitated, juror, NVRA, voter request, or moved out of jurisdiction. Not registered, we had a few questions on not registered. Why would we have that? What happens is when someone goes to the polling place and they actually live in Coconino County, they go to the polling place and they demand on voting. We have to, by law, let them vote, but they vote a provisional ballot. Since they're not registered here in Gila County, their ballot is not counted, so that is why we still have to enter it into the system, so we have a tracking system to show that they tried to vote. But it's not registered, provisional, not counted. Yes?
Mr. Chairman, so Sadie, yeah, this is interesting. So is anyone on this page that you're just talking about right now, would any of these people receive a ballot in the mail?
No, they will not.
Okay.
Thanks, sorry.
Sadie, there's been a lot of questions over this particular part right there. Are you willing to answer a question or two if anybody in the audience hasn't?
Yes.
Does anybody have a question on this? Or in Payson? We're willing to take a couple if you are, or if you do. Apparently there's going to be more on this in there in a couple slides as well.
Yes. All right. Political parties.
Just quick question. Were you asking if Payson would like to ask questions?
I can take a couple, Joseph, if they have a question or two.
Okay. About the presentation up until this point.
Good morning. Just a really quick question. I might have misunderstood Recorder Sadie. Thank you for being here, first of all. And so did I understand correctly that the NVRA inactive status still allows people to vote?
Yes, you would have to fill out a voter registration form to vote. It's just saying that we have the wrong mailing address. So when they come in to vote, we would see that it's inactive NVRA, and we would have them fill out a new voter registration form, and we would have to precinct them at the new address wherever they move to before they can get their correct ballot. If it is from out of town, if their new mailing address, or I'm sorry, physical address is out of town, we cannot let them vote.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was Bev.
Bev Miller.
All right.
We have one more.
Okay, we'll take one more and then we're moving on.
All right. My name is Steve Miller in Payson, Arizona. I couldn't quite hear everything, but recently had 500,000 Venezuelan people come into the United States, and they got work permits and Social Security numbers, and I presume driver's license. Can they vote?
So no, not if they don't show proof of citizenship. They would, so if they don't show proof of citizenship, they will not be able to vote a full ballot. If they do not show proof of citizenship, they would have to vote a Fed ID only ballot, which would be only the federal elections.
Right. So they can vote in the federal election, not local.
If they get a driver's license and they show that they are illegal, that they are from somewhere else, it will pop up in our system with a certain code saying that this person is not a citizen, and that means that they will not be registered at all.
All right. Does that code show up on the voter registration printouts you guys have?
No, it does not. It is a confidential code from the driver's license, but it's also through the MVD that if it'll show if they're a citizen or not, and if it comes back that they're not a citizen, they can't register.
Okay. All right.
So
Thank you.
basically with the Fed ID and Fed only, it's just because they haven't shown us proof of citizenship. It's not that they're necessarily illegal. It's just that they haven't shown us, because we ran them through the Social Security Administration, and this is a real person from America, from the United States of state, and so is the driver's license. Whenever we get the driver's license back, it'll give us these codes, and like I said, if it has a certain code, and it will say this person is not a citizen of the United States. They have a temporary work ID or something like that.
Like a visa or whatever?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that comes back.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're good. We're gonna go on.
All right. Next slide, political parties. So there are 4 recognized parties in the state of Arizona: Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, and the new party is no labels. You can still register as an independent, other party. We get Mickey Mouse Club, we get all these wonderful clubs. You can register, but they're going to be under the other or independent or party not designated. If you leave the, on the form where it says political party, if you leave it blank, we will register you as a party not designated unless you were registered as a Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, or no labels before that. Then it's automatically carried over. Whenever you register or update, you can use Republican or REP or GOP to register as Republican, Democrat, Democratic, Democrat, Dem, same thing all the way down. Just because these political parties are recognized at the state level does not mean that they are recognized here in Gila County. Currently, we only have 3 recognized political parties in Gila County, and that is the Republican, Democrats, and Libertarians.
Whose discretion is that to recognize the parties?
They have to petition us, so they would file it with Eric's office. Eric would give it to us, and we'd have to verify those signatures.
And they'd come in front of the Board of Supervisors to actually do the final deal, or what?
That's an Eric question.
That's an, okay, we'll ask them later down the road.
I believe if they meet the minimum requirement, it is what it is, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I believe it doesn't have to come to
So
the
they
board.
just petition, go through the requirements, and if it's good, they're in.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, here's electronic verification procedures. As we were saying with the MVD and HAVA and all that, here is the procedures on how we do it. I'm not going to go over every single one because all we do is enter it, and I'll go on the next slide. I'll show you. But once again, I want everyone to understand that if you register through the motor vehicle department, it is not automatically uploaded into our system. It is not. I have someone in my office every morning go through the motor vehicle list, and we have to manually upload those and approve those. Nothing is done at the state level. All of those through the motor vehicle department or electronically are done in-house. All right. Let's make sure. All right, next one. This next slide, I just took a little snippet of my voter registration. I blocked out some of the information. So whenever I was to update, it would show my information. This is what our screen looks like. On the next slide, whenever we run HAVA checks up there at the top, you'll see run HAVA checks. This is the MVD record. This is saying that it is a hard match in the third column on that, in the blue on the bottom. It says it's a hard match because my social security number, my driver's license, my name, my address, and my date of birth all matched. So then I would push match, next slide, and everything's good. It auto-filled all that, and then you say update registrant, and you update that registration. Same thing if it's a new registration, same process. We enter all that, we click run HAVA checks, it runs through social security, MVD, keeps on going. Okay? Any questions on entering?
I don't think so, Sadie.
All right. Help America Vote Act, which we always say HAVA. It is a long act. This is just kind of summarizing it. Basically, it just says it requires a voter to prove identity. It's not saying prove citizenship. It's saying prove identity. We have to prove that you are a person. That's why we run the HAVA checks, to run through Social Security Administration and MVD to make sure that you are a real person. Yeah, the verification through our system is for the Arizona driver's license or the ID number, Social Security number, and let's see what else. I can't read that up there. That's about it. And it to prove ID, like I said, I would say 99% of the people show their driver's license, but you can also show like a utility bill and a bunch of other stuff to us so that we can prove who you are. Save. Save is a system that we use if we receive a naturalization certificate whenever someone becomes a citizen. What we do, we are only allowed to have one login. Charlotte oversees the SAVE program. What she does is she enters that into the system, and it comes back and says, yes, this person became a citizen on such and such date, and we can register them. We don't receive too many of those, but that is one thing that we use. ID cards. By state statute, everyone has to receive an ID card at least or within 30 days of registering to vote. Sometimes it's a little tricky, and so we have a little bit of a leeway during the election because books are closed. We can't update anything. So sometimes it takes us a little bit longer, but that's because of the election. On the ID card, all these things are required on there, and everything is on there. We can go to the next slide, and here is my voter registration card. This is basically what it looks like. All these things are required by statute. The only thing that we can change are the districts besides congressional and legislative. Those are the two districts that have to be on there. When we first went to Power Profile, which is way back when, I'm aging myself, probably 15 years ago, we met with the Board of Supervisors, and what they wanted on there is the Board of Supervisor district and also their city district. That's the only other two things that they wanted on there. So those are the 4 districts on there. But you do have other districts. You do have water districts, lighting districts, lots of other stuff. So everything else is done by statute. At the bottom of it, it is a card. If you want to be on the ABLE, you can fill that card out and mail it back to us. I thought this was funny. High maintenance and unapologetic because it is a lot of work. Voter registration list, maintenance. But it is worth it to clean up our voter registration rolls. The first one is deceased. How do we clean up these voter registration rolls? The first thing that happens is the Arizona Department of Health Services runs a file. We send a file, they send a file. We get it all together, not us, but the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State sends us a Excel spreadsheet that says, hey, this person passed away in Maricopa County on such and such date, or where they passed away, and then it is done manually by my staff. Okay? These other three are not required by state statute, but I feel that if we can clean up the rolls of the deceased voters any way possible, let's do it. In statute, it says any other way that the recorder deems necessary. So what I do is I have my staff go through all of the recorded death certificates in the recorder's office, because if you need to take someone's name off of a title, if it's, you know, correctly, they can record a death certificate to remove their deceased spouse off of there. And so we pull those from the recorder system and cancel the voter that way. The other thing is that we contact all the mortuaries, and they mail us a letter stating these are the people that we have helped or that have passed away.
How often does that take place, Sadie?
Which one?
The deceased.
The deceased
I mean,
is
how
a
often
daily.
daily? Every day you guys are going through this?
Yes.
I got you. Okay.
The other thing is the obituaries. I'm having a hard time with the Pace and Roundup. They want to charge me a huge service fee to get the obituaries from them. I'm not sure if we want to pay that cost or not yet. I got to figure that out. But the Silver Bell is really good. We have unlimited access to the obituaries in there to run them. But the only way that we can cancel them is if it is a hard match. If it gives their date of birth or something identifying that person, so we don't cancel someone that is not.
So if it's not a hard match, then what do you do?
Send a letter.
And see if you get any return?
Yeah. And if it's
Okay.
returned to us, a lot of times the surviving spouse will write deceased such and such date, and we can verify that.
Okay.
The next one, felony or incapacitated. The Secretary of State is responsible for this part, and also, so they work with all of the clerk of the courts throughout the state. Once again, they run a file. They send us an Excel spreadsheet saying this person has a felony or this person is incapacitated. It is done manually in the office. Eric. Everybody loves Eric. Arizona is a member of the Electronic Registration Information System. We get a lot of grief about this, and I understand why, but it does help. It helps us a lot. It does clean up our rolls. It does catch voters who voted twice in other states. It does provide that information to us. We're going to go over an Eric slide later on, which with more details, so we'll go on to the next. Juror disclosure of felony conviction. A lot of people don't understand whenever you get that jury thing, it comes to us too. So if you mark that you're a felony, or if you're a felon, and it's a true match in our system that this is the person that marked that they're a felon, we cancel you. The next one is the non-citizen. We cannot automatically cancel you for just marking that on the jury list or on the jury thing, but what we do is we have to make sure that you did show proof of citizenship when you registered to vote. If they did not, then you can cancel. Or not cancel, you have to send a letter. If they don't respond within 35 days, then they're canceled. The next one is out-of-county residents. We have to send a letter to them. Yes, we send a letter to them verifying that they are out of state or out of county. Questions on that? All right, the NVRA process. The cancellation through the NVRA process due to an address change. We kind of went over this in a couple slides before, but it is in the United States Code that we have to do this, and we have to check their addresses. We can't just say, oh, this person moved, you're canceled. There is a process. A lot of people come to us and say, my son moved to wherever, why isn't he canceled? Well, because we haven't received anything back in the mail or nobody has notified us. We have to have something back. We do receive on all election mail, if it's returned to us as undeliverable, we receive the little yellow thing on the bottom that says their forwarding address and all that. We are not part of NCOA, the National Change of Address, whatever, NCOA, I think they call it, or something like that. It is really expensive to join that, and I think the yellow little tabs serve just as good as that. Oh, one piece of return official mail alone is not sufficient to cancel a registrant. So what happens is I mail Charlotte a voter registration form. It's returned to me as undeliverable. I get it back in my office. I put it in the system. I mail her a letter. She does not answer that letter within 35 days, she's changed to inactive NVRA status. 4 years pass, 2 consecutive general elections pass. I can cancel this person if they are inactive and did not vote in 2 consecutive general elections. I cannot cancel them if they voted in one of them, because that would have updated their registration anyways. So it has to be inactive and 2 consecutive general elections. Next one. What is the NVRA? It's the National Voter Registration Act of 1993. We fall under section 5, 6, 7, and 8. These are long sections. If you guys want to read about the National Voter Registration Act, basically it's what I just told you, how we have to run this stuff. Initiating the NVRA process, this is what I went over. We have to send those notices and all that, but it has to be official election mail. We get a lot of questions. We are going to go out to the voters and canvass or talk to them or whatever. Can we bring something back to you? No, it has to be official election mail by federal and state law. We have to have that back to initiate the process. The registration may be canceled through the NVRA process with this stuff right here. A county recorder must document all final notices. So every time we generate a notice or something to a voter, it is documented in the system. It says final notice sent, 90-day notice sent, early ballot sent, whatever it is, everything is documented in that in Avid. Any questions about the NVRA?
I don't think so. Is this a good time to ask for questions outside?
If you want to, or you can wait till Eric.
Let's go through Eric. There's probably gonna be some there.
All right, Eric, we're gonna play a little video for the Eric. Oh, go back to, yep, and then it should play. No. Go on the left side and. I can go over it real fast too. So, the Eric.
Got it.
And keeping voter rolls up to date is a challenge, mainly because Americans move so much. In any given year, tens of millions of Americans move, 2 million die, and other life changes occur. As a result, 1 in every 8 registration records isn't accurate. To fix this, several innovative states have joined with the Pew Charitable Trusts to build the Electronic Registration Information Center, or ERIC. ERIC is a cost-saving data center that helps each participating state improve the accuracy of their voter list by intelligently comparing their voter data to lots of other information, like those from the DMV, the U.S. Postal Service, the Social Security Administration, and other lists. ERIC can help states in many ways. It can compare data from many sources simultaneously. So a state can learn when a voter on their list has died or moved to another state. Then the voter's old state can contact the voter to confirm the move and update the voter list. while their new state can reach out and encourage them to register to vote in the most efficient way, usually through online voter registration. And just as importantly, privacy of data is protected by ERIC at the source. Any personal information, like dates of birth or driver's license numbers, is anonymized. And the whole program is run and owned by the participating states. Ensuring the integrity and efficiency of the voter lists should be simpler. With ERIC, it is. Take the first step at ericstates.org.
All right, so that kind of sums it up. But what happens, to explain, so what happens is we send a file to Secretary of State. The Secretary of State receives all the files from the counties. They don't have any of the pertinent information. They don't Social Security, driver's license, all that stuff. They cross-check it through 26 other states. Yes, there has been a few states that have dropped off. Originally, there was 31 states. There is now 26 states. I understand that people are scared because this information they think is going to a third party and they can get into our system. ERIC has no access to anything of Gila County's database, nothing, because we send them an Excel file. It is just like anybody that is running a campaign can come into my office and request a list of all the registered voters here in Gila County. By state statute, I have to provide that to that person. I do not give out the driver's license. I don't give out the Social Security, mother's maiden name, all that information. It's protected. So what happens when ERIC receives our data? They get all the other states' data. They do an Excel spreadsheet. They send it to the state of Arizona. The state of Arizona then sends it to the counties that it needs to go to. We pull these Excel files. Sometimes they're deceased, sometimes they're moved, sometimes they voted in other places. What we do is we compare that data. If it is a soft match, which means that a lot of the information matches, a full name and only the year of birth, because anybody's allowed to get the year of birth. If that matches, we send them a letter and say, did you move? That will start the NVRA process. So if they never return that, they're inactive for 4 consecutive years, they're canceled. If they return it to us, on the bottom of that letter, it states, are you still a Gila County resident or did you move out of state? If you moved out of state, please fill out this portion and sign it and send it back in the postage paid envelope we provided to you. So ERIC is not canceling anybody in the system. ERIC is not registering anybody in our system. ERIC is not doing any of that. It is an Excel file that we receive from this company. Like they said, the states own this company. We had to pay a portion. I believe it was $2,000. This year I went in front of the board. I think it was $2,000 we had to pay. I believe it's $25,000 throughout the whole state that we have to pay. Anyways, the county cannot withdraw, cannot cancel their contract. There's a lot of rumors saying that we are allowed to cancel. We cannot. The state has to cancel. If we cancel, it cancels the whole state of Arizona, and we're in breach of that contract or whatever it is. That'd be a legal term for Jeff. I don't know the terminology, but we can't do that unless we want to upset every other state, every other county. Question?
So basically what you're saying is they compile all this data on this individual or whatever. Then it just comes to you in an Excel spreadsheet, and then you guys physically go through that and determine whether they're active, inactive, whatever it is.
Yes, sir. That is what we do.
And that is it.
That is it.
Mr. Chairman, so Sadie, I want to make sure I understand, and everyone that's listening, and I thank everyone for being here. There's a lot in Payson too, and that shows interest, and I like that. So Eric, hear about Eric, not this Eric, but Eric the system. So let's say that Eric was broken into. All the information that you receive is nefarious and incorrect. You still are protecting the county vote because you don't assume any of that to be correct. You send letters to confirm the correctness of it.
Yes, sir.
And if you don't receive anything back, they're canceled. If you receive something back, then you work with that.
Yes.
So
They're not
the
capital
information that Eric supplies, whether it's correct or not, will not hurt the vote in Gila County.
That is correct.
Okay, I just need to know.
Yes. Any other questions? Do you want to open it up because this one's going to be a...
I think it'd be a good time because I do know that there's a lot of concern about this program.
Okay.
So let's do something and let's start with Payson, and I'd take a couple questions from Payson if there are any. Joseph, are there anybody up there who wants to ask a couple questions or a couple people? Please state your name and so we'll have it for the records.
Yes, sir. My name is Glenn Galster. I'm one of your constituents and citizens here in Payson, Arizona. And the ERIC system, when we were watching that little infomercial about ERIC, it said that it is formed and owned by the states. And yet when I look at what ERIC is a nonprofit organization, a 501c3 nonprofit that is funded primarily by non-governmental organizations such as the Pew Foundation, so which is a very liberal organization by any stretch. So my question is, why do we need to be in ERIC if we have the other databases that will give us the information we need? And secondly, where can we get a copy of that contract that we can opt out as a county? Because I was told and informed that we have that ability on a county-wide basis, that we don't have to go along with the entire state doing this. Thank you.
So I did check, because I have received a phone call regarding opting out. I did check with the Secretary of State and also Janine Petty with Maricopa County, who actually was with Michelle Reagan, Secretary of State, who started the ERIC thing. So we cannot opt out. You're more than welcome to ask the Secretary of State for the official contract and go from there. What was the other question?
So Sadie, then basically this goes almost back to state statute that we have to stay in this with this system, or?
Not state statute. This is a contract.
Okay.
We don't have to be part of it. The state doesn't have to be part of it. We opted in, what was it, 8 years ago? However long it's been, actually 12 years ago. I believe it was 12 years ago when Michelle Reagan was here. That is when the first contract was signed. So as a county, you cannot opt out. I understand that people are like, this doesn't look good, but they're not changing our system. They're not doing anything in our system. We're getting this database. They say that the Pew Foundation is liberal. Okay. So it is just like the Republican Party, and I'm not throwing stones at any political party here, but I'm going to give you an example. It is just like the Republican Party, and they send their information to a third-party organization. It is just like the Democratic Party that sends theirs to their third-party organization that compiles all these lists that all these people that are coming and speaking are getting. It's the same exact stuff. So why is it okay for a political party to compare all this data and do this research? You see where I'm going with this?
I think the bottom line is it comes back to us as a county, you as a recorder,
Correct.
to verify or go through this information. I mean, if they send somebody that's just a made-up deal back through this spreadsheet, you send out your letters, and then obviously you're not going to get anything back. There's no way of verifying that back,
Well, then
right?
Correct. Then they're inactive for the next so many days, or 35 days, and
Okay.
they go into the NVRA process.
Okay, so first, I guess for this guy, the contract would be through the Secretary of State's office. That's who holds the contract. And they accept that for all of us counties in Arizona.
Yes, we have an
MOU or
Yes, something like
memorandum of understanding or whatever, an
Yes.
agreement?
Yes.
And that was signed, what did you guys say, 12 years ago?
The original one, but we come back every year. We have to
Okay.
have it signed every year.
Okay. Okay.
And so I want to give an example of what Eric does too is in the 2020 election, there was a lady that voted or says that she did not vote, but Florida received her ballot back in the mail. We also received her ballot back in the mail. Eric is the one that caught this person trying to vote once in Florida and once in Gila County. We were able to do that. Florida is prosecuting the lady because that is where it originated from. We had to provide all those documents and everything to them. So Eric has its good qualities. It did catch a voter that was trying to vote twice.
Have we ever had that happen here where we had to prosecute from
No.
Gila County?
We have not.
Okay. Tim?
Yeah, I have a question. If this contract is due every year or up every year, who signs the contract?
Board of Supervisors.
Board of Supervisors sign the contract every year. And when is that contract gonna be up?
Came a month ago, 2 months ago.
Okay. Gotcha. Go ahead.
Did we vote on that
Yes.
contract?
Yeah. Right through the consent agenda.
Oh,
No,
It wasn't?
no, I
Don't?
presented it.
Oh, okay.
I just don't have a memory of it.
That's what, I wanna, I
I
could,
think we
we
have
can go
some.
back and look, but I wanna say it was about 2 months ago.
So because I have heard a lot of things about this program and these processes and things, make it very plain that you get the spreadsheet and it's your department that goes back and verifies all of this.
That is correct.
So let me ask you this, Sadie. I'm gonna give you a loaded question.
I know it. I knew just by that.
No, it's not bad. Anyway, is there, in your mind, is there any way possible somebody come back through that process or through that spreadsheet that isn't valid, that we could miss it or not catch it?
What do you mean, miss or catch
I
it?
mean,
Like,
if there's no matches, if there's
if
whatever.
there's no matches, nothing comes back to us.
Okay,
They only send us back what matches. If there's a deceased or moved out of state or voted twice, that's the only time it comes back to us.
okay.
And I understand, a lot of people say, well, why don't you go and do something else? Why can't you have another system? There is no other system. There is no other program that we know of. If someone has that, let's look at it. Let's bring it up to the Secretary of State. But right now, Eric is working for us. Eric is finding these double voters. Eric is finding the deceased people from New York, Florida, Texas, all these other places. Yes, Texas is dropping out at the end of this year.
So without this particular program, then there's no way of having those checks for other states who's voting where across the country. I mean, how else could you possibly do it? Is there a way? Or, I mean,
No.
there's gotta be somebody that takes and compiles all that information.
Correct. So what we also do is if you say that you were registered in Kentucky, we make a copy of that voter registration form and send it to the Kentucky Secretary of State's office, and they send it to the correct county that they need to cancel. But it's a lot easier through Eric, and I mean, I get why people have questions, but if you really dig deep down into it, they're not touching our system. The Secretary of State's office is not doing anything on our system. It is the counties that sends the file, that has this file. They send us an Excel spreadsheet back. We get the Excel spreadsheet. We look at it in our system, send out the letter, and start that process.
Okay, so I think we have one more question for Payson.
Or two.
We'll take one, and then we're gonna have two down here.
Yeah, and then I have one.
Okay.
Okay, so at one point, Miss Sadie, or informal in Payson, right? Sorry about that. You said that Eric does not have access to the Gila County voter rolls. And then I got the impression that you said you only send down to Eric the suspected voters where you have their letters, the two different letters that you send out, and they come back. Then you send that down to Eric to find out if there's someplace else that these people live. But then you said, we send down our voter rolls, and then they match up and send it back with, do they send it back with stars that say these people have a problem or whatever? So how does it work out that you know what they have removed or what they have not removed? That's my question.
Well, first of all, I'm confused on the whole first part of the question because I don't recall saying any of that. But the next part is, what happens is we send a file to the Secretary of State's office. The Secretary of State compiles all 15 counties' information, their voter registration data. Everything's out of there. Like I said, the driver's license, social security number, the month and day of birth is all out of there. They send that file to Eric. Eric compares our file to the other 26 states And then they will send us an Excel spreadsheet that says, say I moved to Texas, it would say Sadie Joe Bingham, 1983, Texas, and my address in Texas. What we would do is then we would take that information and put it into our system as we receive this information and mail that letter to me in Texas if I lived in Texas. If that was returned to us as undeliverable, they're inactive for their 35 days, or they're active for 35 days, and then it starts the inactive process. Does that make sense?
Does, yeah. I think Shirley stepped back, so
Okay.
I think she's good. So, let's take a couple questions here. Any of you guys, Jim?
Yeah,
Can,
just,
can you hear him all right?
within the ERIC system, my understanding, I just kind of looked up, there's 24 states that are part of that. So if someone that's voting here in Arizona is also voting in Kansas, and Kansas is not on, we wouldn't know that.
That is correct. We would not know that.
So we only know what, states are part of the ERIC system.
That is correct.
And my understanding, there was 33, initially in the ERIC system states, and it's down to 24 now. And I'm wondering, if 9 states that thought that, it's not good, I'm just wondering why they opted out. And the other thing that ERIC does, it does things beyond just sharing information. I mean, my understanding, they'll come into the motor vehicle division and say, oh, here's someone that's 21 years old that just got a driver's license and they didn't register, and then they'll try to prompt these people then to register to vote. And to me, that takes on a very partisan role in the election process.
And I see where you're coming, and that's why I said that ERIC is a very touchy subject, because you can look at it that way or you can look at it a different way. It just depends on which way you want to look at it. Because we received a lot of compliments, because when we first joined ERIC, which like I said was about 12 years ago, we had to do an initial mailing. And what it did was it basically scanned the whole county about people who were not registered that were over the age of 18. And when they sent postcards, the state sent postcards out. So I see where you're coming from, but then a lot of times if you look at those people that registered off of that postcard, there was a lot of them. And a lot of people say, well, that's scary because people are initiating these voter registration drives and stuff like that. But if you go back to the voter registration process and how we have to do it, we have to go through the motor vehicle and verify that they have a driver's license, that they have a social security, that they have shown proof of citizenship. And so there's so many different checks and balances. The good thing about ERIC is that it is not connected to our system. So they can never mess with anybody that's registered here. It would take myself, Charlotte, or one of my staff members.
How are they connected to the Secretary of State?
They are not.
They're not. So that information that the Secretary of State gets, in its raw form, what they weed out those that have addresses in Gila County then and send those on. Does the Secretary of State ever upload like the voter registrants? Do they get put into our system? Is there any registrations that get put into the Gila County's data system that is not first looked at, by county employees and then put in?
No,
Is
sir.
there anything that goes automatic into our database?
No, sir, there is not. Everything has to be done manually by my staff. It cannot be done by the Secretary of State. It can't be done by ERIC or a third party.
Or Secretary of State or?
Secretary of State cannot.
Do we have somebody else for a question? Go ahead.
Back up just a little bit.
Okay.
Get off here for a second. I understand, when you're facing that way, I have hearing aid, I can't hear you very well. I get about half of it, so I apologize for that.
No, that's.
But, when you were talking about, some people that have social security numbers and, driver's license that some states give, especially liberal states, and counties that are blue oriented, does that mean that did you say that they could still vote in a federal election for president? Did you say that, or did I misunderstood?
So here in Arizona, we were sued because we were asking for proof of citizenship, that you had to show documentary proof of citizenship. LULAC sued us, and also the EAC, which is the election commission. They sued us and basically said that we cannot make someone show us their driver's license or birth certificate. If they mark on their voter registration form that they are a citizen, I have to take that as face value. But what they allowed the state of Arizona to do is to have that voter registration form that asks for your driver's license and all that stuff. So once we receive your proof of citizenship, you are allowed to vote a full ballot. So that means every office in Gila County that you qualify for, water districts, county, city, all that. If you did not show proof of citizenship, that falls under the LULAC case, and you can only vote for federal offices.
I paid $7,000 to bring my wife here from the Philippines. It's kind of unfair that some of these people, she can vote.
Oh, I can't get into political stuff, but I understand what I get that.
Only two, Bernard. You'll get the next round. We got 2 and 2. What was your first name again, or your name?
Greg.
Greg. Got it, Sam? Okay, right on. We're going on.
All right. Voter registration is just
From Payson, please.
From Payson.
We're having problems understanding the audio because of the acoustics in the room. In the interest of time, is there a way we can contact each speaker and submit our questions offline so that we can get a full discussion? Because we're having trouble understanding. Every time you drop your voice, the words become garbled. So if you could speak closer to the microphone, enunciate clearly, it would be a lot easier to understand.
You know what we'll do is, I know we let these guys speak from the crowd. What we might ought to do next time we have questions, we'll go ahead and set up the podium where they have to speak in the mic. How's that? Okay. Just
That
like
should
you
be
guys
better,
would in
yeah.
Payson. And Doug, I think that would help you guys up there a lot. Okay, Sadie.
All right, voter stats. The next, after this is the current voter registration stats that we...
I'm sorry,
Have
Tim.
one before we go forward.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, because I asked a question earlier and I wanted a follow-up question. So I'm just asking, say with your years of experience, we're more accurate with Eric than we would be without it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Tim. Go ahead, Sadie.
All right, so the stats. These are the stats as of 9/19 when I had to turn in this slideshow. Republicans in the county, 15,900. Democrats, 8,189. Libertarians, 221. The No Label Party, 89. And all other, 9,517. The next one is congressional district. Oh, next slide. Sorry. Congressional district. All of Gila County is in congressional district 2. So 3,709. There's 2 legislative districts in Gila County, 6 and 7. 6 covers most of the reservation, or all the reservations, which is 3,376, and legislative 7 is 30,333. By supervisor district, you guys need me to read all these, or you guys are good?
I think we're good.
All right. Able, the active early voting list, 24,022, which means there are almost 72% people that are on the active early voting list.
On the active early voting list, there's 72%?
Yes. 71.26 or something like that, but yes. It's going up every day. The next one are the election totals. I pulled this from the canvas and then I broke it down by the drop boxes for Gila County. This is the primary election of 2022 and also the general election of 2022. We will probably reference this here in a little bit, but those are the totals. All right. So every county recorder has to report to the Secretary of State every quarter the election totals. These are the days and the even numbered years and the odd numbers of years that we have to report the active and inactive to the Secretary of State's office. These lists are provided to the state and county political party chairs through a secure FTP site. They have to use an FTP site.
So what is that?
An FTP site? Well, that's a good question because it's some kind of...
It's going to take somebody like Cassie to explain it?
It's a secure website, an encryption.
Oh, it's an encryption? Encryption data. Okay.
So no one can get it. And they have a password and all that other stuff to get that data.
Okay.
All right, federal only registrations must be reported to the Secretary of State, and they are posted on our website, but they are only updated every quarter. We do not update those every day and all that. One thing I do want to run real quick, go backwards on the federal only, because a lot of people are asking questions with that, but what we also do is run that before the election through the HAVA process. We run those to see if anybody has recently got a driver's license or anything, so that we can get those people to show proof of citizenship. All right, next slide. Political party requests by third parties. So if you're running a campaign or anything, you can request a list, but what we have to do is it has to meet 16-168 statute requirements. When we receive these, we send them to Jessica or Jeff, and they verify that these are for political purposes only. So we don't give this just to anybody off the street. It has to meet those requirements, and once they say that it meets those requirements, we will give them the list of the voters.
And part of that is redacted, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they do not get like any pertinent information. They don't get your driver's license, social security number, month and day of birth, mother or father's name, source codes, different things like that. There's a list of them. I think it's actually on the next slide now that I said that. It is. So those are the things that they cannot get: month and day of birth, social security number, driver's license, Indian census, father's name, mother's maiden name, country of birth, signature, email address. Signatures are a little bit different. I cannot give those just out to anybody, but if you have a petition or anybody like that, you can come into the office physically and check the signatures on your petitions. It does say in statute that a person or organization in possession of the precinct list, they're not supposed to be giving out all the lists unless it meets those requirements under 16-168F. All right. You want questions before we start early voting?
Yeah, we can. Bernard, I cut you off. Do you have a question on any of this right now?
Yeah, on that Eric system.
Bernard, why don't you come up here, because the folks in Payson are having a hard time hearing us just through the room.
Can you hear me? According to this Eric system, Sadie, I was wondering, this is all a computer system, right? That they are interfaced with all these other states and stuff, right?
They are not interfaced. Each state, sorry.
You're good.
Each state has to provide an Excel file to
Yes,
Eric.
yes.
Yes, but it's not interfaced. They're not all combined.
Well, it seemed like on that picture they were all interconnected. That's,
So Eric gathers the data from Kansas or from Texas and Arizona, and they have a database that they run them and check them. But Arizona information is not connected to Kansas, if that's what you're asking.
I was thinking they were interconnected, so they're not
No,
interconnected.
they're not interconnected.
But they still can read each other. I mean, if something changes or,
It's just like if you were to get an Excel spreadsheet, and I know that the Republican Party does this because we call and ask for help numerous times, is that they get the data from
You're good. You're good.
January of, say, 2016, and then April of 2016, and they merge those to see who registered, who didn't, and all that, and see if someone changed political parties and all that.
Okay.
That is basically what they're doing, is they're getting two Excel files, matching them up, and to see if there's any changes.
okay.
But there's no interfaces.
Okay, but it's still run by a computer, and my question is, if this computer is hacked into, or, you know, the different computers they're using, couldn't it be used for nefarious reasons? And who is holding this nonprofit organization that runs this accountable?
So first of all, if it is hacked, there's other security measures, because they would have to send that Excel file to us, and we compare it to our data, and then we would mail you a letter, whoever, a letter off of that list. So it can come back and say that I moved to New York, and then my staff is gonna send me a letter, and if I respond and say, no, I never moved to New York, so you're really not hacking Gila County voter registration system, because you're not inputting anything into the voter registration system. We're doing it outside the voter registration system.
I know you are, but I'm talking about the company that is doing this.
So the company does not have access to
Okay.
any of our system.
All right,
And what was your next question?
that was it. Oh, and who holds this nonprofit accountable?
So the good thing about it, I'm not exactly sure who holds them accountable, but there is I would assume the board. So we have a representative, her name is Colleen Connor. Is that confused? Sorry. She is from Arizona. She is now at the Secretary of State's office. She was the legal counsel for Yavapai County, Maricopa County, numerous other counties. She's very, very knowledgeable in elections and election laws, and she is on that board. It says on the website who's on that board, and they meet regularly. It used to be Janine Petty that was at the Secretary of State's office. Great person. She's been in elections. She used to run Yavapai County. She's great. So there is a board.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. Payson, do you guys have somebody with a question up to this point? Just step on up there and just tell us again who you are, please.
Yes, sir, Woody. This is Glenn Galster in Payson, and the question I have, again, you just mentioned the structure of the ERIC system. ERIC system, it is a 501c3, and they have to be in compliance with a number of laws. The last annual report that's on their website, they only list one annual report. It's 2017. They're not even in compliance with federal law for 501c3s. There is a lack of transparency here. There's issues with this organization. I would really like our county out of it.
Thanks for your comments. Sadie, we're good.
Yes. So the next thing is early voting. All right. So there are different ways to vote early. The first one is ballot by mail. Instead of reading all of this, I'm just going to kind of summarize it. Basically, a ballot by mail, a one-time request. A voter can call us 93 days before the election and ask for a ballot to be mailed to them. They have up until 11 days before the election. I believe it's 2 weeks before the election date, 11 days, whatever it is, to request that ballot to be mailed to them. After that 11th day, there's no guarantee that the post office will deliver that ballot to you on time. They can request it orally in writing, in person, online, phone, or email, or fax, or even by mail. A lot of the political parties mail out forms. I'm sure every single person in this room that is registered to vote has received one from the parties that say, do you want to receive your ballot by mail? Fill out this form. They have to return that to our office, and then we will send you a ballot. So let's go into a ballot by mail for the presidential preference election. A lot of people are confused on what a presidential preference election is. It is not a primary election. It's different. The presidential preference only has the president on there, and it falls in March. When you, I am sorry, I'm going off on presidential preference. I need to talk about the primary election.
You need to back up?
I need to back up. So we're talking about the primary. The primary is not the presidential preference. Primary election does not have the president on the ballot. So if you're an independent or party that's not recognized, you have to specify which political ballot you want. The Libertarians have a closed election, so you cannot request their ballot. You can request a Democrat or a Republican ballot. What people get confused about is when you request a ballot by mail, you are not changing your political party preference if you're an independent. You are just receiving that ballot style. Arizona is an open primary, so that says that anybody can vote in the primary election. Okay, next one. Active early voting list. This is the one that you automatically receive a ballot by mail. You sign up for it, but what we have to do is 90 days before an election, we have to mail you a letter stating, are you here? Do you still want to receive your ballot? It'll say, would you like this ballot for these elections? You can mark no, you can opt out, or yes, or if you need it sent somewhere else. You have to put that information, and it has to be signed and mailed back to us. If it is not signed, it is not going anywhere. Can't get it. Can't forward that ballot. Okay?
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, excuse me, Sadie, so is it possible on this, you have this ballot by mail, Is it possible that ballots would and could be mailed to someone that did not request a ballot?
No.
So I hear stories that happens.
Are you, so there's different types of election.
Okay.
That you need to, so you have the primary and general election, that you have to request a ballot or you have to be on the active early voting list.
Okay.
But there are jurisdictional elections, such as the one that is coming up in a few weeks, the Miami School District and the Payson School District. The Board of Supervisors and the jurisdiction signed off to have a ballot by mail election. So what that means is every single person in that jurisdiction will receive a ballot by mail. There is no polling places.
And are those people, they have to be registered to vote?
Correct.
Okay.
If you are not registered, it will not.
Yeah, I understand those. I call them like special elections.
Yes.
Yeah. But there's no way someone's going to receive, or a piece of property is going to receive a mail-in ballot where no one lives there, or, I mean, that's just not, can someone cheat on this? Can someone request a mail by ballot that doesn't live there, or?
You have to meet all that, those
You
requirements
have to
that
meet
we
all-
just said, yeah,
okay.
you have to meet that. And then if they do both that, when it comes back, we have to verify that signature and all the information.
I see. Thank you.
Any other questions on ballot by mail? Okay.
So I hear the same thing, Sadie. I hear that people get them and not asking for them, whatever, but, and then I hear the ones that, well, you know, there's somebody requested a mail-in ballot and goes back to a vacant lot, some things of that nature, you know, so, but you still, I mean, could that possibly be, I mean, or what could happen there that would create that?
So there's a couple of different scenarios. So on the voter registration form, that first question asks if you want to receive your ballot by mail. Do you know how many people mark that or don't mark that and they say, oh, I wanted to be on it or I didn't want to be on it, and you're like, well, I have to take what's on the voter registration form. A lot of times, certain people will say, I didn't request this. Well, yes, you did. The last voter registration form we have for you, you wanted to be on the permanent early voting list. So then it's, well, I didn't request it. Yes, you did, because if you read the fine print on that voter registration form, it says that for every election you qualify, we will mail that ballot to you. They don't understand that.
I got you.
So it's not just automatically like, I'm not just picking, Tim, I'm gonna mail you a ballot just because I want to.
Mhm.
It doesn't work that way. The other thing that happens is that we have to start printing the ballots or the affidavits before the close of registration, because we do everything in-house. And we're gonna get to that too. So we start printing about a week before the election or before the close of registration. So there could be someone that registers in another county, say the day of the close of registration, but their ballot is already in movement. But what we have done, and this is a nightmare, this is why I got gray hair, is that Charlotte and I take a lot of time to make sure when we print these ballots, they are printed alphabetically by precinct. We keep a running list of everyone that has updated their registration or canceled or a new registration, and we make sure that if they are canceled or moved, we pull those those affidavits so we don't mail those ballots. Some counties do not go to that extent because they use a third-party vendor. We do not. So a lot of times, the other counties, someone that moved to Gila County would be like, well, I received my Yavapai or I received my Maricopa. Disregard that, throw it away, you're now registered in Gila County. So that would be
Okay.
a scenario.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Tim, you good?
I'm good.
All right. Let's see, active early voting list. Basically, if you're federal only, you have to come in person to vote. I can't just automatically mail you a ballot. I have to physically see you. Eric has to physically see you to be able to vote because you are on that federal only ballot style.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. They're saying it's hard to hear me. All right, active early voting list. Oh, I had questions regarding the numbers. Just could you pull up the slide that I gave to you, that picture of the numbers? hopefully everyone can see this. And if you scroll down a little bit, right down here at the bottom, it shows you the first blue line is the active registered voters, the orange one is inactive, and the bottom one is canceled. So people, there was something going on saying that a lot of people drop off and
Spikes back up.
It spikes up and down. This shows you Gila County from January of 2022 to July of 2023, and you can see approximately April of 2022, our numbers dropped in registration. But you see in inactive, it spiked. The reason for that is because we did a mailing of the 90-day notice for the elections. Those people did not respond within the 35 days, so those people were changed to inactive. So you see the inactive number goes up, the active drops. And you can see it steadily just like that. You will see in June of 2023, we had to mail out the the 90-day notice for the all mail-out election that's coming up. And you see, I'm sorry, that's canceled. We had to cancel them because they were numerous reasons, any of those reasons. But you'll see after this July of 23, sorry, if I continue to go on the next one, it's going to drop and go up because we did another mailing. So these spikes and drops are every time we do a mailing and 35 days after them. So that's where that comes in. So that was part of the 90-day notice. If you do not respond to the 90-day notice for a primary election, you will not get a ballot. If you're inactive, or I'm sorry, independent.
So Sadie, I got a question for you.
Yes.
Because, and I think I showed you some of the graphs that people have pulled from different places and whatever that just really shows this all the way across and really kind of odd. This doesn't show that.
No.
This is pretty well straight across the board with a few bumps and drops and whatever here and there, which makes sense with what you just explained.
Yeah.
Where in the world could people come up with these other graphs?
No clue.
Okay.
No idea. I'm not sure. Maybe other states are not doing the NVRA process like they should, but our system, the Avid system, is on a timer. It sends us a notice. It's been 35 days since you've mailed the first letter. You must switch it. And so it will send us reminders to do all that.
Tim, Steve, you got any questions on this? Because this has been an issue going around quite a bit.
Yes, thank you. So yeah, I personally, and I've discussed this with you, personally I don't like the mail-in part of voting. Is that optional in our county?
It is optional unless it's a special election.
Other than the special elections, it's optional.
The other time, I'm sorry to interrupt you, the other time is a presidential preference, and I think Eric will probably go over this, or I can go over it real fast. The presidential preference statute basically says if you have less than 300 people in a precinct, that precinct can be an all mail-out election for the presidential preference election. So come March, I believe Eric will come to the board and say, hey, Roosevelt only has 200 people registered, or Sierra Ancha, or whatever precinct is, we're going to send these people by mail, or a ballot by mail, instead of trying to having a polling place, because it's such a small election. It is only for political parties. It's not for independents.
So Sadie, you very eloquently said that the system is very secure because of the checks and balances. A lot of people I talk to don't believe that, and so they're worried about that and would like to see that go away. I realize we do it because you stated before that you feel it gives the opportunity. A lot of people use it, and so personally, my personal is that I'd like to see us do in-person voting, whether it's earlier or same day. That's just my preference. I understand this because a lot of people feel that there's the availability for corruption, and so I'm happy that you're able to explain exactly the system that you have and the confidence you say that the mail-ins are accurate, because we have to have an accurate election.
Yes, we do. The mail-in, I get where you're coming from. I get phone calls all the time. It
Yeah.
seems like I get it a few times a day. It is under state statute and federal law that we have mail-in ballots. There's no way around getting rid of that. You would have to.
It's not the discretion of this board whether we have mail-in ballots or not.
Exactly. It's higher ups. It's that.
Oh, so when I asked before though, if it was optional, you said it was.
Oh, optional. I thought you meant optional for you to vote as.
Okay,
sorry.
thanks for that
Yeah.
clarification.
So it is optional for people to vote by mail. It is not optional for me to mail out ballots. I
Okay.
have to under federal law.
I
and
see.
state law. So I apologize for the
Yeah,
miscommunication.
well, that helps make it much clearer, so thanks.
Sadie, percentage-wise, how many people use the mail-in ballots? Do you have an idea off the top of your
I
head?
do, no, it's on the slide. It is,
Just, yeah.
you can do it. Go ahead.
For instance, we'll start off with 2022, our last election that we had, okay?
Can
paste
in here.
Okay.
You guys in Payson here all right?
There were 22,802 ballots that were tabulated. Of that, the early ballots were 17,835, which basically makes up 52.53% of that vote by mail in 2022.
Okay.
And it either continually maintains that level, it continually seems to be going up. When early voting first started to make its switch, it was around 2008 when we started noticing that balloting was becoming more and more prominent by mail as opposed to polling locations. And ever since then, it's just continued to inch up.
Folks over here say that they can't hear so well, for Eric.
Okay.
So I can go over the numbers right here real fast.
Okay, Sadie's gonna go over these numbers again. Hang on.
So in the primary election of 2022, overall turnout was 47.17%. Early ballots was out of that 38.57%.
Out of
early
40,
ballots
or out of 47%, 38 was by mail-in ballots.
or early voting.
Or early
So
voting.
we went ahead and broke it down. People mail-in ballots by drop boxes was 42.14%. Mail-in, there was 6,652. So total would be 52% of all that voted by mail. In person, 3%.
So I hear the same thing, Steve, as you, and I maybe Tim too, but also hear the people say, I don't want to vote any other way but mail-in ballot. It's convenient. I like sitting at my kitchen table, drinking coffee, and vote. I hear it all. I actually hear more about the mail-in ballots personally than I do the getting rid of them, not having them. I don't disagree with Steve's opinion on the voting. I'm kind of the same way. If it's up to me, and I do it every year, I walk into a polling place and I use my ID and all that, and I vote, and I walk out, and I get my nice little sticker that says I voted, and I'm happy, you know. And to me, that's the way I would like to see it too, if I could be king for a day. But anyway, I do hear about the ballots, mail-in ballots, and being corrupt or whatever. But I do hear a lot of people. Matter of fact, one group I talked to was hammering me on the mail-in ballots and drop boxes, just to turn around and say that they used them as well. And so sometimes I get a little confused, you know, but so I like to see the percentages, Sadie. That's why I asked you that.
So basically, less than 10% go to the polling place.
Yep, I'm one of the less than 10% right here, you know, but go ahead and continue on, and then unless you're at a place you want to take a question or two.
I can, unless you want to finish the early balloting part.
Let's finish the early balloting part.
All right, so we have to mail to all early ballots and ballot by mail 27 days before an election. Go ahead and go to the next slide. The creation and the layout of the early ballot. I am not in charge of that. That is Eric and the wonderful board of supervisors that we have. They are responsible for the layout of all the ballots, including ballots by mail, early ballots, the ballots at the polling place, all that. But what people don't understand is it is exactly the same, besides an early ballot has early at the top. That's the only thing that is different between the ballots. So if you're gonna come into the recorder's office and vote early, and you received a ballot by mail, they're the same exact ballot. You're gonna get the same exact affidavit, everything. People think that I'll get a different ballot if I go in person and vote. Everything's the same on it. So, the board of supervisors can delegate, which they have to Eric to do the layout of it. We do not use a third-party vendor. I've already went over this, but to reiterate this, a lot of people use Runbeck to mail out their early ballots. We are the largest county that does everything in-house. We mail out over 25,000 early ballots, and my staff stuffs and does all that. Just to give you a little bit of an idea, what we do is we have to compile it all in the system because we break it down by election, and then it tells you who is on the able list and who wants a ballot by mail. We send that to the printer. It prints an affidavit with all that information on there. I believe it's in a couple. No, not yet. Anyways, it'll have all the information on there. Then I go through that list, verify everybody that is supposed to get a ballot. I cross their name off this list. I verify each one. The 25,000 of them I go through personally. Charlotte then opens up the packages of ballots. She counts the packages. They come in bundles of 50. She counts to verify that there is 50 in each package. Then what she does is count out 50 affidavits. She stuffs those ballots with those affidavits. Does another 50, and we do that. After that, we have another person in our office to verify that that precinct on the ballot matches the precinct that is on their affidavit, that they're receiving the correct ballot. After that, we have another person in our office that verifies everybody's work, and then we seal it, and we keep it in order, alphabetically and by precinct. We do that for over 25,000 for every election. It's done in-house. It is not mailed out or sent out to Runbeck or any other company. We get a lot of questions saying third-party vendors are involved. They are not. Everything is in-house.
Good.
Next slide. All right, so the components of the ballot by mail mailing or the able list. The return envelope, everything is done by statute. It has to have all this information on it. If a voter needs assistance, there has to be the name and signature and all that good stuff on there. The return envelope, like, I don't think I need to read all this stuff. Something that I really want to tell everybody is if you do vote by mail, when you sign your affidavit, please put your phone number on there. The phone number will not be used, or will be put in the, put in the system. That phone number is only used by my staff if there is something wrong, such as you did not sign your affidavit, or your signature does not match. We will use that phone number to call you. We do not put that into the system so that all the political parties can call you. We don't do that. It's just for us, internal use only. All right, next one. Here is what the affidavit looks like. The white envelope is the affidavit. We have it, the secure parts, you can kind of see it on the top of the white, how it kind of has a little U shape right there. That covers your signature. Whenever these are returned, my staff has to fill that little tab off so you can see your signature. We don't want your signature out to everybody in the world when you mail it back or drop it off. So it is sealed. The outgoing envelope right here, it says return service requested, and then underneath it, I can't read that far, but it is by state statute. Basically, it says that if the address person on here does not live there, you have to mark this box and send it back to the U.S. Post Office. There's lots of people saying that ballots are forwarded. Ballots cannot be forwarded. Federal law, state, it's in the procedures manual, page 59 of the procedures manual. It clearly states it cannot be forwarded. If the post office is doing that, that's on them. That is not on us, but it is a law that you cannot forward election mail. So if you're going to be out of state or out of town, whatever, for an election, we ask that you call us so that we can send your ballot to wherever you are. When these ballots are returned, there's rumors that we send them all over the world. If it comes back that you're now living in Oregon, we mail these out to Oregon. We do not do that. We may call you and say, hey, are you temporarily in Oregon or do you still live in Gila County? And we talk to the voters. We talk to them. We communicate with the voters. We're not like the bigger counties that just It's gonna go in a pile and wait till after the election. We try to make sure that every person can get their ballot, and we contact those people. Next slide.
And Sadie, if you can't contact them for whatever reason, then are they just put in a separate basket for?
Yeah, they're just in a separate thing. We have them alphabetically as undeliverable, and whenever the voter calls and says, hey, I didn't get my ballot, we'll go back there and look in the tray, and we'll say, hey, it was mailed to such and such address.
Go ahead, Steve.
So Sadie, so let's say someone receives this, let's say I received this in the mail, wrong person. I open it up and I try and vote using it. Is that possible?
No. You can if you want,
Well,
but it's gonna be kicked
I
out.
don't want,
Yeah, no, I know,
but if someone did do that, what's the safety check there?
so what we do is we verify the signature. A lot of
Okay.
people say that the signatures are not verified. I will guarantee you that Charlotte and I are the only ones in the recorder's office that go through every single early ballot. She sits in Globe, I sit in Payson, and we compare signatures. It will pull all of your voter registration signatures from the beginning of time. So if you originally registered in Maricopa County and you moved to Gila County this year and it's your first year of voting, it's going to show me all your registration forms from Maricopa County. You lived in Pinal County, same thing. It's going to show me every voter registration form and all your signatures, and we compare them. There's a lot of, we take classes on signature verification. There's certain things that we look for. Some people are sawtooth writers. Some people are bubbly. Some people, you know, there's different characteristics that we look for. For instance, on mine, there's a certain area that I start on the line every single time. I don't know why, but it's just automatically that's where my hand goes. My S is always the same, my J is the same, all that. But I dot my I in a certain area every single time. So those are just different little characteristics that you compare anywhere from 1 to 30 images, and you see.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I got a question.
Go ahead, Tim.
Just a quick question. On the mail out, anywhere on the envelope or the ballot, is the party on that envelope or ballot where anybody could see it?
No, sir, there is
Okay.
not. That changed 2 or 4 years ago. I can't remember the exact date, but it changed. It used to be that we had to have the political party. Now it's certain codes that nobody knows. Half the time I can't even remember those codes, what they say, because they give you a bunch of numbers and letters and all these things, and they mix them all up, and so it does not show anywhere anymore.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the next one is the instructions to the voters. I'm not going to read all the instructions. Whenever you receive it by mail, it will explain how to vote, how to fill in the circle. The next page will show you a picture of our instructions. At the bottom, if you need help or if you need something in Spanish, you call our number and we can send that to you. The next one. All right, mailing ballots by mail, method of transmitting, Everything, like I said, is mailed first class, non-forwardable mail. Okay, there's no possible way, or whatever the post office does, but we cannot forward mail. In that envelope, you have to have that ballot affidavit, a ballot and instructions, and also a sticker. And those are all required by law. Time period, once again, it's 27 days before the election. We mail these out. We have until 24, but we're go-getters. We want them out the first day they can go out. Let's see. Time period for UOCAVA. The UOCAVA is the military ballots. We mail those out 45 days before an election. Or if there's a special, we can email them, but it's encrypted, it's all this stuff, and they have to upload it to a secure site, and then we can print those ballots off and send those to Eric. UOCAVA voters are allowed to register and vote all the way up to election day at 7 p.m. So everyone else has to register 29 days before an election. A military does not. The military has all the way up to election day at 7 p.m. So if we receive a WAB or an FPTA at 6:50 p.m., first time registration, you have to get that out before 7 p.m. to them to vote.
Wow.
Yes. A ballot by mail with completed affidavit must be delivered to the county recorder, elections department official drop-off site, or any other location in the county no later than 7 p.m. There's lots of questions. Can I drop mine off in another county? No. The statute clearly says in the county. time you have to do it.
Ready for questions?
Oh no, you wanna go through drop boxes first?
No.
All right, ready for questions?
You raised your hand. If you got a question, come on up to the podium, please, and state your name and the folks in Payson can hear you.
Hi, Shirley Dye here.
Oh, hang on,
Okay.
Shirley. Hang on 1 minute. I'll get to you. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name's Charlie Bell. I'm from Payson. I think the concern, and you talked about it a little bit, is the mailing of the ballots versus the voter rolls are not cleaned up. People aren't comfortable with that these voter rolls are going out, are not clean. I think in Star Valley, they did a walk around and found a significant amount of people that weren't living there and things like that. How do you address that? How do you folks address this situation that people are really paranoid that you're just mailing out ballots and we don't know if these folks are living there or not, and the voter rolls are not clean?
So, sorry. I will tell you that I truly believe that the voter rolls are pretty darn clean. I would say less than 0.01% are inaccurate of deceased voters and all that. Do people move? Yes. Unfortunately, I can't keep track of everybody, so at some point in time, it has to be the voter's responsibility to let us know that they moved. That's what the 90-day notice is for, to receive that ballot by mail, because if we send it to you and it comes back to us as undeliverable, you're automatically taken off of the active early voting list. You will not receive a ballot by mail. So if we mail that to you and it's returned to us, you're not on the active early voting list anymore. You will not get a ballot by mail. If you return that to us and say you want to opt out, you're not going to get it. But we have to go through all those other maintenances, the high maintenance rules that I was telling you about. We have to go through that, and we do as much as possible. There's my staff, we go out during the election about 2 to 3 times a month to do voter registration drives. We do updates. We mail out voter registration cards at the beginning of every general election, just so that we can make sure that people are here and we can start that MVRA process if they're not. Is it mandated by state statute? No, it's not. But we do that to keep our rolls clean. We mail out that voter registration card. Everyone has a new updated card, and we can start that process if need be.
Jim?
And also too, if an abandoned house or an address change does get a ballot, and it is filled out by somebody else and mailed back in, then the signature is matched
Yes.
to whom was supposed to have gotten the ballot, correct? So even if it did happen, it gets checked before it's counted.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for a question. Shirley, you got a question for us?
Yes, I do. Okay, more of a comment and a question. I moved here 18 years ago, and I went to the DMV, and they asked me, do you want to register to vote? And I said yes. I don't remember at that point that we even had the request for early mail-in ballot. But anyhow, so I was registered through the DMV. So one question is, the signature that I signed was not a regular voter registration form. And I'm not even sure that it was online or whatever, but that would be my voter signature. The other thing regarding the mail-in ballots was back in 2005, 6, 7, 8 maybe, Town of Payson and the school board and fire districts and all those were having their voters votes in May. And then there was legislation, I don't know what year, 10, 11, 12, that said, oh no, all of the municipal and board things had to go to either the primary or the general election. So those first votes that I ever did in May ended up being all mail-in ballots because they were municipal elections. And that is apparently how I automatically got on the mail-in ballot rolls. But even when we got then to the primary and the general, I always got a mail-in ballot because when they changed over here in Payson, it automatically kept our mail-in ballot even though we didn't request. So two things I want people to know is you also have a form, which I have copies of, that you can request a removal of your name for the mail-in ballot. So there are those forms out there where people can come into the recorder's office or, you know, check with people like me or the GOP headquarters and get your name removed from the early ballot voter list. The other thing that you do not mention is, and this is my question about when these go out, is if you don't have an early ballot so you can sit at your dining room table for your convenience, you also get a sample ballot that comes out in the mail. And I'm wondering when those sample ballots come out so you can go ahead and you can fill out what you want to do, and then you go to the polls and you have your sample ballot. And I don't think a lot of people know that.
So Shirley, I am having my employee bring over my little chip to log into the voter registration system, and I'm going to let you know how you got on the permanent early voting or the active early voting list. Yes, you can be removed from the active early voting list at any time. All you have to do is have a written statement stating that you want to be removed. Another question that she had.
I think one of the questions is when she registered is a lot of years ago.
Yeah, so a lot of years ago you couldn't be on there, and so you have to update it. And regarding the signature on the motor vehicle department, yes, back then the signatures were awful. They were very chunky and all that. We have done a maintenance, I guess we can call it, and anybody that registered within so many years ago, we send a letter saying, please update your voter registration form. So, first of all, those signatures have been updated. Second, if it does not match or we cannot do it whenever we're verifying signature, we call that voter and have that voter come in and fill out a new voter registration form. We ask them questions to get that approved.
Cool.
She said that she received the ballot by mail automatically for the town election, and that's what's on the people.
Miss Dye, so on, let me check the date. On 7/30/2012, you filled out an application to be put on the permanent early voting list. That is why you're on there. You originally registered through the MVD, but in 2012 you requested to be on the permanent early voting list. That is why.
That's why you're still getting mailed in. So if you don't want mail-in ballot, you need to go back and update that and say, no, you don't want it.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Good enough.
Any questions?
Come on, Bernard.
Question about you said you and a co-worker were monitoring or you were checking the signatures. Is there any other bipartisan people there monitoring your verifications?
If you would like to, we're gonna go over that in later slides on how you can do that.
But is there other people there?
There has been, yes, from both political parties.
So is that, Sadie, is that just like an open invitation, basically?
No.
Okay.
We're gonna go over all that.
Okay. Steve, you have a question?
I do.
Come on up and tell us who you are.
My name's Steve Otto. I'm from Payson. And I just have a question on the motor voter rolls because my driver's license does not allow me to fly. I can't go through Homeland Security because I didn't pay the money to get the little gold star on it. So if the driver's license is not secure enough to fly, how is it secure enough to have our voter registrations through motor voter?
So, good question. So I made a fool out of myself. I'm gonna tell you this story. So, first year working here, we have to be certified to work on the elections and do all that stuff. So I went to election training, and Proposition 200 had just passed, and it was about showing ID at the polls.
Right.
Right? So they asked the question, why does it say October 1st of 1996 is valid for proof of citizenship? Why is that? Me, I was like, well, that seems pretty simple. Obviously, that's when the motor vehicles department started requiring you to show ID or show proof of citizenship. No, that person that wrote that proposition put that date in there, and now it is a state law. That's why.
Okay, but my driver's license isn't secure ID to fly, but yet you're saying it's secure ID to go into motor voter and get put on the voter rolls.
I am not saying that. The voters of Arizona did when they passed that in 2000. I wasn't even eligible to vote yet, so it was not me. The voters voted that in there.
That's nuts. I'm sorry.
I'm not arguing with you, but I'm just saying that's
okay,
not happening.
and then the other question I have is you said that we can't opt out of ERIC because it's statewide. But then you said only 13 counties out of 15 are in Avid.
You're comparing apples and oranges.
I know that. Well, I'm just saying.
So ERIC is a third party. Avid is mandated by HAVA, National Voter Registration Act, and all that.
So how do the two counties that don't subscribe to it, how do they get around it?
Because if you have X amount of voters, you're allowed to have your own system.
Two different things.
And what is X amount of voters? Because I've
would have to look.
I've looked at all the registrations since the year 2000 for the Arizona counties, and there's a wide dispersion. But as we get closer to modern time, 2010, they start coming together with patterns of voter changes. But
I would like to see that. If you have that available, I would set up a meeting.
Okay, I don't have it with me, but I would venture to guess that Greeley County is one of the ones that does not do Avid.
That is incorrect.
That is incorrect?
Yes, it's
because
the bigger counties. It's Maricopa and Pima County. They
Okay,
have
because-
interfaces, so they are connected, but they don't use the entering system. But when they enter someone in their system, it is interfaced through the statewide voter registration database. They have too many people. What is it? I can't tell you how many Maricopa, 2 million or something? Registered voters, and Pima County is close to 1 million. And so there's.
Okay, so you said your data goes to Maricopa County.
There's an interface. It's compared. Our data and Maricopa are compared. So
But then Maricopa doesn't go through the Avid system.
They do go through that. It's an interface. So if they enter it, all those credentials are sent to us, and ours are sent to them. So it's an interface. They don't use Avid to enter the voter registration system or voter registration forms. They don't use Avid to do their petitions. They have their separate database.
Okay.
But there is an interface of all their voter registration stuff that they do that is interfaced with Avid.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Steve, one thing I suggest is get your license looked at, because I fly a lot, and I use my driver's license every time I go through the security.
They said that I have to have a gold star.
I have no idea what that gold star is, but I know I don't have one, so.
Okay, I just going by what.
Yeah, I definitely
Homeland
get it
Security
checked.
said.
So we are at a point, where our next,
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is Monica Payson, Monica Woolforth, Payson.
I think you need to be over
Say-
here. Katie.
I do have one question, Mr. Chairman,
Oh,
members
go
of the
ahead,
board.
Monica.
Sorry, I was helping taxpayers. So I do have a question with regards to the 2020 election. At that time, I was not on the early ballot list, and I was also on the ballot as a candidate. So that was very important to me as well, that election 2020. And I did receive my ballot in the mail, even though I did not request a early ballot or to be on that list. And I was looking at my history of my voting history, and I see that for about 12 elections, I was voted absentee.
Okay, I think Sadie is just about to address you on that issue. Monica, hang on, let's see what Charlotte finds.
And going back to the 2020, when I got it in the mail, I did call Sadie, and she didn't take my call. I don't remember who I spoke to, and I was told that there was a glitch in the system, that yes, some people did receive their ballot in the mail and they were not supposed to.
She's got an answer for you, I believe, Monica.
Okay.
So first of all, we would never say there was a glitch in the system. I can vouch for that. I do remember this phone call because I did take this phone call and I personally talked to her about it, and I actually talked to her husband about it too because he called also. Yes, she originally was on the permanent early voting list. She registered 3 or 4 different times asking to be on that. Then right before the election, she changed it and said she did not want to be on it. And so that is where that little margin of error that I told you, because we start printing before, that is what happened, is that she received it by mail, is one of them that went through because she registered within that time frame. But it was taken care of, voting history.
That never happened.
2020, it shows that she voted on election day, Globe Elk Center.
Yeah, so you should not receive any more mail-in ballots, I think is what Sadie's saying. You just fell within that time frame of them printing and going out when you elected not to have one.
So what did you say, Sadie, that I voted at the Elks on 2020?
Yes.
Even though I had a mail-in ballot in my hand?
Yes, because you did not vote that. You returned it to us.
No. And I never filled out any paperwork to say, and you and I never spoke. You did not return my call.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Monica. Okay, so we're at a point right now, it's afternoon and we have a lot to go. So I'm willing to break for lunch. Supervisors, what do you want to do?
Yes.
Tim?
Yeah, you're the chairman, so if you want to take a break, I'm all for it.
Okay, how about an hour for lunch? 1:15, that good?
That'll work.
All right, we'll let this set till 1:15 and then I'll pull it back together. Thanks. we good in Payson, Joseph?
Yep, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. So it's about 1:17, I guess, 16. So we'll call this back to order again, and we'll talk about ballot drop-off locations and drop boxes. Eddie?
The fun stuff, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. First, I was asked a question out in the halls about the voter registration rolls and the total numbers in Globe and Payson and all that stuff. And I just want to clarify that I did do the research when I was confronted out in the hallways, saying that there's more voter registration happening in Globe, basically. So in 2023, we have registered, this is only new registrations, 184 new registrations in Payson and only 81 in Globe, new registration. So it's not lopsided because I live here. It's where it should be.
Sure. And then you did state earlier you and Charlotte go around and do different registration drives and
Yes, sir. We actually have a voter outreach coordinator. Her name is Katie. She is amazing. She's up in the Payson office, but we do attend with her every once in a while.
Cool.
But she is a voter outreach coordinator. She coordinates with all the schools in Gila County, and we go and do a whole presentation, and any Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, any group, organization, we'll go and talk to.
Good, Sadie.
We do lots.
Okay.
All right, ballot drop-off locations and drop boxes. So, first thing first, there is nothing in statute about drop boxes. The only thing where it mentions drop boxes is in the Arizona Procedure Manual. So, going forward, next slide. So basically what this is saying, I took this straight out. All the next few slides are straight out of the Arizona Procedure Manual. It explains everything about drop boxes if you have drop boxes in your county. Let's see. Do you want me to read all this and so people understand it, or summarize it, or what do you think?
I think summarizing it's just fine, Sadie. We've got a lot to go through.
Yes, we do. All right, so basically what it's saying, it has to be at a secure location, and we have to, if it's unstaffed, it needs to be secure and be able to locked up and all that good stuff, or have security on it or a camera video surveillance. We meet all of those qualifications, the drop boxes that we have currently. But when it comes down to it, the recorder's office is the one that mans the drop boxes. We're the ones that will pick up all the early ballots. We will make sure that there's no damage and all that to the drop boxes. But it is the Board of Supervisors that must say, yes, you can have drop boxes, or no, you cannot have drop boxes. In 2020, I believe it was, we went in front of the board and we established drop boxes for the next 4 years until December 31st of 2024. All of these drop boxes are at good locations that I feel comfortable with. Some of those locations, I can read those locations to you. Let me grab that. The Miami Police Station is right in front. They have surveillance, and we also have a surveillance game camera over it. Canyon Day Assembly of God Church, that is in Canyon Day. It is a locked facility, so it is only open it's actually 7 days a week, but it's only 8 to 5, and the rest of the time it is behind a locked gate. The pastor of the church and his wife and family live on campus right there at the church, so it is basically staffed 24/7, but it is behind a gate and locked key after 5 p.m. every day. He does stay open on election day till 7 p.m. for us, so that people can drop off, and he actually opens up at 6 too. So he works with us really well. The next place is the Payson Recorder's Office. We have 2 at the Payson Recorder's Office. We have one on the inside, and then we have one on the outside. It's right outside of Mr. Christensen's window right there, and it's under 24-hour surveillance also. Hayden Town Hall, it is right in front of actually right whenever you walk into the town hall or the senior center, it's right there under a camera also, and they also have cameras there too. Young Library, it is as you walk in the door, right there on the porch, and it's under a camera also. Isabel Hunt Library, Pine Library, same thing, it's right there under camera. Star Valley Town Hall, it's right by the steps. Can't miss it, and it's under surveillance. Roosevelt Fire Station, same thing, camera. Tonto Basin Fire Station, camera also. Globe Recorder's Office, we have one here in the hallway, and then we have one just right outside this window. The Mitchell Hoffman Administration Building in San Carlos, it is right as soon as you walk in, it's actually on the outside of the door, but it's under 24-hour surveillance camera, and they also have security there 24 hours a day. My understanding from the council is that there is security there. When we go and check those, in the past it has been Charlotte and I that go and check those. We do not give our schedule out of when we go and check them, just for security purposes. We don't want anything to happen to us, or we don't need any riots or anything like that. What we do is we check. First we have a red metal ballot box that we take, and we have a lock on it. It's a numbered lock that we seal it with. And then we have a sheet that we say that this is at, we'll just use Pine Library, and it says how many early ballots were received and any other material, and we have to document all that was in there. And then it asks you a question if there's any damage to the box or anything suspicious. Then we also look at the footage. If there's any fishy footage or anything like that, we will download it to our computers and bring it back for the county attorney's office to review. We do that with all of them. Charlotte and I will make a round. Depends, like I said, 2 to 3 times a week, depending on how many times they're being or how much they're being used. I don't know if we saw we can go back to the numbers. The drop boxes in 2020, we didn't have to have them broken down by which places, how many people dropped them off at what place. This last year we did. I'm trying to find it in my slides, sorry. I should just keep it out. Here we go. All right, so in the general election for 2022, we had 47.5% of the voters that received a ballot by mail used a drop box. So that 66 in Miami, 41 in Hayden, 29 San Carlos, 21 in Canyon Day, 65 Young, 48 Star Valley, 114 Strawberry, 83 Tonto Basin, 14 Roosevelt, Globe Recorder's Office 2,179, Payson Recorder's Office 5,839. That's a big percentage of how they did that. 41% of the people returned them by mail, so a total of 7,486 returned them by mail. In person, we only had 655, 3.6%. Polling place drop-off on the day of the election, there was 1,298 early ballots dropped off, so that was a total of 7.2%. So the majority of the people are using drop boxes or mailing them in. It's neck and neck running right there. So with the drop boxes, basically we have a contract with all of those facilities that we will keep drop boxes there until 2024. That is up to the Board of Supervisors. It is at your discretion. Is there any questions about drop boxes?
So I remember that discussion, and I think there was 2 of us that voted to keep them in place and 1 that didn't at the time. The thing with the drop boxes, Sadie, is we can vote them in, we can vote them out, we can vote just to have them in strategic places. I mean, it is actually up to us, listening to your recommendations, obviously, or whatever, but, right? I mean, yes. Okay. Tim, you got something?
I don't have anything, and I don't necessarily have anything against drop boxes either. But that's all I have.
Steve?
Yeah, thank you. 2 things, Sadie. Now let me try and recall what they are. The point that you made about same-day drop-off, same day as the election drop-off. Mm-hmm. To me, that seems to be a problem. Because then it really loads you up with a tremendous amount of work on the same day as the election. Is there any way of changing that to where they're required to drop them off 7 days before the election or anything like that that would allow you to do all the checking that you need to do before the actual general?
That's a good question. There has been legislation that they've been trying to pass it, and it has never been passed.
Okay.
We're such a small county, it doesn't really affect us on the same day drop off for the early ballots.
Probably more Maricopa County.
The bigger
would be
counties, I could see it,
Yeah.
because they had 13, 14, 15,000. We get, a little over 1,000, and that's easily done. So the process basically, and I believe it's on another slide, but what we do, actually I'll go over that process because I know it's on a slide coming up. I don't want to keep repeating myself.
Okay, and so number 2, out of all the drop off into the boxes, out of all of it, do you have any sense you could explain to us that you said, look, someone's trying to defraud the election? This is obvious, this is obvious. And how many would that be, if any?
I've never seen that.
You've never seen anyone trying to stuff it? Because
No.
that's a fear.
It is a fear of people,
with,
and I get it.
Things like that. You've never seen that happen.
Never.
And your checking of all those ballots is the same as if they mail it or they drop it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
I think with just a small number of them that you're dealing with, that helps being able to verify everything as you go through the process, right?
Yes. Yeah. It's a lot for a small county, but Charlotte's good at her job, and I feel that I'm good at my job, and we know what we're doing in the process. Arizona has it laid out really good. When you follow what you're supposed to do, there's so many checks and balances, and it's a smooth process.
James?
Mr. Chairman, now the drop boxes themselves, they do end before election, like on Monday at 5 p.m. or something.
They end, or what do you mean? I'm sorry.
You cannot put a ballot in a drop box. On election day, you could bring them into the election place.
No, that didn't pass. So they were trying to pass that, and it did not pass. So drop boxes are open from 27 days before the election all the way until election night at 7 p.m.
Oh, you can drop it in a drop box.
Still drop them off, yes.
So, back to the drop boxes and us as a board. I mean, we have the ability to change the locations, do away with them, whatever it is, as board.
You do, yes. So one thing I do want to tell you guys is a little story that happened in 2020. We had a political party, third-party group, basically calling us. It was almost every hour of every day. It was nonstop. And I usually don't lose my cool, but I snapped, and I had to apologize to the customer that was in front of me. But this guy from this organization was calling and telling us we have to have a drop box in Canyon Day. And I said, I have no place in Canyon Day. When I talked to the council, the Canyon Day representative, everybody, they said, don't put it at the fire station. Don't put it here, don't put it here. So this group is not even from Arizona. We researched them. They're not from Arizona. California and Washington is where they're based out of. I finally was done with them, and so I called the county attorney's office, and Brad had to call them to tell them to knock this off. And he asked them, he said, have you been to Gila County? He couldn't answer the question. He goes, do you know where Canyon Day is? They couldn't answer the question. Finally, they said, we just want you to put it on Highway 60 at the Sinclair gas station next to the Dinosaur so people can drop off their ballots. I was like, there's no possible way. Brad ended up laughing. I was laughing at him because I was like, there is no possible way that I would put a drop box there. The places that we have chosen are secure, are places that we are comfortable with. So we're not going to just put them random places.
So drop boxes have been a topic of discussion, so I'll go ahead and let a couple from each end start. Bernard, do you want to be the first? Come on up.
Observation really, it seems like that's a lot of drop box for Globe, Arizona. I mean, it takes 10, 15 minutes to drive almost any place in Globe. And it seems like it'd be a big expense with these extra ballot boxes and the surveillance and all this stuff. Would it be easier just to have one here by the courthouse, or maybe one at another one, two at most. It'd save a lot of work for Sadie too. It's just an observation.
Thanks, Bernard, and I know that I've thought about that as well as Sadie has. And like I said, that would have to come up with on an agenda item in front of us as the board. But having that option to place them basically wherever we felt the need, or do away with them if we felt there was no need. Now, I had a meeting with a group in Payson not too awful long ago. Drop boxes was the big issue with that group. And after or during the meeting, I talked about the percentages of folks that are using these drop boxes. A lot of people don't trust the mail, the post office, you know, so they're using the drop boxes, you know, and so forth. But looking at the percentage, a high percentage of people are using these drop boxes. So when I was talking about that, I had about 8 people, I guess I was talking to, a specific group. Well, they all used the drop boxes. That was their issue. They didn't trust them, but they all used them. And I'm like, if I'm looking at statistics and I'm looking at percentages, and I've got 8 of you here, and we've got all these other voters that are using these drop boxes, I'm gonna go with the drop boxes. You know, people are finding that there's a need for them, so I'm gonna do that. But here you guys are complaining about them, and in the same breath, you're telling me you're using them? So you're part of these percentages that's making me lean this away for the people. I can't, in all clear conscience, make decisions based on 1 or 2 people. You know, I gotta look at all of my district. And so, that was an interesting conversation. Jim, you wanna get up here and say something? And then I'm gonna move to Payson.
Yeah, Sadie, did you say it was 7% used drop boxes of the total? 47% used drop box. But you're saying about the convenience, you know, do we want to provide convenience at the expense of free and fair elections? These drop boxes, they're shown to be a problem. You could have cameras on it, but are we witnessing someone sitting down and looking at every minute of that video that's taken place on there? I just think that the drop boxes are really a bad way of doing it, and it's pretty obvious that there's a lot of 501c3s that are harvesting ballots and bringing them to the drop boxes. I mean, that can happen so easily. And we're not going to catch that. And I think it's wrong to have that there. And I don't think we should have any drop boxes, especially when everybody has several weeks before the election. They can either mail it in or go to the recorder's office here or Payson or someplace else and drop off the ballot or do an absentee ballot there.
Thanks for your comment, Jim.
So I understand people's concern with drop boxes, but if you truly understand the process and understand how we have to verify a signature, how we have to input it in the system, the barcode that goes on the affidavit that nobody else can replicate, all these different things that have to be checked before that ballot is accepted, it should ease a little of your fear. There's always, no matter what you do, there's going to be, you know, fear and different things. But overall, if you look at that affidavit, it's going to have, I'll just use me as an example, my name, a barcode, and the precinct that I'm in, and the election that it is. If Charlotte wanted to try and duplicate that, how is she going to duplicate that? First of all, you have to have that ballot. So you're going to go make a copy? Well, we can't tabulate a copy ballot. Eric's going to catch it that way. So you have so many different checks and balances. They said that there was hundreds and thousands dropped off without an affidavit in Yuma County. If there's not an affidavit, it's not getting through the process. They go in a bag and it is kept for 2 years after the election. They're never counted. If that affidavit signature doesn't match what is on file and we reject it and those people don't come in to cure their signature, it's not counted. It is in a different batch, and we hand that over to the elections department and they see it's not counted. They have to store those for 2 years. So there's a lot of checks and balances, but I understand where people are coming from. But if you truly want, the key thing is want to understand the process and learn the process, it should ease some of that fear you have.
So here's the thing too, I will just say, and you know, we all have our thoughts, just like I agreed with Supervisor Christensen a while ago. As far as I'm concerned, we'd all walk in the office or wherever it is and vote that day and walk away. But I'm not the majority of the people. And then I hear it on the other side, well, if you guys think about taking this away and not having the drop boxes, that's voter suppression. What if people can't get to town? I don't quite understand all that, but I get that side of the story as well. And I think when we're sitting up here or making these decisions, there's a lot. And that's why we really rely on you, Charlotte, Eric, and everybody to correct us. I'm gonna go to Payson. Who do we have in Payson for a question?
My name is Bev Miller.
Okay, Bev, go ahead.
So I appreciate that information. Thank you, Recorder Sadie. It's good to know that you guys are, working hard to keep fraud from happening. My thinking is that my son works for Google. He's a software engineer, and he himself has difficulty keeping up with technology. It changes so often. It seems that the fraudsters, who want to defraud our votes and our elections, they're about 10 steps or more ahead of us, technologically speaking, planning speaking. And so I think that we need to always consider that when we make decisions. The more complicated and the more watchful we have to be, the more the more potential fraud can get in, because people use these drop boxes. They use different specific things in order to steal elections. We know that. I think our county is by far better than probably a goodly percentage of the country. So, but I think that just I think simplification would be best. I think no drop boxes other than at the county office, the office buildings, is the way to go. And I think that we need to always consider that technology is always going to be a very extreme danger, because there's no way that our election department people, if the Pentagon was hackable back when they had incredible cybersecurity, then our county elections departments are hackable. So we can't play as if we can protect ourselves thoroughly. And I think a one-day, one-vote hand count would be best. I definitely think that our ES&S machine needs to be checked for a modem. I've heard that.
Beverly, hang on a minute. I'm going to hold you to the items that we're talking about. I don't want to get off on tandems right now, so you could just stay focused on this. I'd really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for that, because I was doing that. But thank you so much. So I would definitely recommend a no vote for once the contract ends for drop boxes.
Next, thank you.
Glenn Gallister again up here in Payson, and I appreciate all the hard work that the elections department does. As Sadie was saying, 27 days ahead of the election, they start collecting. That's when they can place these in. And I'm not sure, you'd have to let me know how many more drop boxes we have now than before the Forever China virus started, because that changed it. I know we're not the state of Maricopa, but we still have probably more boxes than we used to have. And for the voter's responsibility is to vote. I mean, that's our civic duty to vote. So why are they using drop boxes? Because they're there. What did they do before the drop boxes? They did what they needed to do to get out and vote. That's a very bare minimum that we have as a civic duty as a citizen. So why do we have to have all these drop boxes? And from the standpoint of Sadie and Charlotte, why do you have to expose yourself to danger of going around And how much, there's only 4 of you in the elections department. So that's really spreading you thin just before the election. If you're having to go out and collect things from all these boxes, it's a waste of your time. So why waste your time? Let's make your time more valuable before the election, not having to go around multiple times to all of these locations all over the county and collect ballots when they could do it at both the Payson office here for the county and the Globe office. I mean, people can get up and do it. They did it beforehand. They can do it now. So I think that's all we need to have are 2 drop boxes.
Go ahead.
I appreciate you looking out for the elections office. I believe they have 4 people, Eric, 3 people, and in the recorder's office we have 7. A little bit of history about drop boxes. Gila County has actually had drop boxes since about 2004, way before I was even a recorder. There was 2 of them, one in Payson and one in Globe. And then in 2010, we added a few more drop boxes. And then in 2016, we added more. And then in 2020, we added 2 to that. So I believe there's 13 total.
13 total?
I have to double check, but.
I'm sorry, there's one other thought that I had that I didn't state, and that's historically we have not had fraud in this county. Other counties all over the nation have, but what's to say this isn't the time? With 13 drop boxes, the ability to have, it's the potential to have fraud, because those can't be watched all the time. And what happens if you have a flood in 3 or 4 or 5 of those drop boxes where you have thousands of them? How much time is that going to take to go through and adjudicate every one of those?
So in the drop boxes are secure. They are locked. You have to have actually 2 different locks to unlock them and actually get the ballots out. They are sealed. There's also a fire retardant, I think it's called. Inside of them, there's actually numerous ones. We get phone calls all the time saying there's cat food. People drop cat food in the drop boxes. It's not cat food, it's a fire retardant in the drop boxes. I understand where they're coming from and everything, but again, the process of verifying early ballots and all that is very secure, and we take pride in our work. We do, and we do what we're supposed to. We follow it to a T, everything,
So I've always looked at it, at it a little bit different too. I don't use the drop boxes, obviously, but a lot of people do. And so, but I look at places like Canyon Day. I look at the fact that in that community right there, there's a lot of people that aren't coming to Globe or Payson at all. And so I look at it and I think about that, and I think about, well, they could drop it in the post office out there or whatever, they could do that. But there's people that don't trust the post office. They don't want to put their ballots in the post office, you know? And so this is part of the big equation here when it comes to drop boxes. Now, I'm not saying that I, as part of this board, wouldn't be, you know, willing to look at locations or whatever. I'm always to look at anything that's out there. But these are the things you have to take in consideration. There's a lot of these outlying places. I can talk about the one in Young. It is right there in the library. I live in Young. Most people either go to Payson. Probably most people go to Payson, you know, and a few of us come to Globe. So, you know, not to have a drop box in Young, yeah, you know, not necessary to have one in Young. I know that we went through a lot of efforts for the security cameras on these drop boxes. You worked hard to put all that together. And our IT and our facilities people really put in the time to do that. I get that. So anyway. We have one more? Okay, I'll take one more up there and then we're moving on.
Okay, Angela Godak in Payson. I kind of have 3 questions. I'd like to know what the percentage of the signatures are that you do reject, if you have a percentage on that. And what is done with the returned mail-in ballots when they get rejected or whatever, sent back, what happens to them? And also, I wonder how we can justify using Eric the money that's spent, the state spends on that when only half the states belong to Eric?
So the first question is, we reject
That's all.
maybe an election, maybe 10 ballots, because my staff does everything we can to contact those people. I have driven to people's houses and said, your signature does not match. Can I see your ID? Can you fill out this voter registration form? And I'll verify your ballot. I have driven to people's houses and said, you forgot to sign your ballot. Can you please show me ID and tell me you sent this in and sign it, and we won't do it. So there is a very, very, very small percentage. I can't tell you the percentage, but I know it's like less than 10 to 15 an election that we reject for signatures or no signature at all. The next question was, now I'm trying to think of which question.
Is it done with the undeliverable ballots?
The undeliverable. So the undeliverable ballots we keep in our office during the election. So if those people call, we can pull it and say, hey, this is the address we have on file, but it was mailed back or returned to us. Is this your new address? Whatever. And if it is a new address, we usually have them come in, or we have them come in and fill out a voter registration form. If it is in the same district and everything else matches, we can mail that ballot out. So we compare the data to see if they're voting the correct ballot. After the election, we have to store them for 2 years. But those undeliverable are entered into the system after the election so that they can start the NVRA process. 35 days, they go inactive, and all that good stuff.
Did you get all that, Angela?
So they come back to the post office, and then you collect them from there? How?
Yeah, so
is that what you're?
When we mail them out, the post office then brings them here to or the mailroom here, or she goes to the post office and picks them all up and delivers them to my office here in Payson.
Okay, all right. And so, how do you feel about the justification?
So the Eric question is, I have a question for you.
Okay.
What do you want us to use to check cross-state registrations and voting and all that?
Good question, thrown back in my lap, but we're working on it.
And I agree with you, and I understand that. And I have told every person that I have met with, and I've even met with Woody, about we have no other option right now. Eric is our best option right now to find those people. We found one person so far that voted in Florida and here. They're taking care of that in Florida because that was a jurisdiction, and so we don't really have any options right now. I feel the money that we spend, around $2,000 a year, I think it is justifiable to keep those voters' rolls clean, because if you only knew the calls that I get saying the voter rolls aren't clean, well, this is one of the ways that we can keep them clean, is with the ERIC system. They don't.
So Gila County is only spending $2,000. What'd you say? $2,000 a year?
Yes.
On ERIC?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Good enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on.
All right. Any questions on drop boxes? Any more?
I think we're good.
All right. On-site early voting.
I'd like to ask
Next
one.
slide.
Oh, sorry, Sadie.
Oh,
So, thank you, Chairman. Canyon Day, is that what it was called?
Yes, sir.
Canyon Day. So, is that on the San Carlos Reservation?
White Mountain Apache.
White Mountain Apache. And they did not get a drop box.
They did not originally, but they do have one at the Canyon Day Assembly of God Church, because that's where the pastor lives, and it is secure with a gate, and he is there 24/7.
Okay, let's give me I'll give you a scenario. Let's say they never did get one.
Mm-hmm.
So how would they vote? What would their options be? Mail it in,
Mail it in, or drop it off at the polling place, or go to the polling place and vote.
and there's a polling place in their community.
I do have to tell you that the percentages of Canyon Day since we put that drop box last year, or in 2022, have went up. We have got more votes.
Yes, I understand,
And
but they had an option of mailing it in or going and voting at the polling place.
Yes.
Even if it didn't have a box.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Thinking about like San Carlos. So my husband and I were called by our church to go out to San Carlos. It's not really serving a mission, but we go out there for church every Sunday. And the percentage of people that need rides just to come to church is high. And so for them to be able to drop it off, telling you which way to go, but there are needs in certain communities for drop boxes. And so, my 2 cents. All right. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Go ahead, Cindy.
All right, on-site, do you want me to finish with this real fast, the contract?
Yeah,
before
you
I-
can.
So the original, or the contract this year was signed on 6/21/2022. I'm sorry, so that was a year ago. Let's see. Yeah, so it's a fiscal year. It's not, where is it? It is $2,834.67
Okay.
is what we pay a year for Eric. And they do it backwards. It's for the year before us, or kind of, it's strange.
Well,
All right.
Sadie, you can ignore Eric, can't you? I mean, you don't even have to use it, do you?
Well, we send the file and we, I mean.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying is, they're talking for the elimination of Eric, which we can't do. Or you could just, you actually have the option of not using it, right? You don't have to use it.
No.
I mean, you choose to use it,
So
but can you choose to not use it? I mean,
Well, we have to, by that contract, we have to send the file.
you do, but
We
you don't
have
have to
to.
necessarily accept the data they return.
Honestly, Gila County gets maybe 2 or 3 back every time we do it, if that. We're
Okay.
pushing 3. I mean, that's pushing it.
People.
Yes,
Yeah.
cross state line. We're,
okay.
that's a big push right there, 3.
So it isn't like we're getting 200 back.
No,
that you have to go.
it's 1 to 3 and a lot of times 0. So it's not like they're coming in by the hundreds and thousands.
And if I could, right now, that's the only system we have to check to be sure people aren't voting in 2 different places.
Correct, within the
So-
26 counties, or 26 states, yes.
Right, so by not using it, your odds or benefit of not using it is allowing people to vote in more than one place.
Yes.
So not using it gives the people the opportunity to vote multiple times. Where in using it, we're doing all we can to prevent that from happening.
Yes.
So why are states dropping out of ERIC is to allow their county to get to make mistakes that they don't know they're making, so to speak.
Yes.
Thank you.
Have these counties, Sadie, that have dropped out, and have they come up with a system of their own that they're?
No. And I was curious because I keep getting phone calls, well, Texas is dropping out. Yes, we know that, but the letter that we received from Texas does not give an explanation of why they want to drop out. They don't tell you why they're dropping out. Well, let's hear your explanation of why you're dropping out of ERIC, and
Sure.
you know, but those states won't give us an explanation. So.
Okay, let's go
All right.
on.
All right, on-site early voting. So early voting the recorder can establish early voting locations throughout the county. Currently, we go to the reservations. We are not mandated by Department of Justice Section 5 anymore, but they asked us to continue to service or do early voting on the reservations, which we do. We go 1 to 2 days, just depending on the election. If it's a general election, we usually go to San Carlos twice in that month, and in Canyon Day once. We have early voting in the recorder's office in Payson and in Globe the 27 days before the election. You can come into our office, vote at your convenience. You must show ID though. That is the biggest thing. I keep getting phone calls. Your staff doesn't require ID. Yes, the funniest story is my mom went in there to vote because she spoiled her ballot. I was like, hey mom. And she's like, I spoiled my ballot. What did my staff do? Mrs. Tomerlin, can we see your ID? That's my mother. I know my mom is, but my staff is trained. You ask for ID. And she did show ID. Whenever you vote at an on-site early voting location, you have to vote the ballot there. You're not allowed to pick up your ballot and go home. You must vote it there at the office. Basically, you can vote all the way up until Friday before the election, till 5 p.m. And next, any questions on the basic voting at the recorder's office? All right, so emergency voting is, did I skip emergency voting? No, it's down further. But here are some rules for the on-site early voting and emergency voting. We're gonna go over emergency voting later. There's no electioneering within the 75-foot limit. It's the same as a polling place. You cannot come in the 75-foot limit and start campaigning. There's no photography or video. I was beaten up about not wanting people to take pictures in the polling place up, or the early voting site up in Payson. The reason that we had to ask to make sure that those curtains could be pulled down is because you could stand outside of the Payson Recorder's office and take pictures from inside. It was not that we were trying to hide anything, but this statute, 16515G, says that there are no pictures allowed, and that is why those curtains are pulled. Small conference room is because people can stand outside and take pictures, and it is illegal. So it's just easier for me to pull that rather than have security or hire someone to walk outside and make sure everything's good. Basically, there's no threatening, harassing, intimidating, or conspiring others to do it inside the 75-foot limit. Every early voting location that we use is HAVA compliant or ADA compliant. We make sure anywhere we go, it has accessibility for the disabled and handicapped. That's about it for what is required of us. We did used to go to Pine, Strawberry, Tunnel Basin, Roosevelt, all these outlying rural areas to do early voting. We canceled that last year because we were going out there and sitting and not one person would show up. So out of all the rural areas, we would maybe get 2 ballots or 2 people to come and vote. That was a waste of us to go and sit there and nobody come and show up. So we no longer do that. Posting a notice of withdrawn candidates and write-ins. We get a lot of questions from voters who get their ballot by mail. Why did they say who has withdrawn or write-in candidates? By law, the statute right here, 16312E and also 16343G states that we are not allowed to send that in the early ballot to you. On the instructions, it states that you can look on the website and get that information, and that's all I can do. But it has to be posted in the recorder's office or any early voting or emergency voting site. Next one, voter ID requirements. Once again, same thing. If you go to the polling place, you have to show ID. Same thing as when you come to the early vote, you have to show ID when you come in to vote. Those are the statutes, if you want to read those more in depth. The list of IDs that are allowed on election day or early voting, I think most of us pretty much know what the IDs are. The easiest one is a driver's license. As long as it matches your registration form, it's good to go. ID requirements for Native Americans, basically a tribal identification card is the best way to go. Sorry, we can go 2 more slides. All right, assisting voters. So voters can have people assist them. We do have a lot of elderly that come in and vote early. My staff will assist them. 2 people will assist them. If they ask us, it is required that we basically read the whole entire ballot. You will have a lot of people say, I want to vote a straight ticket. I am sorry. By law, I have to read every candidate, every position, every proposition. And we do that if they need help. All right. Emergency voting. So what is emergency? I know what I think of an emergency is, but basically I cannot justify someone's emergency. Basically, if someone comes into the recorder's office, first let me back up. Emergency voting is actually under the Board of Supervisors. In the statute 16411, I believe it is, yes, the Board of Supervisors can appoint somebody to do emergency voting. We have already established it for 2024 that the recorder's office will be doing emergency voting. We chose not to do emergency voting throughout Gila County because I feel, and I believe, I'm not speaking on behalf of the board, but this is how I feel, is that you have 27 days before the election to come into the recorder's office and vote. You can vote early, you can vote by mail, election day and all that. That I didn't think that it would be smart of us to send people all over Gila County to try and do emergency voting. So anybody can come into the recorder's office. the Monday before the election. That's the only day that we do it. We do not do it during the weekend, on the weekends, and say that they have an emergency. If they say they have an emergency, they will sign the statement that is on the right-hand side. I declare under penalty of perjury that I am experienced or have experienced an emergency after 5 p.m. on Friday immediately preceding the election and before 5 p.m. on the Monday immediately preceding the election. That will prevent them from going to the polls. They have to sign that statement in order to vote a ballot. And then they also will vote. It's basically an early ballot, the same affidavit, all that stuff, same way. Any questions on emergency voting?
Nope.
All right. Special election boards in the recorder's office. So there's special election boards in the elections department. The recorder's office only has one special election board, and that's the election board to go and do home voting. Home voting is very interesting. Let me tell you, we get some strange stuff that happens. But we will ask the political parties to have people on standby here and in Payson. If we get a call from someone that is homebound that they cannot vote, that we will send a Democrat and a Republican to their house, and they still have to sign a statement saying that they are homebound and all that good stuff, and that they still have to sign the affidavit, and they still have to show ID. It's the same process. It's just that we're taking early voting to them at their house. We have in the past, it's been a few years, there was a voter that fell and broke both of his legs, and he was transported to a Phoenix hospital. And he called us Tuesday morning and said, I didn't get a chance to vote. We sent a team to Phoenix to make sure he could vote. So we do everything we can to make sure the voters have a chance to vote. All right, anything before we go on to processing early ballots?
Do we have any questions in Payson? I'll take one or two.
We can't hear.
You're good?
We cannot hear her. She trails
If she
off.
could speak closer to the microphone so that we can hear better.
Yeah, it was hard for me to even keep up because we weren't hearing all about that election board information. So we can get it online.
Joseph, is there anything you can do about volume up there or no?
We're at max volume here, so
It's always been an issue.
perhaps speaking closer to the microphone or something like that.
So I'm gonna hold it.
You might have to. Okay, we'll keep working on it. Thank you.
We'll catch it on the rerun. This is all recorded.
How
Thank
about
you.
here? Any questions? Let's move on, Sadie.
All right, early ballot processing. All right. Signature verification. We kind of went over this. Every early ballot that comes through, we verify the signature. It has to have a signature, and if it is satisfied, so there's a new statute. First, let me go back. The state of Arizona implemented a new statute that is going to make the smaller counties crazy. What we have to do is we have to, as soon as we receive that early ballot back in the mail, we have to mark it as accepted and then go received. This is where it's changing. Okay, you have to mark it as received first, and then you have to go back through and mark it as accepted. It used to be we would get the ballots and we would accept it. Now we have to go and handle it and say we received it. And then we have to go back through them all and say we accept it or we reject it, depending on which one. It used to be all done in one step because we are a smaller county. It was a lot easier for us. We bundle them in 50, verify them, but now it's not. You bundle them 50, go through them and go through them again. Not satisfied, basically what we have to do is if we're not happy with a signature or it's not signed, we contact that voter. There's a lot of times that I have texts, that I have called, that I have went to their house. If there's time and we can't get a hold of them or there's no phone number, we mail them a letter too. Whenever we get them on the phone or anything, we tell them that they have to come in and show ID, and we will process their signature from there. All right. Voters are allowed to correct or confirm their signature until 5 p.m. on the 5th business day. So this is where Arizona is having a hard time getting their election totals fast. The state decided to have a curing period a few years back. This allows voters to come 5 days after the election to cure their signature. Then they implemented a provisional and a conditional that you have so many days to check, you know, that we have to check, and they have to come back if it's conditional and show ID. It is not that we're not tabulating right then and there. It is not that, I shouldn't speak for Eric, but Eric is tabulating right then and all that. And we are processing, but we have to wait for that curing period for those signatures. We have to wait. By law, I can't do anything. So if I have 10 of them, I have to wait till the 5th business day after the election to give those over to Eric and say those are not verified. Basically, the statute says that we have to make every attempt we can to find these people and cure their signature, which we do. I believe that Gila County goes above and beyond. I actually had one of the political party people come to me up in Payson and say, I worked with Gila County, Pinal County, and Maricopa County, and let me tell you, your signatures are good. Like, you do everything you can to find these people. You are unbelievable. And we do. We go out of our way. Like I said, we will drive to their house if we have to. All right, the last thing, every signature, I've said this numerous times, but I get tired of hearing it. Every single signature is verified or not, it's rejected. There's one or the other, but every single one that we mail out and receive back will be verified. We will put our hands on it, Charlotte and I, and we will verify those signatures. All right. If we decide that it should be rejected, we do have to say why it's rejected. Why did we reject this? No signature, voted wrong, or not, that's the other one, rejected. No signature, wrong signature, so forth. On this, whenever we do that, it keeps track in the system. And we cannot deliver those to Eric until, like I said, the 5th day after the general election. We'll go back to that. Incorrect. If for some reason we send an incorrect ballot, we need to try and correct those as soon as possible. We go to all extremes. I'll tattle on myself right now. A couple years ago, we accidentally mailed out 25 ballots to Zane Gray, wasn't it? Zane Gray, with a Canyon Day ballot in it. And when we were doing our checks and balances at the end of the day, I realized what we did. The very next day, or that night, I actually called the county attorney's office, and he said, what are you going to do? And I said, I'm going to go drive that precinct and knock on every single door. And we did. We knocked on every single door, and were able to retrieve those ballots and give them good ones and reject those that were sent incorrect. So we do, if we find that happens, we will do everything we can to fix it. All right. Any questions about accepting, rejecting?
We're good, keep going.
All right, ballot by mail elections. We kind of already went over this, ballot by mail elections are usually only for jurisdictions or the presidential preference election if it's under 300 voters. It has to be approved from the Board of Supervisors and the jurisdiction to have an all mail-out election. We have had a lot of phone calls regarding the Payson not wanting the all mail-out election for the school district, but that is the way that the school superintendent's office presented it, and that's how we presented it to the board, and it was accepted, and so that is why. Precincts. Every voter has to have a precinct and precinct part. Precincts are set by the Board of Supervisors, and they must be established. It is by October 1st, and we have to implement them before January. That's usually only around redistricting. I don't see the board changing anything anytime soon, but. All right, storage and security of ballots. All of our ballots are inventoried and counted. So what we do is, Alfonso in the elections department will send us a list of how many ballots we want to order for the early ballots. Charlotte and I sit down and we look at how many people are on ABLE and the percentages that usually come into the recorder's office, and we vote or we order those ballots. When we receive those ballots back in mail, They're bundled in 50s, and what we do is we label them 1, 2, 3, how many ever packages we have, and that was like when I was telling you Charlotte opens them up and counts the 50. We only open them whenever we need them. We do not open all of them because we don't want scattered ballots everywhere. We leave those sealed and secured until we need that package. All of our offices have the magnetometers or whatever, not magnetometers, what are the little key swipes, key fob things. It tells us when we go into the election room. It tells us when we go out, everything like that. All of the building has it. We use those here in Globe and in Payson. Everything is locked and secured. That prevents unauthorized access. The county has our room where our ballots and voted ballots are locked. That maintenance can't even come in and clean. Maintenance can't even get in there and do stuff until we let them in. And also with IT, they call us and say we need to get to that server up there. Let us in. Everything is always witnessed by 2 or more people. My staff is divided up from Democrats, Independents, Republicans, everything. We have a variety of all parties in there. And so we never have like 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans do stuff. It's always a mixture of all different parties that do anything. All right, preparation of the signature rosters or the e-poll books. Signature rosters, there's only one signature. Everyone knows what a signature roster is. When you go to the polling place, you have to sign a roster or the e-poll book. Gila County currently only has 1 signature roster, and that is in Carrizo. And I believe that is because they do not have internet access there. The rest of them are e-poll books. People believe that the e-poll books are connected to our system. It is not connected to the voter registration system. We have to send a file to Alfonso. Alfonso has to do something and sends it to ES&S, and ES&S does something and uploads it to their e-poll book. So the e-poll books are not connected to the voter registration system. So there is no way that anyone can mess with the voter registration system through the e-poll books. It is under statute. I'm not going to read them all. What has to be on the e-poll books and the rosters, they're listed there if you guys want to read them. Election day in the recorder's office is fun. It's actually, people think, well, that's going to be your quietest day. It's really not our quietest day. It is crazy because we answer all the phone calls regarding where you go to vote, anything that has to do with elections. We also assist Eric. If Eric needs help going to any polling locations or help, we go and help him with that. We're on call for him, and we answer the poll workers' questions where someone needs to go to vote or what precinct they are. They move from here to here. We have to tell them the precinct that they can now vote in. After the polls close, we meet with Eric and we receive all of the early ballots, the provisionals, conditional provisionals, and the roster from Carrizo. And then we just basically organize and log all that, but we stay until we receive all 39 precincts. It's not all 39 precincts because there's vote centers, but you get just until all of the polling locations, vote centers have returned so that we can get an accurate total for all the candidates and the state to say this is how many early ballots we have left, this is how many, provisionals we have. So usually we're here until about midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning, just depends on the election. I am glad that changed because it used to be that we had to stay basically 24 hours and those were long days, so we don't stay all night anymore. So after the election, the e-poll books will be uploaded, and like I said, it is not that the e-poll books are connected to Avid. The e-poll books, what they do is they send it to ES&S, and they get everything, and then they send us a file, and we have to manually upload it into our system. But that report, what it will show, we get a report, and basically it shows how many people voted at the polls and how many people were voted or uploaded into our system. So we compare, we do our checks and balances that way. After all those are uploaded, we have to manually enter the roster, and it's real easy because it's just Carrizo, very small. We manually enter that into the system. After that, we have to verify every early ballot that came in from the Friday before the election until election night at 7 p.m. We verify all those. After that, we verify all the provisionals and conditional provisional ballots. Then we wait for the curing period for the provisionals and also the signatures. And then we will transfer everything to the elections department. All right. Next one. Processing provision. I feel like I'm boring you guys now. We got rid of all the heated topics. Now it's just, we're sleeping here. No.
Too much lunch.
Yes. All right. Processing provisional ballots is basically in state statute what we have to verify, what we have to look for. We wait to verify the provisional ballots because the in-person voting at the polling location counts, and then the early ballots will count. Once all early ballots are processed, we do the provisionals, and we have to verify that in the system that they voted at the correct place, that they received the correct ballot, that they signed the provisional ballot, that the information that they put down there is good and all that. If everything matches, all is well, we send it on. If it's not counted. There's nothing we can do after that. So basically the rejected reasons that we have for provisional ballots would be not registered, or they registered after the 29-day cutoff, no ballot in envelope, no signature, insufficient or illegible information, wrong political party. So if they're registered as a Democrat and they received a Republican ballot or vice versa or whatever, it's not counted because they have to be registered with that political party. Outside jurisdiction ballot. So if I decided that I was moving to Payson and they gave me a different ballot, it's not going to count. If they voted or voter challenge upheld or voted and returned an early ballot. When we process these provisional ballots, it will not let you move on. If an early ballot has been entered, it basically like freezes right there. Like you cannot do anything. You cannot enter voter history for that provisional ballot. If there was no proper identification that they needed to show and they didn't come in by the deadline, it is not counted, not eligible. Other, there's really not really an other. I at least cannot think of any. Voters can check the status of their provisional ballot online 3 to 5 days after the election, just to give us time, because we have to enter, there's a PIN code at the top of your provisional ballot. We have to enter all those manually. And then we have to, then that's how you can check if your provisional ballot was counted. All right. Any questions so far? I'm going to go, keep going.
Yep, we got one in Payson. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, it was a couple slides ago, Sadie, where you were showing the election results as they were being tabulated to ES&S. How are those transmitted to ES&S?
What do you mean? I'm confused by your question. I'm sorry.
Okay. The question is, the votes are counted, they're tabulated. How is that transmitted to ES&S? And then they in turn send back a file with the results to you.
They're not. So that's two different things. And Eric's going to touch on the tabulation after I'm done here. He's going to touch on all the tabulation. But ES&S does not do the tabulation.
Okay.
And so the only thing that ES&S is doing is giving us voter history, is telling us who voted at the polling place.
Well, I misunderstood you then. I thought you said it was transmitted to ES&S and they in turn sent back a report to you.
That e-poll book where you sign, or the voters that sign at the polling place, that is transferred, that is uploaded to ES&S, and they send a report back to the recorder's office so that we can give all of those voters voter history that voted at the polling location. It's not tabulation, it's just a signature that's on the e-poll book.
So how is that uploaded or transmitted to ES&S?
Yeah, that's Eric, but they're saying it's an encrypted file.
Okay, so it goes by email or something.
Do you know, Eric?
How is the file transmitted? I just need to know how it's transmitted. That was my only question.
He said it's transmitted through email and an encrypted file.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Doug, go ahead.
Yes, Sadie, do you have a ballot chain of custody flow chart like some counties do?
Yes, we have a transmittal sheet that shows whenever we transfer ballots from Payson to Globe or Globe to Payson, and to the from recorder's office to the elections department.
Is this something that's posted online for general public information, or is this just an internal document?
Internal document.
Could we have a flow chart?
It's not a flow chart, it is just a form that says that the Gila County Recorder's Office transferred this seal number with this many ballots and all that in, or over to the elections department. So I'm not sure what you're meaning on a flow chart.
Could we make up a flow chart based on the flow of the ballots from the time received to the time of being locked up permanently?
I just explained all that. Eric.
Can you hear me, Mr. Art, on this one? Can you hear me?
Say that again.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll just hold this thing and maybe that'll make it a little bit easier. But throughout the process, when we receive early ballots from the recorder's office, whenever we receive, whenever we transport, say there's something wrong with one of those ballots, we open it up, we find out that there's no ballot inside, there's the instructions instead or something like that. Everything is logged. There is in my department, we do everything in triplicate, okay? So we have the original paperwork that's backup paperwork, and the chain of custody. We keep that all, and it's stored for the retention period of 2 years, like we're supposed to. And it's just like the practice that we have in the Elections Procedures Manual and statute that's, we have to maintain this chain of custody. So that's what we do. We keep every single document, and if you wanted to come in, and we've had, in the last election, we've had quite a bit of observers coming in and asking us questions of that nature that you just proposed. And we take them over and we show them the book that we have, and it has all of the documentation from the recorder's office to us in regards to the ballots and the chain of custody. Unlike the recorder's office, however, we don't have a really nice system where we lock them up. We have to use an old-fashioned paper log, who goes in, who comes out, and that sort of stuff. And of course, our department has, the live streaming video 24/7 for the entire period that the election is ongoing. Okay, but yes, we do store all of the chain of custody documentation sheets, and they're available in our archives.
So are you asking for us to make a flow chart like the life of a ballot? We receive it from the elections department, and then we process it, or then it goes into an early ballot, and then it goes to the mail, and then it comes back to us by mail, Dropbox, whatever, and then, is that what you're asking for?
Yes, I was just looking for something that might be a helpful educational tool for the voters.
I can look into that, putting something together. I can't guarantee it'll be done tomorrow, but I can look into it.
Well, maybe one of us can volunteer to come in and help you when you're short-staffed.
I have
Thank you.
wonderful staff.
Okay, go ahead, Sadie. I think that might have been it.
All right, filing federal post-election reports. This is the EAC. What a lot of people don't understand is that everything that I just went over, from the voter registration form and how we collected it, how we entered it, all of that information is stored in our database, and we have to report to the federal government how many people walked into the recorder's office and voted, how many people voted at a voter registration drive, how many people voted through DES, and so forth. We have to report those statistics to EAC. We also have to report all of the NVRAs. So how many people were canceled, how many people are inactive, how many people didn't do this for the last 2 years. We have to report all of that. That is done after the general election, and it is sent to the Secretary of State, and they compile all the information from every county, and they send it to the EAC Commission. All right, political observers. All right, fun. Political observers, first thing I want everyone to know is that in statute and in the procedure manual, it says that the recorder's office does not have to have political observers. It is at the discretion of the recorder if they want political observers. My office is always open. We do that, but we follow the statutes that Eric has to follow with his political observers. What we have on this screen is a sheet. The first one basically is the protocol. If you are going to observe, well, let me go back. So you have to be appointed from the political party or the candidate or all that stuff. That you just can't walk in off the street and say, I'm going to sit here and watch you do your job. You have to be appointed. anyways, that sheet will tell you what you're allowed to do. What we make them do is sign in. We have an observation log that they have to sign in when they came in and when they are leaving. They will receive a badge, and we know who's who, so we can talk to them if we need to. They have to report to the designated area. In the recorder's office, in Globe, there is an area that the maintenance built. It is unbelievable. It's beautiful. It's nice. They are not with the voters though. They are on the side. There is a great big window that they can sit and watch us do all the signature verification of all the early ballots. In the recorder's office, inside the early voting, we have designated an area over in the corner where there's 2 little couches that they can sit at any time. There is no possible way that a voter or that the observer can talk to the voters. You are not allowed to do that if you are an observer. We have so many observers that think it is their job to go and tell a voter how to vote or where to vote or what to do at the polling location or at the recorder's office. That is against the law. And we are going to make sure that this year, if they are observing, that if they are doing that, they will be automatically kicked out. We're not going to have people trying to talk to the voters while they're trying to vote. When they are ready to leave, they will receive a checkout form that basically, that says, we want to know, how was your experience? Do you have any questions? Let me explain to you the process if you are unsure of what Charlotte or myself was doing at the computer. You don't understand that, write it down and let's go over it. Let's talk about it before you leave. Let's get the rumors and everything stopped right there and figure it out before. So those are the 2 things that we would give to the observer if they wanted to. There's the do's and don'ts, what you can do and what you cannot do. That's about it for the political observers. Questions?
Supervisor Humphrey.
I have no questions.
Okay. Well, good,
All right.
thanks.
So the next thing is a petition signature verification. The county recorders verifies signatures on different petition types of referendum, initiatives, recall candidate. If there's somebody being challenged, there's a candidate challenge or new party recognition. The county recorder has to check those. Some of them are just a random sample. Some of them are 100%. Just depends on the type of the petition. I did not think we need to go through all of those. So, all right. I am just about done. Aren't you guys excited? Yes, I am. All right, the next election that's coming up, Miami and Payson School District. Here are the important dates. The Yoakoba ballots were mailed out last Saturday. We actually mailed them out on Friday because it just has to be at least 45 days before. Close the registration 10/10/2023. Ballots will be mailed out 10/11/2023. If the close of registration falls on a holiday, it is automatically the very next day that the close of registration date is, and so it does fall on a holiday. Last day to request an early ballot to be mailed to you. So basically they're already getting their ballot, but if they mess up on their ballots, they need to call us by the 27th to receive a replacement. We recommend that you mail your ballot out by 10/31 because sometimes the post office takes a while to get it to us, and then election day. Next one, presidential preference. Here's the slide that I started reading to you guys earlier today. A lot of people don't understand the presidential preference and the primary. Arizona is different. There's a presidential preference election that basically is like a primary in some other states. Arizona wants to hold it the Tuesday immediately following March 15th. The governor can change that if they want, but it has to be, I think it's 180 days. The open primary law does not count for a presidential preference election. So if you're going to vote in the presidential preference, you have to be with one of the political parties that are going to be on the ballot. As of right now, we have the Republicans and Democrats that are going to have a presidential preference election. So if you want to vote in one of those, you'd have to be registered with those political parties. The important dates are up there. The primary election, it is an open primary, so if you're an independent, you get to choose which ballot style you want. And like I said, if you're an independent, it will not change your political party status. You will still be an independent, but you do have to choose Democrat or Republican. I'm not sure if the no party is going to have an open primary or not, but libertarians do not have an open primary. Last one, the general election. Those are the important dates of the general election. What questions?
All right. Okay, we'll start with you. Stand up here and tell us your name again.
Okay, is this my 3-minute thing, or?
No,
No,
this
it's
is a
a
question you can ask Sadie.
Okay, I just, something you mentioned earlier, Sadie, about illegals that have been given social security cards and driver's license and signature verification. Maybe you haven't had to deal with that yet, but how do you verify a signature for someone that just crossed the border, can't even speak English, maybe sign their name in Spanish?
So, whenever they register to vote, we have to have a signature. That is a requirement. To have the signature on the voter registration. Sorry, I have to have this and have to. So, you have to have a signature on file. So when you register and fill out that voter registration form, they have to sign it. And so we have that to go off of. The system that I'm talking about is like the Social Security. It is ran through the Social Security Administration, and then it'll come back and say, we can't find this person. If they're illegal and they don't have a Social Security and all that, it'll come back saying, hey, this person doesn't exist. And same thing with the driver's license. The driver's license will come back with a unique identification number, and it'll say this person is not a citizen. And therefore we don't register them because it gives us that code that this is just a temporary license.
But they can still vote in president?
Not if that driver's license comes back to us saying that they're illegal.
Come on up, Jim.
Yeah, if can respond to something a little bit earlier though, about the drop boxes, and you're saying a lot of people don't trust the Post Service,
Right.
US, but they're signing up for mail-in ballots. They're trusting the Postal Service to give them that. I mean, to me, that excuse falls really shallow because, we are trusting the post office that when the ballot can't be delivered to a good address, that we're going to get it back. So we're putting a lot of trust in the U.S. Postal Service, maybe too much so with some of those return ballots. But the other thing I wanted to ask is how many have double voted that the ERIC system called? Generally, how many in an election cycle do we get back?
In Gila County, there's only been one.
Okay, and then, but to me, to have the ERIC system for, that one, for all the other things that they're doing that seem to be on a partisan basis, that, to me, the ERIC system isn't worth it. That's just a comment. Thank you.
My question to you, Jim, is you say it's on a partisan basis. Have you ever ran the report? Have you ever looked at the report? Have you ever seen the data that we send to them and they transmit back to us?
Well, I've read a lot of articles and some reasons why other states have moved away from it.
Are those facts?
And the other thing that was mentioned earlier about I think the voter registrations and so forth, and counting the votes, is that with the drop boxes, this is in relation to the drop boxes, is that we have no control who's putting those registrations in there. You could say, well, we have to match the signature, but if it's a ghost voter in the first place, if the registration is really a fraudulent registration in the first place, of course the signatures are probably going to match.
So how
but
do
it doesn't make it a legitimate
So my next question is, how do we have a ghost voter when we have to go through Social Security, we have to go through motor vehicle, we have to go through the Arizona Department of Health Statistics, we have to go through those, and they have to check and tell us if these people are alive or not alive.
Yeah,
if these people are real or not. So my question, I guess I'm not understanding, and this is that quote that I read, I guess it comes back to, I want you guys to understand, but you have your defense up, and I get why you do. But here, Eric and I are trying to explain to you the process. And I understand you don't like Eric, but have you ever seen the Eric report? Have you ever seen?
I have not seen an Eric report.
Okay.
But if
Have you ever seen the Avid?
If they just did what I understand the benefit, the design, what it could be designed to do as far as catching the double boulders, catching people in different addresses. So if they just did that and nothing else, that may be fine.
Well, that's what we're getting.
They have a lot of other extraneous activities that don't have anything to do with just verifying.
I guess you can't just explain the report.
So like you said earlier, Sadie, when that goes through Eric and everything like that, you only get how many back?
Maybe
3?
1 to 3.
1 to 3. Well, but here's the thing. If you drop that, let's say we didn't use it at all for that, you don't have anything to measure for double voting anywhere. Even if it's only the 26 states or whatever it is. There is no other system out there to do this. So what I'm saying is, and I wish you guys would listen here for a minute, if we're only getting back a small handful of people that these two folks can go back and start tracking down, it is worth it to me. It is another system in place that helps support what we don't want it to happen. We don't want people voting in 2 or 3 different states. And I have to ask myself, if we didn't have any system at all to check that, I'm not talking about whatever you think else Eric will do, but if we didn't have any other system in place to check these voters, isn't that opening ourselves up for some real major fraud going on then? I mean, people know this. People know the states, I'm sure, that are doing this cross-referencing. I mean, it's got to be public knowledge out there.
It is.
And so, if you weren't a part of those 26 states and you didn't have anything else to your office to help check all this, I can't help but think we would be opening ourselves up for a lot more problems.
Well, and yes, I agree with you. Another thing is that we want clean voter registration rolls.
Right.
Is helping us do that. Yes, we may only get 3 every 6 months or whatever, but that's 3 people that we were able to cancel off of our voter registration rolls eventually, you know, because we started the process. We do that. And so it's frustrating because you can give all the information and show the facts and nobody wants to listen, or I'm not saying you guys, but people don't want to listen. I guess it's like one of my staff members just said before we were leaving over here, people want to call fraud on Gila County. People want to say this, but when you work in this office, it means everything to us.
Sure.
I take great pride in what I do, and I know that every single one of my staff members, and I'm choking up, because I remember talking to Jeff on the phone about a couple cases that I was very adamant. I was traveling back east to pick up my daughter's show steer, and he's like, what do you want to do? We're very adamant about this. We're very passionate about this work, and if you don't understand how Avid works, which is different than Eric, which people are confusing right and left, why? It just is frustrating.
So
you know, but the thing is, I'm not trying to disparage the job that anybody's doing. I'm just talking about a particular system and the value of that system.
Right,
I'm
and
not
so
personally attacking anyone.
no, I understand. So, but what I wanted to say, because we're going to move on unless these two have any questions.
Whoa, I got something here still.
Oh, okay. I'm not stopping yet. I'll get to you in just a minute.
Yes, sir.
So let me back up a little bit on this. Sadie came to me quite a while back, you know, because I've been in a lot of meetings with most of you that are sitting in these 2 rooms about all the different thoughts about our election integrity part of it. And I'm sure that most of you will agree with me, whether you want to or not, that whenever we had those discussions, we always ended up in another state, another place of the United States. And I'd bring it back. I want to know about Gila County. What do you have on Gila County? Where are we? That's what I focus on, is Gila County. I'm not going to agree or disagree with you about the other states. I'm not going there. I want to make sure our county right here is where we need to be, as close as possible. And I'll be the first to say, anytime a human is involved with any process, whatever it is, there can be mistakes made. No different than with machines. There's a certain percentage that you can make mistakes. And so we talked about it, me and Sadie did, and one of the things that we agreed on was to have this work session because there were so many questions I would be thrown that I couldn't answer, that I felt like Sadie can stand up here, go through the recorder part of it, the whole process, answer these questions. Eric's going to do the same in a minute in the elections department and get this going. So when I look at, well, she already warned me it was 80 some odd pages. And so,
I cut it back.
yeah, and so I knew it was going to be quite lengthy, but also knew that our recorder's office takes great pride in what they're doing to sit here and put all this together. The other thing that if you guys was watching through this whole thing, there's only one or two places in here that statute didn't step in and take over. Most everything is through state statute. And that's what we're following and have been following. When it comes to drop boxes, it's up to us. When it comes to precinct lines or whatever, it's up to us. Still under state statute, but it's up to us. But for most part, what Sadie's office follows is state statute. And I'll be the first to sit here in front of each and every one of you and whoever's listening on YouTube and tell you I am not going to break state statute and take a felony for anybody here. It ain't going to happen. And so when I sit here all day long and listen to Sadie explain these processes bit by bit, and we answer questions, I really appreciate her doing that. And it really gives me a lot better feeling to know that we're not running rampant out there in our elections on this and doing things that we shouldn't be doing. We're there where we need to be. And that was the purpose of this, and we're only part way through it, so you and Payson, you got about 10 seconds to spit out a question, and I'm moving on.
Okay, the ERIC system, and this deals with our county, as you're talking about. Our county, the way it's transmitted, every 60 days, the member of ERIC are the states. So it's the state that's transmitting information to ERIC. ERIC, in return, transmits back information to us in Arizona. Unfortunately, as you were saying, Woody, how much are we missing? Well, we're missing most of it because the 26 states that aren't a part of ERIC, the 4 largest states in the United States represent 34% of the population, and none of those are part of ERIC. The mass immigration that's occurred into Arizona is from California, 12% of the population, and we don't have any information from ERIC because they're not a part of it. The top 4 states represent 34% of the population. We get no information on that. So over half of the population of America is not a part of ERIC. It's worthless information.
So, if you don't mind, I'll respond to this one. So I agree with you. There's information out there we're not getting because not all the states aren't under a system. Unfortunately, it sounds like ERIC is the only system. So what little we do get out of it, I don't want to give up just because the other states aren't in there. Obviously, there could be other voters in some of these other states that could be voting wherever, you know, and maybe we don't catch it, but you guys go through all the registrations and all that.
Yes.
So to me, it's still a small percentage, if any. And I've asked more times than not, give me the proof. In Gila County, give me the proof of where these people are double voting and doing these things. And not a one of you has stepped up there with proof. You say you've got it, you say it's there, but I don't see it. And so all I can do is sit here and go with what's available to us and use it to the best that we can and stay with it. So with that, let's go on. And Eric, you're up.
Can I say one thing? I'm sorry.
Yes, you can.
So I want you to know that people have came to us and said that there has been multiple people here in Gila County that have voted twice or that were registered illegally and all that. As soon as we receive that, we contact the county attorney's office and we have researched those, and every single one of them did not happen. We have researched them. So I have said from the very beginning, And I don't know if Miss Dye is still up there. I tell her all the time, she says deceased people are voting. Well, show me proof and I'll cancel them if I can get it. And so if you have it, bring it forward to us.
Absolutely, by all means. None of us want to see anything like that going on as well, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sadie, and thank your staff for helping me. I appreciate it. Mr. Mariscal, do we need a 10-minute break before we go on, or are you guys all good to go? 10 minutes. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll get back. Let's start again at 3 o'clock, straight up. I'll give you 15.
I sit up next to you.
We can sit right in front there. He wants next to me. See what I'm saying that way.
Okay, yeah, I can hear that.
We'll have Eric tie in here on the elections department and what their processes are, and we'll go again. And I want y'all to realize I do appreciate all the questions and everything that we've been going through today. It's been good. So that, Eric, it's all yours.
Okay, Chairman Klein, thank you very much. Just really quick here for the record. My name is Eric Marskow. I am the Gila County Elections Director. And real quick, our Gila County Elections Department mission statement. The Gila County Department of Elections mission is to ensure equal access to the electoral process for all candidates and citizens by conducting secure elections that ensure every vote counts, implementing non-discriminatory programs which encourage all citizens to vote, and provide superior training programs for our citizen volunteers. The Gila County Elections Department staff consists of myself, the director. I've been with the county for 16 years. I was appointed as the elections director in 2013, and I've been riding the lightning since then. My secondary department staff is Alfonso Alvarez. He's our election specialist. He has been with the county for 10 years as my election specialist. We have our voter outreach assistant position is currently vacant. It was held by Josephine Goody. She served with us for over probably 20 years, I think, somewhere like that. And she was very valuable, and she would have been our part-time voter outreach coordinator. However, unfortunately, she passed away in 2022. And I remember for 16 years coming to the county, every morning I'd walk in and say, "How you doing, Josephine?" And to see her not there any longer has been a very hard spot to fill in our department. But we will fill it because we do want to keep that position going. My elections assistant, Erin Miller, she has been with the county for 5 years of service with the elections department. Our temporary administrative clerk position has currently, we've got a candidate that we've selected. Hopefully they'll say yes. All of our elections officer, all of our staff are election officers certified by the Arizona Secretary of State's office. The elections director is a trainer. Myself, I am a trainer for the Arizona Secretary of State's office. I'm past vice president of the elections officials of Arizona. All staff at present in my department are college graduates with baccalaureate and one with an advanced master's degree in teaching. Okay, so that's a little bit about us. Our staff is well versed in election administration and the Arizona revised statutes which pertain to elections, and we've been working together fairly well for the last 10 years, and 5 with Aaron with us. Okay. The Gila County Elections Department, under the direction of the Board of Supervisors, is responsible for coordinating and administrating elections by the following means: securing polling locations, recruiting, hiring, and training poll workers, issuing, accepting, and maintaining candidate and recall filings and campaign committee finance reports, ballot programming, providing for the printing of all election-related material, establish election precinct boundaries, secure use of facilities for election day, prepares, allocates, and transport election materials to and from polling places, prepares vote tabulation and official results for canvassing by the Board of Supervisors, provides contract election services and assistance to cities, towns, school districts, special districts, and community college. Vote centers and polling sites. In 2016, the Gila County Board of Supervisors approved the change to vote centers and consolidated polling locations from 33 down to 6 vote centers and 11 precinct-specific polling sites. This was made possible through the acquisition of updated equipment from election system software ESNS. The first use of the new equipment was in May of 2016 for a statewide special election that was held that year. The primary and general elections of 2016 were also conducted successfully using the updated elections equipment and our vote centers. And we've had very, very limited issues with our new technology that we've implemented. And just a quick aside here is that back in that time frame, Supervisor Martin came to me and she said, "Put Gila County into the future with your elections equipment." When I first started, and just as another byway, my first election was in 1992. I was an ID clerk for one of our polling locations, one of our 33 polling locations in the past here. I've worked every election since 1992 in some capacity, either as a poll worker, an election administrator, and so I've also been a candidate for office, which when I worked in the recorder's office, Sadie was kind enough to allow me to run for office. It was nonpartisan, so it was allowed. And so I've served as an elected official for the City of Globe, vice mayor for 4 years, so I know a little bit about the process, the angst and the trepidation that some candidates enter into the arena. I understand all those processes, so I've got a little bit of a well-rounded education when it comes to elections. And I actually did work for Sadie for a couple of years as her voter registration supervisor. And so she's been somewhat of a little bit of a mentor to me in seeing things, how they're processed, how they're done, and taking from her passion for making sure that our elections are secure, safe, and available and accessible by all qualified voters. That's kind of where that come from, okay? So without any further ado, we'll go ahead here and we'll start with, this is kind of like a little basic primary elections 101. You have already been exposed to quite a bit of the elections process through Sadie. Okay, so I'll just cover it real quick here and kind of break it down once again, and we can kind of go from there. So obviously responsibilities, the recorder. Obviously voter registration processes, including voter registration, petition signature verification, early voting, mailing of the ballots, verification, verification of provisionals, and ballot security when they are in her possession. Okay, next. Next. How do people vote? You've already seen that. They can vote early. Good chunk of the population does now vote early, and that's just the way that it is. People are transient in nature. People nowadays, we have a instantaneous want, so we want to get it done, we get it out of the way, and that's where that uptick has come from. Or you can vote traditional at the polling place, which I have always voted at the polling place. It's just something that I do. I do it now because it gives me an opportunity to make sure that my poll workers are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Okay, next. Early voting, once again, begins 27 days before each election for the general election this year, which is kind of a misnomer. We don't really have a general election, but we do have a special election upcoming in November for the Payson Unified School District and the Miami Unified School District budget override elections. So October 11th, 2023 is when those ballots will fly in the mail to the voters so that they can settle their issue. Next. How to vote early. It's quite simple. Sadie's covered that in depth. Go to the recorder's office. You can vote at an early voting site. You can request a one-time early ballot. You can request to be on the permanent ballot by mail. And I've had to get over the process that's actually, I'm used to calling it PEVL, permanent early voting list. And it's taken forever to get away from. I can't remember what AVL is half the time. I remember it's early voting list, but the A, I always want to say automatic, but it is active, the active early voting list, AVL. And it was supposed to have actually been named EVIL. But the bill's originator kind of figured that wasn't going to look too good if we just called it evil. And so they went ahead and changed it to AVIL to kind of keep that under, you know, being that a topic of discussion. Next. Okay, and there's how to get off the people list. And Sadie referred to that. You cannot make a verbal request, cannot tell a friend, relative, or a poll worker, but you must write a letter to the recorder's office. On election day, at our polling locations, we have forms for individuals in case they come in with their early ballot, being upset that they did not want to receive a ballot by mail. We have the opportunity to provide them with that letter so that they can go ahead and fill it out and turn it into us. We give it over to the recorder's office at the end of elections day. Okay. Next. Voting at a polling place must show proper ID. Valid current driver's license, and Sadie covered some of the ones that we see: state issued identification cards, tribal identifications, state or local government issued identifications. No one is turned away from voting at the polling place. However, an individual, if they do insist on voting and we find out some further information that it's not going to make it too pleasant for them, we have the provisional ballot. The number of people that have come into polling locations from out of state, out of county, it seems to be increasing. In the 2020 election, we had two individuals from California stopped into one of our polling locations wanting to vote. Explained to them, like my inspectors, they're trained, they explained it to them. I just happened to show up when they were there, and you know, they insisted that they were here, they were going to vote, and it wasn't just the president of Arizona, it was the president of the entire United States, so they were just there to cast their ballot for that and then move on. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way, but we give them the information, letting them know that, hey, this isn't the proper venue for you, but if you are insistent and you feel that this is the venue for you, then we will go ahead and let you go ahead and vote provisional. And then we'll turn those in at the end of the day and let the chips fall where they may, and Sadie's going to figure out if they're legit or if they're not. It's a simple story. Next. Okay, they must vote provisional if his name is not on the signature roster or our e-poll book. If they've already been sent an early ballot, or the address of the name is changed, moved, including new residence, no proper identification. Let's say somebody comes in, and this is the conditional provisional form. Provisional is prior, but conditional provisional is based upon the fact that somebody comes in and they say, hey, I'm here to vote. It's on my lunch. I left my wallet in the office. What can you do for me? And, our poll workers will look them up in the file. They'll ask some questions. What's your middle initial? What's your year of birth? What's your address? That sort of thing. And if they say, yes, that's me, then it seems like it lines up. We will go ahead and vote them with a conditional provisional ballot. Basically, the condition on that is that they have to return either by 7 p.m. on election day to the polling site, come back and say, hey, got my ID, here it is. They do that, we fill out some additional paperwork, they turn it in at the end of the night, Sadie gets that and she verifies them. If, however, they do not decide to come back on that day, they will have to go ahead and visit the recorder's office within that period of 5 days for the curing of they can get that identification in there. And Sadie will go ahead, they'll look at it, fill out a form, they'll go ahead and process it, and then if they're lucky, they'll kick it over to us in the elections department, and we'll go ahead and tabulate that ballot. Okay, next. Polling place restrictions. No one is allowed inside the polling place except for the purpose of voting. No photography for reason of securing the right of casting a secret ballot. 75-foot limit, the new election definition. They can wear buttons, they can have shirts, they can have stickers. But the big thing about the electioneering, how it changed, is the fact that because of the First Amendment, freedom of speech to wear what they want, to hold what they want, that was kind of the determining factor there. But what they did kind of come up with on the legislation afterwards is that whenever you try to verbally influence somebody within that 75-foot limit, that is where we have a problem, and we have to go ahead and address that with that particular individual and say, excuse me, ma'am, sir, you're in violation of statute, et cetera, non-electioneering inside the polling sites. Most people adhere to that really well. We've never had any problems with anybody getting violent or argumentative with us or any nature like that. We have had a couple of instances, but they were unrelated to the voters themselves, except for one time the individual had an issue, but we resolved that easily. The other time, it was an individual who was, we have on election day our polling locations. We have these big signs out front that I'm sure that you're all aware that says vote here, and there's all these arrows pointing. Well, we got an individual who just walked in off the street. They were a little bit on edge. Obviously had some sort of a mental condition, and we had to summon police officers to come and grab them because the location was also next to a daycare facility, so we had to get them out of there. So other than that, we haven't had any issues with electioneering. We've had some people doing some very robust electioneering and campaigning at the polling locations, but they're all within normal values of what you would see. Some of them get a little bit more excited, some not so mad, but it does happen. They get out there and they're very robust in their campaigning, and so sometimes it makes some people nervous, but they fall within the parameters. They are allowed to campaign outside that 75-foot limit, and it has become an issue, but unfortunately the statute says they can be there, they can do that, so we go ahead and allow them to do that. Unless they are starting to show signs that they are intimidating voters or causing physical altercations, then we can kind of key in there and try to eliminate that. Okay, next. A few comments about ballots. Ballot instructions: fill in the oval using blue or black pen. Voters use check marks, X's, lines, dots, markers, pencils, colored pens, pencils. We had people using Sharpie pens when they're on their mail-in ballots. We get them out of the ballot affidavit envelope. We open it up and say, "Wow, you'd be surprised what people use." And a lot of times we have to duplicate those. I'll talk about that process a little bit later, but we have to duplicate those because our machine has a little bit of a sensitivity issue. People sometimes let their kids vote their ballots. They use crayons. We've seen lipstick. And on one occasion, we actually had an individual return their ballot and voted in blood. Okay? Took a few precautions, but it's just one of those things. Next. Write-in votes, as Sadie spoke of. Official write-in candidates' names are posted. We provide that list of write-in candidates to Sadie and her department so they can post it online. The bulk of our write-in candidates come from the Arizona Secretary of State's office, where we have candidates running for write-ins for governors, legislative districts, and so on. That's where the bulk of our write-in candidates come from, with the exception of, 2018 with Susie Tubbs? 2018, Susie Tubbs conducted a write-in campaign in the Payson area for the town council, and very seldom do you see a write-in candidate succeed. In that particular instance, she did succeed because she carried a very, she went pretty much hardcore, old-fashioned grassroots campaigning, and it paid off for her. She was selected, and that's one of the only times I've seen a write-in candidate actually get somewhere. Okay? Write-in votes count only if the vote is for an official write-in candidate. If they're not official, Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, even Sadie has been nominated for other offices besides recorder. She was, I think, treasurer at one point in time. Yes, clerk of the court, yeah, a couple of for clerk of the court. But only official writing candidates are kept, and those lists are kept, and we post them at the polling locations on election day. We provide that information to the voters if they come in and if they want another choice, okay? All of the write-in votes are tallied as rejects, Santa Claus, Mickey Mouse, and over the years, the last election, couple election cycles, they've gotten better. Write-in candidates are extremely difficult to process, they're extremely time-consuming, and they usually yield very little positive results for the people that run as a write-in candidate. Yes, go.
Question,
Sure.
Chairman. So on a write-in candidate ballot, or let's say it's available to write something in there, so they put Mickey Mouse or whatever they do. Does your tabulation machine then see that, or
Yes.
are you each and
Yes.
individually looking for that?
Yeah. Those ballots, and we can get to that later on in the
Okay.
tabulation process, but yes, they are kicked out and they are reviewed by our writer.
Okay, so it triggers a kick
Yes.
out. Okay.
Okay, all right, next. Myths. You can't vote in the general if you didn't vote in the primary. Big myth. You know, you can register to vote, and Sadie can back this up. You can register to vote right now in 2020, 2023, and you don't have to vote until when? Ever. As long as your information is correct, you're good, you're on there. That's just the law, okay? Independents, PNDs, others, no labels. Voters can't vote in primary. That's not true, okay? They can, okay? They just have to make a selection as to which ballot style that they want. The only election which you cannot vote in if you're an independent is the presidential preference election. That is the only one that you cannot vote in as an independent. Okay, early ballots are not counted unless the vote is closed. Now, the initial results that we release on election night at 8 p.m., those initial results that are released are nothing but early and mail-in ballots. And that is a good chunk of them, 70-something%, and it just keeps going up. People like to vote by mail. So that is that first list, that first report that we release is nothing but the earlies and the mail ballot. The ballots that come in at the polling locations, those polling locations usually takes them about an hour, a little bit longer, depending if it's a vote center. They've got more ballots to process, takes them more time. They usually don't kind of finally come in to roll into about 2-3 hours later because of how much they've got to do with the closing out. So that subsequent is all of the early ballots. So they are counted because that is the first result that people are going to see, okay? And contrary to popular belief, sometimes if you're ahead in the mail-in ballot, everybody thinks that you're a shoo-in, you're going to win the election. Not necessarily the case. I have seen the early results be turned over by polling places in a couple of different elections for different particular measures, propositions, candidates. You know, you don't really call anything until you see everything coming in because there are outlying areas that can, you know, go ahead and change the things, how it's turning out. People can vote after election night. Nope. 7 p.m. everything's turned in. It might take the recorder's office time to go ahead and review those ballots, verify them, put them into the cans and get them sealed up and get them over to us. The recorder's office does an outstanding job. We get those probably the next day in the afternoon, so our early boards can come in and start wrapping up the process, okay? The provisionals take a little bit of time also, the same thing. But we've gotten better over the years in our provisionals. Provisionals used to be, what, 500-600 mark right around there? If not more, close to 1,000. But because of the technology that we utilize now, our poll books and our vote centers, it's allowed us to go ahead and cut that way down so that more people are getting their votes counted because the technology is giving us that little bit of an edge to go ahead and get it processed and taken care of. Let's see, early ballot process. Early ballots, it's like a boomerang. The recorder's office sends them out, they come flying back. They turn around, process, and when they're ready, when they've returned to the recorder for verification, they're transmitted to the elections department for tabulation. Now, it all depends on the election. Sometimes we get the turnout, it comes back real quick. And Sadie, sure.
So, there's been questions about us holding the early ballots. We don't. As soon as we receive them in our office, we start verifying them, and we give them to Eric as soon as we get them. It's continuous. It's not, let's hold 5,000 ballots to transfer. No, it's as soon as we get a box full, we give them to Eric. It's constant.
You know, it all depends on the election. If it's a very popular election, if there's something in that election that triggers those voters' responses rather rapidly, they will send those ballots back very quickly. Sometimes they'll hold on to them for a while. That one election, I think it was in the PPE, where we had 16 presidential candidates for one party. People were waiting. They were waiting to see if somebody was going to do something somewhere, say something that was going to be able to make their decision for them, like, okay, yeah. Or they're going to find out that the candidate turned out to be an axe murderer. Hey, that's easy. We can eliminate that one off the list and get their, you know. So it all depends on the ballot. If there's something that is in there that's very popular, that's going to go ahead and cause that return. But Sadie holds them and she gets them, as you know, when we get a sufficient amount that will provide our early boards with a good day's work, that's when we bring them in and that's when we go ahead and process them, okay? All right. Citizen early boards process and tabulate early ballots. Okay, early ballots received from the recorder by the Friday before an election are tabulated on the Saturday before the election. So we're working through that time frame. We're working through that. Say, for instance, the general's in November. We're working through October. Right around the middle of October, the ballots will start trickling in. Sometimes they'll come in fast and heavy. Sometimes it'll just be a slow progression. Like I said, it's all dependent upon the election. What is it that they're voting for that's triggering that response or that slowing, I believe, of the returns. But once Sadie has a sufficient number of them, she'll give them over to us, and we go ahead and we come over and we pick them up. We don't use private vehicles. We use county vehicles. We never send anyone alone to pick up the ballots. We believe in the Noah's Ark theory. We go 2 by 2. Everything we do, if we pull them out of the vault, we transport them, we're processing them. Everything is done 2 by 2. We never leave anybody alone with the ballots. And like I said earlier, we have cameras positioned in our department that are, you know, on 24/7 for the process of the election. The cameras are established in areas by statute. They are established in areas where we process the ballots and where we tabulate the ballots. But because of some input that when we're transporting ballots from the vault to the processing area or the tabulation site, sometimes there's some gaps in where we're at. So because of that, we've talked with I've had a conversation with facilities and the assistant county manager, you know, at the behest of the county manager. Okay, do you guys need something else in there? Yeah, we probably could use some more cameras. And so we're in the process of, that's going to be something that will have additional cameras in the area. Okay. All right, next. And the results as we tabulate that Friday before the election. And with our DS850, we can tabulate everything in probably about 4 hours, 4 to 5 hours. It'd be a lot quicker if we didn't have to do all of the follow-on paperwork, but the paper trail is incredible. I mean, we go through a small forest when we do all of our paperwork. Because like me, probably like Sadie also, I'm probably a little bit of a type A person. I kind of get, you know, just overzealous and stuff. I've got backup paperwork for backup paperwork. I mean, it's stupid, but it's redundant, so if we lose something, we have another one. And I can honestly say that it does help in sometimes when we have questions that are put to us, okay? So, early ballot mail continues Friday, Monday, and Tuesday, election day, okay? Early ballots dropped off at the recorder's office. Early ballots can be dropped off at the polling place. The cutoff, though, is 7 p.m. on election night. And so, that's that process. Next. The early ballots still need to be verified by the recorder's office, those ones that we bring in on election day. And depending upon the election, they can hold on to them once again, and they can, you know, deposit them, you know, earlier on in the elections process. But sometimes they come in heavy, and when we get those into Sadie's office, when we come in, we bring them back, we separate everything out. We'll talk a little bit more about that. We separate them out, we send them over to Sadie. She'll get the provisionals, conditional provisionals, early ballots, and you know, verification of, say somebody came back with a conditional provisional, they'll get the follow-on paperwork that she needs to go ahead and process and go ahead and let these people get their voter credit. Early board processing. Okay, early board processing resumes after the election. So, our final report we usually send out to the Arizona Secretary of State's office after the election, after the 13 hours, polls are closed. We finally get all of our precincts in. We have a couple of long rides. We've got a long ride going to Canyon Day, and we've got a long ride going to Young. And depending upon the weather, you know how that can work. Sometimes we have to go out of the North Trail, sometimes we come out the South. But it can take a while for the ballots to get back down to us. So our long riders are the ones that come in. They're usually the ones that we process at the very last of the night. 10:30 is not dependent upon the weather and conditions. It's not uncommon for them to come back. But usually we have everything wrapped up over the recorder's office that they need to have, and we have our final report that we send to the Secretary of State's office about 11:30, 12 o'clock, right around there, okay? Okay, but the next day, we're right back at it. Whatever Sadie can give us as quickly as she can give it to us, usually she has stuff for us, by the afternoon. And we come over, pick it up, we'll assemble our early boards, and we'll process them and get them tabulated so that we can get our results. Now, there's a lot of people that say, oh, you guys take so long, that you're taking longer, and you're taking longer every time. No. As long as I've been here, though I've been working in conjunction with Sadie and Elections Department, we have always had all of our provisionals statutorily done by the time frame, and we are usually all in and done by Friday. The only exception to that is when they decided to go ahead and establish that cure period, which allowed people an extra amount of time to go in and get their ballots taken care of. Okay, so once that's done, we can go ahead and close up and get ready and start running reports and stuff like that. But until we have those last people accounted for, and we have to wait till 5 p.m. that last business day for them to go ahead and get that opportunity. Till then, we're kind of just like, we're waiting. But technically, we're done. We're just waiting for those last, most of the time, those last couple of ballots, they're really not going to sway the election one way or the other, but we have to wait for them by law. Okay, next. Provisional ballot processing. Provisional ballots are also processed after Election Day. They too must be verified by the Recorder's Office, and they are tabulated by us. Early board process provisional ballots after all the other ballots have been processed. They're the last thing we do. We get the list, we get the ballots that are good from Sadie on Friday usually, sometimes even as early as Thursday morning. I think we've actually had some when we're wrapped up. But by Friday, we are usually all done and completely processed with our elections. Really nothing left to do. Let's just wait for those few people. So just to clear up that misinformation that's out there that's been taking us longer, no, we've gotten faster, we've gotten better. So it just hasn't anything that's been an issue with us, for us, actually. Okay. Process review, polling place materials review, ballot reports, poll lists, signature rosters, or EE poll books, okay? We get all of this information coming back. Poll lists we don't utilize much anymore except for one location because we cannot get a signal out at the bottom of Carrizo. It's like a mini Salt River Canyon. We're not getting anything out of there, or mini Grand Canyon. We're just not getting anything out of there. So we have to go old school with a old-fashioned roster, which is, it's just small phone book, so it's a small precinct, so it's not too difficult to work with. Okay. All of those ballot reports, poll lists, and signature rosters, we make sure that we have everything we back, that we have all the reports that we have to have, and they can contain a number of things like, for instance, all of our poll workers, they have to take an oath of office. They have to be sworn in on Election Day. That's one of those reports that we have. We have a ballot report, okay? And so that ballot report, that might indicate, and the ballot reports now, because we have two different types of voting locations. We have our vote centers, where we use ballot on-demand printers, BODs. So when they come in, they check in on the tablet, pulls up their file, we print that file, and it gives that correct ballot style for that voter. They take a little voting slip that gets produced, they go down and see the ballot judge after they finish with the ID clerk, and they get their ballot, and then they go and they vote, and they put it into the box, and they're done, okay? So all of those things, like for instance, that's the vote centers, we don't have ballot inventory reports because we have ballot paper that we track how much we sent them, how much they used, how many spoiled ballots did they have, so forth. So we kind of take a look at that and make sure that they're not all over the place with what they're doing. We also have our regular polling locations that don't have ballot on-demand printers because they're in geographically isolated locations. The trip to get there, the printer might not survive the roads or something like that. And they're usually smaller precincts, so we don't necessarily send a printer out there because it's the cost-effective factor kind of just gets to us. We're spending a lot of money, and we're not going to be printing all that many ballots, so it's easier for us to just go ahead and send the correct number of ballots. And just real quick about that, we've never run out of ballots in Gila County. And we probably, and we never will. We never will run out of ballots in Gila County because we adhere to the statutes, or we order the required number of ballots that we have to. However, there's another little innovative twist that we have that will keep us from never ever running out of ballots. We have a device called the Express Vote. And it's basically, the Express Vote is what we refer to as our ADA compliance machine, okay? We have to have a machine at our polling locations. Every polling site must have an ADA unit. Sadie also utilizes the ADA units when she conducts early voting in her offices. And basically the ADA unit, what it is, they come in, it's a ballot marking device. Okay, all it does is they come in, they get a special card. It's a smaller card. I'm sure you've seen them, It's inserted into a printer. It prints out a barcode for that particular voter's file. They get that barcode, they insert it into the machine. That barcode automatically looks up that it brings that voter's ballot style into the screen. From there, they follow a series of prompts, and it allows them to go ahead and just simply mark the choices that they wish. Some locations, we have a lot of people using them because, well, for instance, me. I wear glasses now. I never had to wear glasses before. And some people come in, they can't see so good, they forgot their glasses, they utilize them. Or if they have somebody that's blind and they want to go ahead and vote on their own, they can go ahead and utilize it for that function. We have them also set up so that if somebody comes in a wheelchair and they're quadriplegic and the only thing that they have is a sip and puff device on their wheelchair, they can adapt that sip and puff device to the express vote unit so that they can all by themselves vote and nobody has to assist them other than removing the ballot and placing it in the box for them. But so that ADA unit, also about it is the ADA unit, if we run out of regular paper ballots, so like I said, it's never happened, that's never going to happen. If we did run out of paper ballots though, the express vote units allows us to go ahead, and we send hundreds of sheets of paper for that, just for that particular situation. So if we did lose, we ran out of ballots, we could utilize that ADA unit to go ahead and vote those people at the polling location. The other aspect that's neat about the ADA unit is that you can say, for instance, I'm in Tucson. I live in Pine Strawberry, okay, that's my precinct. I'm not going to make it back to Pine Strawberry. Whatever business I was conducting in Tucson took me overly long. I'm flying back as fast as I can, but I'm not going to make it back to Pine Strawberry. I'm not going to make it to the vote center in Globe, okay? But what they can do, and my inspectors are trained, that if somebody comes in and alerts them, say, hey, I'm Pine Strawberry. I know this is the Hayden Winkleman precinct, but I'm not going to make it back to Globe to the vote center. Is there anything you can do for me? Yes, because of the ADA unit, we can allow that person to go ahead and cast their vote there. The only thing is they just have to be willing to utilize the machine. Initially, when we had our ADA units, they were very difficult units. The first generation of electronic equipments that we acquired after the hanging Chad incident back in 2002, you all remember that particular point, that right there. Because of that issue, ADA compliance, we had the machines that came out to provide us the opportunity. Because of the HAVA, they wanted to readdress that, make sure it didn't happen again. So when our first generation of ADA units came in, we didn't have that opportunity. The technology wasn't there. It was old, it was very old, it was very dated, it wasn't very good. The machines were difficult to set up. Also, the ADA units that we initially had did not provide you with an actual hard copy of your ballot. You would go ahead and insert something that looked like a credit card and bring up your ballot, and then you would make your selections, and at the end you would go ahead and hit accept, and then you'd hear this very strange noise of the paper being wrapped up inside of that ballot canister. And if you were quick enough, you could actually see it going by on the screen so that you could make sure that what you voted for was actually going in. A lot of people didn't like them. Our poll workers didn't like them because they were very, very difficult to set up. They were utilizing a hard plastic back then that if they pushed it wrong or they pulled it wrong, it would break and snap, so we were always replacing parts on those. The new ADA units are a lot better. They're touchscreen, we have audio and all that, and so they're a lot more easily to use. The poll workers it's very easy for them to set up. And so we have some precincts in our county that the voters come in and that's all they use. Young is one of the precincts where they say, hey, try this out. People come in, and what it does is it allows them to have a very accurate count of what they're doing. They can tell right off the bat, they've got cards and everything like that. The other thing with this technology that allows us to do now is the fact that with the BOD printer and these express vote units, it eliminates the mistakes that have been made in the past with issuing an incorrect ballot style. Okay. For instance, when we utilize our BODs, when we print that file, it's going to print that voter's file. So there's not going to be any misconception about what we're getting. In the past, we had ballots in the back. The ballot judge would have to turn around, fish into the box, and pull out hopefully the right one. Not usually much of a problem in a lot of the precincts that we have. But say, for instance, Pine Strawberry. You've got a general election, and you've got all those water districts and fire districts and sanitary. I mean, there's a lot of different ballot styles that could just be created at that one. Sometimes if they weren't watching closely, they might turn around and say, oh, 315, yeah. But they might get the 315 East, or they might get the 315 West. It was very kind of touch and go, and it was hard. And Sadie's office oftentimes had to deal with that, and that's where we had a lot of provision and so forth. But with new equipment and that capability, provisionals in that regard for voting in the wrong precinct have just dive bombed. So that's one of the aspects of this technology that has allowed us to be quicker, more efficient, so to speak. Okay. Oh, and the ballot audits, number sent, number used, number returned. We track all that. They have reports that they give us at the end of the night. Sometimes they're not always where they're supposed to be, you know, and so we have to hunt and look for them, but we find them, and then we utilize all that information to see how our poll workers are doing, how are they responding to the needs that, you know, the things that they have to do, so that we can review and so make sure that everything is fine. Next. The election canvass. The results are unofficial for up to 20 days following the election, okay? Not until the official canvass is certified by you. Their results are all preliminary. They're all unofficial. They only become official when you guys sit here and you take that vote. Do we certify the election? Once you guys do certify it, then that election is official, okay? The results are official, okay? Next. Okay, election canvass. Certified county canvass is sent to the Secretary of State's office. The Secretary of State presents the canvass of the state, federal offices, constitutional amendments, initiatives, referenda to the governor and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. So once you verify that election has been canvassed, a couple of things happen. Right off the bat, we send a hard copy to the Secretary of State's office. We also send an electronic copy to the Secretary of State's office, and we post it on our webpage, okay, and the county webpage. The minute we do that, the minute we post that canvass report, it is being snapped up by every bean counter, from the RNC to the DNC to just those guys at home that sit around and just look at data to see what's in there. And so they go through it with a fine-tooth comb, and they look for anything and everything that they can possibly find to see, did we do it right? Did we get it right? And to this date and time, we've never had any issues with our canvass reports or anything that we've submitted to the Secretary of State's office. Now, one election, because when I was brand new, and it was some things that they added, there was some things that we didn't quite know that we had to have in that report, but they sent it back to us and saying, hey, you need to send us this and this and that. So we complied and stuff like that, but it was like, things that we don't track, for instance, like the age of our poll workers. And that's another one of those reports that goes on to the EAC, the Elections Assistance Commission. At the end, they send us this humongous questionnaire at the end of the election cycle, and it's from the EAC. And one of the things that thing's asks is, it's like talking to a police officer sometimes. No offense, guys. But anyway, they'll ask you a series of questions, and they'll ask the same question like 3 or 4 times, right? It's like, did you do this, right? And then it's another page, 2 pages away, and it's the same question, but just asked a little differently. So they try and catch us up like we're doing something wrong. But we haven't had any issues with the EAC reports that we've been given over to the Elections Assistance Commission. Okay, next. There's just important dates for what we've got coming up in the November election, okay? Thursday, October 11th, early voting begins, or that should have been Wednesday. Wednesday? Wednesday, yeah. Typo on that one. So anyway, last day to request an early ballot, Friday, October 26th. Sample ballots, they're not really sample ballots going out because this is an all-mail election, but if they would, they'd be going out Friday, October 26th. That's that 11 days before the election. All elections that are done by mail, they do not receive a sample ballot because they're actually getting the ballot. That's one of the things we've had in the past too, is that sometimes people will say, hey, I didn't get my sample ballot. Did you have anybody in your household that gets an early ballot? And if they respond yes, then I said, that's why you do not receive a sample ballot, is because the early ballot, somebody in that household, we're not going to double up and send multiple, because you got it right there, okay? And of course, the election is Tuesday, November 6th. And of course, the official canvass, that's up to the schools division when they want to come in and set that canvass up with you. Technically, for this election, for their override elections, the school districts, we're just the vendors. We're providing services for them. In the past, cities and towns, school districts, they had to conduct their own elections. They had to put their own people on the ground. They had to have polling locations. They had to have their own trainings and everything like that. But because it was difficult for them to continue on that process, especially jurisdictions, cities and towns, they've contracted with us to go ahead and take over those particular duties. Okay? All right, and that's it for that one. So that's the Elections 101. And a lot of that was a little bit of some of the stuff that Sadie talked about earlier, okay, and there's that. So if any questions you have right now on this particular portion.
Tim, Steve, either one of you have questions?
Yes, sir.
I have no questions. I'm good.
Just to clarify, Eric, and thank you for the presentation. Your last slide here uses dates that don't seem
Yeah.
to jive with 2023.
Yeah, yeah.
These are 2024 dates.
Right, some of them are. Actually, like I said, I kind of goofed up on that one. I didn't kind of watch that one. But that Wednesday is when the early voting starts, October 11th. So,
Yeah, it says Thursday, but anyway.
Okay.
And
right.
the other one I have is, I remember last year when we had to canvass,
Mhm.
okay, which means we vote to make the results official.
Mhm.
A lot of folks felt like we had an option to not do that.
No.
And we don't really have an option to not do that. We're required legally to do it, and we're actually not voting on the accuracy of the election. We're voting on, these are the official results.
Yeah.
Okay, I want everybody to know that.
Yeah, it's not an option, and it is a great disservice to the people that actually went out of their way and voted, because if they're not included in the canvas, you know.
Yeah, then none of the votes count.
Yeah.
So on the ADA machine, how does the information, use an example, you could even vote in a different county. How does the ADA machine?
Different precinct.
Okay. How does that information then move to the correct, is it through the internet or how?
No, the ADA unit is a standalone unit. It is not hooked up to the internet.
Okay.
It does not tabulate anything at all. It is simply just a ballot marking device. All it does is, you know, and it's part of the process where it gets tested in the logic and accuracy testing. That's one of our units that is tested during the process, and you know, but it does not record anything. It's just a ballot marking device. It's not attached to the internet. It doesn't do anything.
Okay, so it finds its way home through another means.
Yeah, so whenever they do that, it's explain the paper prints out and when it's not one.
No, I don't. But I can take a look at this, okay? This, for instance, is a 14-inch ballot. That's like a regular. What do you want? Oh, thank you. That's like a regular sized ballot. That's what you normally get from the BOD, or if you walk into Young, they've already got pre-printed ballots. That's what you're going to get. Okay. Now, the ADA unit, it has what we call the skinny ballot. Okay. The ballot stock paper is this size. Okay. It's fed into the machine. Once you mark your choices, at the very end, it goes through a screen-by-screen shot of what you voted for. Okay? So if you say, for instance, you know what? I changed my mind on this one. I'm going to go ahead and deselect it. I'm going to go back to that race. I'm going to make a different choice, and I'm going to go back to the main screen. Once the voter reviews that, they have a look at it, everything is good, then they'll go ahead and hit print. This comes back out, the skinny ballot. Okay? We provide them with a secrecy sleeve. By law, we have a secrecy sleeve that they can slide it into, so when they're making their way to the ballot box, nobody can see how they voted. A lot of times when they get their ballot out, they'll go ahead and they'll double check just to make sure that there's no funny business going on. We have people that actually do that. And they look at it and they say, okay, everything's good. Then they go over to the black box, the ballot box, and they put it in, and that's it. That's how it works. And they go ahead. These ballots, when they come back, we can tabulate these right alongside the regular size ballots. We can put them in there like that, and they will tabulate.
And so then the tabulator, at the end of it all, deciphers whether it's in this precinct or another,
Yes.
whether it's in this district or another.
It breaks it down.
It figures all that out.
Now, a real quick, intercession here for you. When I give you guys that canvas report, it's a huge document, right? Now, one of the things about the machines are, it takes all that information and it synthesizes it, allocates it, aggregates it to all the various points on that ballot. We get that report that we give to you, the canvas report. That's how all of that, the DS850 just goes ahead, allocates that all, and that's how we get our results. Okay, so that's where those come from.
Okay, thanks. One more. The polls close at 7.
Yep.
What if there's a line that still exists at 7? How is that handled?
Okay, real simple.
Okay.
We have our marshals. At 7, right around 6:45, they start announcing. They start crowing. Actually, about 6:30. It's 6:30. The polls will close in 30 minutes. About that time, they start getting a look and seeing what's going on. Okay. If they have people that are standing in line at 7 o'clock, the marshal will go out and he'll declare that at 7 p.m. the polls are now closed. He will go and stand behind that last person that is in line. Remember that training? Okay. This is one of our poll workers, by the way.
That's kind of what I thought.
Yeah. So at 7 p.m., they go out there, they say it's closed, and then they stand behind that individual, that last one, and then they go ahead and let them continue in and continue in. And it happens a lot. We get those last-minute rushes where people come in, they're, you know, okay, they get there and stuff like that. And so that's the process that we have for that particular instance.
Thank you, Eric. That's all I have.
Eric, I'm good on that, but I think we have a question in Payson, and that's Bev. Do you have a
Yes.
question?
Yes, thank you, Director Eric. I appreciate the information. So when I was looking over your PowerPoints, I noticed that about the early board, and I had questions. You know, I guess coming from another state recently, I haven't had a chance to really know how election process goes here. So I was wondering, how and when is the early board chosen, and how long do they work, and where?
Okay. Okay. So I think it's 29 days out. No later than 29 days, we have to present to the Board of Supervisors a listing of polling locations and our early board and our poll workers. So on that agenda item that we take to the board, on that list is all of our poll workers that we have recruited up until that time. And it also has the early boards that we utilize for counting the ballots. There's also some other boards we utilize. They're called night boards, transportation boards, and so forth and so on. And I'll talk a little about those in the next slide or the next presentation. But those individuals make up the people who count the ballots. Now, from time to time, we've had people just keep coming back and coming back and coming back. There are people working on the early boards that have been here since I've been here. Okay? And so sometimes, however, when we have people that fall out, that we can no longer have enough people to work, we will recruit from sometimes poll workers, or we will just even put a news out or a little blurb out to the party chairs. Say, do you have anybody that might be available to work on the early boards for us? We're shy. We might need some people. We also extensively hit the party chairs, and they can attest to it. Last time I was always knocking on their doors, calling them, saying, hey, I need some people in this location. I need a specific party. You need to get me some people so that I can comply with the statute that says we have to have as a balanced polling location as we possibly can. And it's in statute where it says where it is practicable. They know that things will occur between now, when we submit that list to the Board of Supervisors for the poll workers, for the early board workers. We have people that drop out. They either drop out because of sickness, illness, they don't want to do it, they change their minds, or their schedule doesn't, they can't work that many hours in that day because they can't make over a certain amount or something like that because they're on Social Security. There's a lot of different reasons why they might not be able to work those. And so when we do get that, if we need help, we'll go to the party chairs to recruit more individuals so that we can maintain that balance. We don't let people work together who are married. We don't let people work together who are related on the early boards. And like I said, when we get them down at that table, we find out what party affiliations they are, and we mix it up. We utilize a mix of everything, independents, Republicans, and Democrats, okay?
Okay.
And I think you asked, what else did you ask? How long do they work?
Yeah, I was just wondering how long do they work and where. I was kind of thinking about more the when they start tallying the early ballots. That I was kind of focused on that part.
Okay.
So when do they start counting the early ballots?
Usually it's the Friday before the election.
Okay.
Oh, you mean the processing the ballots in general? When we start opening up the ballots and checking to make sure that they're not damaged or anything like that?
Yeah, and that might be something you're going to be covering.
Yeah, I will in the next presentation.
But just quickly, are there observers who observe this early board work?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the last election cycle, we had the Democrat Party, the Republican Party. We had a couple of individuals from the Carter Center, and where was the other one from? I think the Brennan Center. We had a couple from different locations. And we actually had observers from the European Union.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Okay, next one. Hey, and tell us your name again. I think we got it wrong. Would you please?
I'd say John Smith, but no, that's not right.
No, that ain't right.
My name is Glenn Galster. I'm a one-in Glenn.
There you go. I think we got it now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I did want to clarify one thing. A number of times, I think I've stood up here, and others have too, and said we wanted to get rid of Eric. Eric, we don't want to get rid of you, okay?
I understand. If I don't hear that again, I'll be fine.
Okay. You're doing a great job, and we really appreciate what you're doing. I have a couple questions. I just broached when Sadie was discussing her presentation. But with the actual tabulation of the votes, I know we have 6 voting centers and 11 precincts that are too small to have voting centers. So are those handled differently? How are they counted? How is that transmitted down to Globe? And then I have a second question related to that.
Okay, so there is no difference in the ballots from a vote center and a regular precinct location. The manner in which they're produced is what makes them different. The vote centers rely, like I said, we rely upon our ballot on demand printer. So that prints that ballot for them, and we don't have to buy a whole bunch of ballots that we would wind up throwing in the trash, which has happened in the past, but we cut that waste down significantly with the utilization of the BODs. The regular polling locations, like for instance, Pine Strawberry, Young, Zane Gray, Whispering Pines, Canyon Day, Carrizo, Hayden, Winkleman, wherever they may be, they have pre-printed ballots. They go ahead and vote them, okay? And they put them in that black box at the end of the night, the ballot boxes, they put them in throughout the day. At the end of the night, they're collected, okay? And they are counted, and there is what we refer to as a ballot report, or an official ballot report. It lists how many ballots came out of that box, how many were counted, okay? And so we have that on paper. We have the e-poll books, which also keep a tally of what's going on, okay? So that's where that chain of custody for that particular election starts. Once they pull them out of the box, they count them. Once they do that and they're confident in their counts, and they can if they miscounted or something like that, they go back, they can make their justifications like, yeah, everything's good, we're good, let's go ahead and take them. Then they'll go ahead and deposit them into the red ballots bag, okay? And so once those ballots go into that red ballots bag, and that official report is get one of the copies, it's a 2-copy report, one gets stuck into the red ballot bag, one goes back to our office so that we can have a copy so that we know what they performed, what they did out there. And then those red ballot bags are sealed, okay? So this is the polling locations. They're sealed with a seal. Those seals have to match when they get back here to our turn-in point. In Payson, we go to the old building on 260 there, where we go ahead. They bring those ballot bags in. When they bring those ballot bags in, those seals are checked to make sure that they are the seals that we sent to that location. If they're not the correct seals and there's something wrong, we start asking questions. But never had that issue. They've broken a number of seals, but that's why we give them backups, because it's a long day. It's a 13-plus hour day for our poll workers, and it's actually more than 13. Most of the time, they're going to start out about 4:30, maybe 4 o'clock, right? Because they got to get there by 5:15, right around in there. And so that 13-hour day, boom, just kicked up to 14, 15 and a half, or 14 and a half. At the end of the day, by the time they finish processing, they've got another 3 hours, probably 2 hours under their belt. So they're looking at a 16, 17-hour day. So sometimes, oh shoot, I forgot, that report's got to go in the red bag, okay? And so they break the seal, get the backup seal, put the report in there, reseal it. But we track all of those seals. And only my department knows those seals, what they're going out. And we don't often send out the same style of seals. We might send the same red seals out. We might change it up and put some different ones. We might put a blue and a red in there just to throw things up so that nobody can see that we're too predictable, right? So that's one of those little things that we throw in there from time to time. But once they get that, once they're in that ballot bag and they've got that report in there, those are the things that are returned to the processing sites, and those seals are checked. And once they're checked, they go straight back to the tabulation room, where our tabulation team goes ahead, opens them up, and tabulates them in the machine. And by the way, most of the time at that tabulation site, we have observers from the parties that are all there watching, okay? And if they're not watching in person live, they're watching via online streaming video that we have. And it's all big. And once they get processed, they're tabulated, they get resealed back in the bag, the report's still in there and everything like that, they get resealed, they go into the vault, and unless there's a challenge to the results of the election, they will stay sealed in those red bags until we archive them. This last election, that wasn't necessarily the case because we had to do a recount for the state races. So they were held in our vault until the recount was performed. Once it was performed and the Secretary of State's office recanvassed the results and made them official again, then that way we're able to go ahead and take them out of those bags, put them in the boxes, and archive them in the treasurer's vault per statute.
Thank you. That shows the complete chain of custody up till the time that the ballots are tabulated. The tabulation occurs in Globe, and is that the ES&S? I believe it's a 2600 machine that does that?
No, sir. It's the DS 850.
Okay, yes. I'm sorry, I had the wrong number.
That's okay.
So that does the tabulation then of all of the ballots at
Correct. Yes.
in Globe.
Yes.
Okay. Is the ES&S machine, how does it transmit the tabulation?
Okay, so the ballots are scanned into the system, okay? Boom, 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 they go, they're scanned. We, like for instance, on our early ballot, okay, we break it into 3 buckets. We have early ballots, we have election day, and we have provisional, okay? So we scan each one of those at a certain time so that we keep those buckets together. Okay, the machine aggregates those results to the various, percentages and who got the votes and so forth and so on. Okay, so that's all aggregated into the system. We then take a thumb drive or a data stick, and the data sticks are brand new. They're brand spanking new out of the wrappers. We get them from ES&S. They're a little bit more expensive than, say, for instance, going over to Walmart and getting some off of the shelf and stuff like that. But we've never done that, simply because of the fact that people, they're going to ask questions. Well, how do you know that batch wasn't defective or something like that? So we get them from a source, ES&S trusted. That's what they're designed for, and they're a little more expensive, but it's better to go that route, I believe. Now, the machine, the DS850, probably somebody's going to ask this question, so I'll just go ahead and head it off at the pass. The DS850 does not have a modem. There is no modem inside the DS850. In the DS200s and some of those units, they can, because in some locations throughout the country, once upon a time, they utilized the precinct scanners to modem. They would use the modem on those scanners to send the results back to Election Central in whatever states they were. It was quick, it was fast, they got the results. They didn't have to worry about making a 2-hour drive from the polling location into the tabulation site so that they could then pull them out, and it was already done. So what was coming in was just, and that's how they did it. At one point in time in Gila County, with the first generation of electronic machines that we had, the first gen that we had, the old Diebold AccuVotes, they did have modems inside of them. And we did use those modems at one point in time to transmit the results. But there was an individual that created quite a furor about the possibility of those data transmissions being intercepted as they're going through the phone line. So because of that particular process, that particular worry, they were discontinued. We no longer modemed results. We came in and we downloaded them at the tabulation center in person, live, and on everything, like cameras and so forth. But no, the DS850 does not have a modem in it, and it is air-gapped. By that, it is not hooked up to the internet. We have never hooked it up to the internet. It will never be hooked up to the internet. And that's just an internal process that when we first got our new equipment, it wasn't anything in statute, it wasn't anything in the procedures manual at that time. It was just something that we inherently did because cybersecurity and all that best practices, we kind of had an idea that maybe this is the way we need to go. Make sure it's a standalone unit. And the data is, after that, the data is downloaded into that data stick. We then take that data stick and it goes into our terminal there that we have in our office, which, by the way, is under camera 24/7 for the entire elections. As long as the election is hot, that camera is watching that particular, the DS850 and the terminal to which the information is downloaded into. Now, the computer that we put that data stick into, it is also hardened. It is not connected to the internet. It is not, there's no port on that particular computer that we utilize that was provided by ES&S. There's no port on there to hook it up to the internet, okay? So the only thing it's hooked up to is a printer, and that printer, once again, it's standalone. So when those results are printed out, that hard copy paper that we initially post on our website, on just a regular PDF. I'm sorry we don't go to anything more extravagant with the banners and all the bunting and the pie charts and your pictures and everything like that. But most of the outfits that want to provide that service, it's a big ticket dollar expenditure for 2 nights out of the year, every 2 years. So it's just in my eyes, maybe I'm kind of frugal, maybe I'm too cheap, maybe I'm thinking, and nobody's ever really complained about it. The PDF seems to work just fine because 48 hours after the election, for the most part, unless it's really totally close, nobody cares. They'll call or ask questions or whatever. But, so anyway, does that answer that question for you?
Well, that gave me a very thorough answer. I appreciate that, and I think everybody here has a better comprehension of what goes into that. There is one related question I need to ask you,
Sure.
and it goes back to an old saying as a businessman over the years, trust but verify. Do you open up that machine to see if there's a wireless modem inside the machine?
Negative, because if we were to do that, that would void our warranty, and I would get in trouble, and that machine cost about $147,000, and I don't really want to pay for it.
So you're trusting that there isn't a wireless modem inside because you don't look in it?
Because the reason I don't is because I'm not qualified. I'm not a computer specialist or an electronic specialist. Okay, that's not my field of expertise. Now, those machines, okay, a little bit about it. When those machines go into their production mode, before they even go into production mode, all of the stats, specifications, source code, whatever you want to refer to it as, it goes to what we refer to as the voting, it goes to a VISTL. And what the VISTL is the Voting System Test Lab, okay, which is established by the EAC, Elections Assistance Commission, all right? So those VISTLs, those voting systems laboratories, they go ahead, they take all of that data that is provided by the vendor to be, in this case, ES&S, Dominion, Automark, whatever's out there that has a particular unit that they want to go ahead and get set up for certification. So what they do is they take all of that data, all that information, and then they basically create that DS850 from scratch, or whatever system that they're utilizing. They develop it from scratch and they test it. And what are they looking for? Just exactly what you said. They're looking for maybe, well, this doesn't have specifications, it has a modem, okay? That also, this doesn't have specifications that it should be doing this. What is this programming for? There's nothing in that. That's what they're looking. They're looking to see it. Did the programmers put a back door in there so they'd like to have access to it? And we've seen that on a lot of television shows, and we've seen that on a lot of movies where, oh yeah, the guy gets on the keyboard and like 5 or 6 seconds, wham, he's in the system. He's just absconded with like $500,000 and it's already transferred to a bank account in Switzerland. No, they go in there, that's what they're looking for, you know? And so that's part of that process, that Elections Assistance Commission's verification. And then once it gets done with at the federal level, when those machines come to Arizona and the Secretary of State's office, they have a commission that is it's a 3-board member commission, is it 3 boards? 3 members? They take a computer specialist from one of the universities, and they have, I think, was it justice from one of the Supreme Courts or something like that, appellate court or something like that. They take a lawyer, a judge from another location, and I forget what the other person is, but they review, once again, the processes, the documentations, the paperwork that was produced, so that the Secretary of State's office, when they say, okay, you got everything that you need to have, we have all of the identification and the processes and everything like that, you're good. You go ahead and offer it to the county so that they can peruse it to see if they will be using it. Okay, how's that?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. It's, you know, then we're trusting the EAC actually does it. And the commission here, they don't have any experts that are actually doing what you stated.
They do have a computer expert on board.
Well, I've looked at that thoroughly.
Do they certify themselves?
They don't certify their source code. They don't certify a lot of things there. So I'm just saying, unless we have the ability locally to actually see what's in the machines and to look at them to determine what's in there, we're taking someone else's word for it. They're reducing our votes to an image, and we're told that it's sent, but we do not know that. There's people out there, the experts out there, Halderman for one. Read the Halderman report. Every machine in the United States is corrupted, and his report that has the evidence, Woody said earlier, show me the evidence. The evidence has been out there. It was under a gag order for 2 years. Now it's been made public, but you can you don't even know about it. Read the Haldeman report. There's none that are clean out there. There's no machine that's clean out there. I've been hanging around these machines for 40 years since I was doing my own programming. And then Clint Curtis. I mean, if we want evidence, Clint Curtis, you'd alluded to somebody out there who said this. You know, there are problems with the source code. There are problems with this. Yes, there are. And all of the machines not only can be, but they are corrupted.
We're relying on those machines to give us a free and fair election. 54 countries in the world have gone to machines. Only the ones that have gotten away from the machines are still free and fair elections. We are trusting something that is beyond us, beyond your capabilities, beyond my level of expertise, and we're trusting. Trust me, they say. It's not. Everything that they're saying about those machines officially is inaccurate. And I have the truth. Anyway, thank you very much.
Well, I'd just like to respond to that.
Oh, absolutely, go ahead.
One of the things that allows us to make sure that those machines are accurate is that there is what is considered, we perform a post-election audit, and that is performed by the parties, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. They come in and they randomly, they go back, we go ahead and they select the precincts and the early ballot batches that they want to select for a hand count. They take, and it's completely, we don't know what they're going to pick. We don't know how they're going to, which ones they're going to grab. They take those, we let them go ahead and they perform a hand count. They look at those ballots, and on the tally sheets and so forth, they start to put that information from those ballots, okay? And then we take their results and we take the ballots that they selected, that they chose, and then we run them through the DS 850 again. And in every instance that we have performed on these hand count audits, the machines are correct. Sometimes a couple of the boards, they get it spot on, but there's always one team that didn't hear when they called tally and they're one off or two off or something like that. But when we go back, and we've done this, we've gone back and say, okay, well, you're not jiving with the machine. So we take the ballots and we sit there and we look at them in person, and the machine's always accurate. We do a post-election LNA to make sure that the machines are counting on the way they're supposed to. We do a prescribed deck that we do, a test deck, that we go through and we make sure that the ballots are counting. We don't have a third-party vendor that does our ballot layout and programming. We program in-house. We are one of very few number of counties that program their ballot in-house. So, you know, we've sworn to defend and protect the Constitution and the laws in the state of Arizona. We take that very seriously. I started off with that oath at the age of 17 when I joined the United States military. I've never forsworn that oath. I'll be damned if I do now.
And I appreciate your candor with this, but I'll just say that the things that are occurring, your audit wouldn't catch that. It doesn't catch it because it's done behind the scenes. There were 6,200 and some change phantom ballots in the 2020 election in Gila County.
We're not going to go down rabbit trails.
No, we won't go down that rabbit hole. But Eric brought up that everything is perfect, even going and auditing it. But it's not perfect if things are being done behind the scenes that he can't even encounter. I mean, it would never show it.
We're moving on. Yeah, that number keeps coming up, Sadie.
So that number keeps coming up because people don't understand an Excel spreadsheet and how to do it correctly. They make up, well, you have an M in front of your ID number, so you're a phantom voter. No, that is incorrect. If it has an M, they originally registered in Maricopa County. They are not a phantom voter. If it has a P, they originally registered in Pima County. They are not a phantom voter. Because my grandmother is 91 years old does not mean she's a phantom voter and should not be voting. Because sweet little Carmen Slough, who's 109, is not a phantom voter. So they're not comparing the correct data. We went over this with Bev, Angela, Kim, and Doug, and they understood in that meeting. Kim was like, I got it. Angela was like, I understand this. There are no 6,000 phantom voters. They were comparing a voter registration number in the current system, in Avid, to a voter registration number that was in an old system of Power Profile. So the difference is 6,102 voters difference. That is what we have added since we switched from the Power Profile system to our new system. In Power Profile, if you registered in Maricopa, you had an M. If you registered in Power Profile through Pima, you had a P. That is what they're not understanding.
Okay, so we're moving on. That's enough questions for right now. We got a lot to go on to get this done before dark. Good luck on that one, Eric.
Yeah. Okay, so next. And like I said, once again, Arizona Revised Statute, Title 16, Elections Procedures Manual. And we're not perfect. We do make mistakes from time to time. We're humans. So.
Well, I think that holds true with anything.
And one of the first mistakes I ever made as an elections director when I came on board, when I was first elections director back in 2013, I was going to give Gila County a perfect election. And I found out that that is never, ever going to happen. And one of those vaunted EAC reports that at the end of it, there's something I read, I should have read it before I, took off on that tangent, but it said in the back of the report one year, it said that there has never been, nor will there ever be, a perfect election conducted in the United States as long as human beings are involved in the process. It's just that simple. Okay, now, moving on to counting the ballots, early ballots, polling place, and provisionals. And this is the one that I utilize when I train all the upcoming new elections workers, certifying them for the state of Arizona. So I've been doing this for a couple of years down there. All right, early ballot by mail. How do you get them? Early ballots by mail. Okay, next. Early voting. So once again, we're taking another look. We're getting a little bit deeper here in some of the stuff. But okay, next. Okay, early ballots. What are they and where do they come from? Early ballots are those ballots that are being cast by voters who are on the active early voting list, AVL, or have requested a ballot by mail or have voted in person early. An early ballot by mail may be requested by a voter who is not on the AVL as early as 93 days before the election, but no later than 11 days before the election, because Postal Service will not guarantee that they can get it there and they can get it back in that amount of time, so that's the cutoff date. A voter may also vote early in person from 27 days prior to the election up to 5 p.m. on Friday before the election at specified locations. Ballots cast by voters in this manner are considered early ballots. Okay, and there's one of those early ballot requests. There's some statutes on there, 16542 for that particular method. Okay, next. Early ballots versus polling place. Okay, so here's some early voting in Arizona. Continues to rise, and many counties are seeing a dramatic decline in polling place voting. The trend in Gila County, for example. Okay, 2010. Okay, and I only go back this far because I try to use the most relevant data from the last election to the past. Okay, so 2010, as you can see there, our registered voters, 30,157. The early ballots, the number of ballots sent out, 11,308. Polling place, 6,604. Okay. And you take a look, I won't go through all of these because time is at a premium now. Fast forward to 2022, number of registered voters, 33,949, okay? Early ballots, number of ballots, 17,835, earlies. Polling place, 4,842, yeah, don't have my glasses on, sorry.
Okay, so, if you need to say something, say it, Steve, but. So this is another thing that I've sat there in these meetings and listened to probably 2 or 3 times. There's more ballots than there are registered voters.
No.
Obviously not.
No. I'll tell you what. If we got, and this is, one of the things we do, we just don't, trust the machines that they're going to spit out the right information. One of the things we do is we start reviewing. If we got a precinct, I'll use Hayden Winkleman, right? So if we have a precinct, Hayden Winkleman, with 1,200 voters, something like that down there now, I forget, whatever. But if we get a report back and we look at it and our ballot tabulation says that we've had 5,000 people vote in Hayden Winkleman, that's a serious, huge red flag. And that's, earlier I was talking about the bean counters. When we post that on our webpage, I mean, they're taking that apart, they're ripping it apart just to see if we've messed up someone. And that's one of those first things that we always check. Do we have more people voting than we have registered voters? Because if we do, we've got a big problem, right? We've never had that happen. And that has happened. I'm not going to name counties, but it has happened in a county in the past where they came out with their election night results and all of a sudden they've got more people voting than they'd have people in that precinct. What they did was, when it was all said and done, the review and the tracking back and so forth, what they did was, when they had performed their logic and accuracy test, before the machines are able to send out, before early voting starts, when they did their logic and accuracy test, they went ahead, they used test deck ballots. And the Secretary of State's office usually comes in with 300-400 ballots, okay? Depending upon the county, they're gonna use more, etc. It was operator error. They got sidetracked, they got, excited that they passed the LNA, everything was good, they were moving, they were, small departments once again. Very few departments outside of Pinal, Pima, and Maricopa have very large departments. The average is about 3 or 4 of us, and that's it. So when they went ahead and did the LNA, what they forgot to do is they forgot to clear the test deck data. So when they went to their tabulation, they had those 300, 400, 500 ballots
already in there.
that were still on there that were just test ballots. They didn't clear them, so they had a report that showed, oh man, they've got 10,000 people voting in a precinct that only has 5,000 people. What's up with that? And they found out eventually, but that's one of those things that can occur, and it occurs from time to time. But no, we don't have a precinct that votes more people than we have registered voters for. Because if it did, you guys would be able to see it. You'd tell Eric, what are you doing here?
Oh, yeah, I know, but this is actually something that I've heard and been told, you know, where we're off, and it's like.
No, because if we did, once we submitted that report, somebody would be on the phone. I mean, when we send out early ballots, we get out, you know, I sit there, once the early ballots go out in the mail, I sit there for, you know, until maybe Monday or Tuesday, because that's when everybody's gotten their ballot, and they take a look at it, and they're people that they pull out their magnifying glasses. Oops. They'll pull out their magnifying glasses and they'll go through every single line to see what they can find that we've done wrong. Okay. One year, Alfonso and I are sitting there at the desk. Ballots have been out for a couple of days. Everything seemed good. Everything was nice. Get a phone call. The guy's yelling at us. He says, "You guys are so stupid. How could you be so stupid? How could you leave a candidate off of the ballot?" We're like, "Well, sir, you know, it was a general election." So we're thinking maybe it was a special district because that's when we have a lot of additional elections. And so I can't always keep track of every single name, especially in the special district, because they just don't register because we prep them on the November ballot. And if they haven't been on the ballot before, it's like, okay, I don't know who that is. So we took a second. Meanwhile, my heart rate jumped to about 90. Alfonso has a vein on his head that started popping out. And we're like asking him, "So what race is it, sir, that we missed?" And he goes, "You missed the race for sheriff." And I was like, okay, what's the candidate's name? He says, "Joe." I said, "Joe?" And Alfonso and I both looked at each other and said, "You mean Joe Arpaio?" And he goes, "Exactly. You left him off the ballot." I said, "Sir, where do you live?" He goes, "Gila County." I said, "Well, Sheriff Joe Arpaio is the sheriff of Maricopa County." Yeah. Silence, and he hung up. So sometimes people aren't aware of what's going on and they just kind of, you know, throw that out there. But those things that we watch very diligently. So if we made a mistake like that, we hope to God we would catch it because somebody else will.
I was pretty certain you would catch that.
Yeah, that one, yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
So Eric, is it possible, given the scenario you did, I realize that if there's 5,000 more people voting, then yeah, that's an extreme example.
Right.
What if the example would be smaller than that? Let's say 70% average people vote that are registered.
Depends.
Right? Not all people that are registered vote.
It all depends.
So then there is this gap, and let's say that the testing was done, and the testing that didn't get cleared off of the machine fell within that gap. Is that a possibility?
That's possible, yeah.
You would not be able to catch that because you wouldn't know. It's like, oh, these make sense.
Right.
Yeah.
But
so
in that particular instance, when we're post LNA, okay, we do our LNA testing and we go ahead and do all that. I still don't know how they quite did that because one of the things that takes place before we actually start tabulation of the real ballots, okay? One of the things that we produce from the DS-850 is referred to as a zero report, okay? So we run a report, and that report kicks it out, and it's by precinct, by all of this stuff, and it shows nothing but zeros, okay? Because there has been no ballot tabulated for that race. It's a zero report. It's another measure that we make sure that we have not messed up. We cleared the machine, because if we ran that zero report before we're getting ready to do tabulation, and we see, oh, we got to go back and clear that off. That's just one of those warnings. That's another warning sign. So another step, a layer in the process that makes sure that we're counting what we're supposed to be counting.
So this test that you do, does it include the actual names of the upcoming election?
Yes.
Or are they fictitious? And
No,
why are they
it's
not fictitious in order to prevent any thing going wrong? Let's say it's full of Mickey Mouse and Santa Claus and all that, and when the thing's all done, you go, okay, there's supposed to be so many for Mickey Mouse, so many for Santa Claus.
Because that's what it is in statute.
Oh, okay.
Statutory requirement that we
Another
utilize the
something
names
the
of the candidates.
legislature has to change.
That,
Okay.
yeah, if they wanted to do it that way, that's
Okay.
like with all these things. All of these things, you know, I mean, I get hit with a lot of stuff, and I tell them, I said, well, I understand your concerns. However, I'm powerless to do anything about it. And I also tell them that you are powerless to do anything about it. because it's at the state level where those particular legislation has to occur.
Okay, thank you, Eric.
Continue on, Eric.
Okay, so we won't beat this with a dead horse, but what you can see here is you can see that the proliferation of voting by mail is outpacing the polling place locations. And as it goes on, we have a segment of our demographic right now that in the future, they're going to want to do it on this. They're not going to want to go to a polling place. They're not going to want to use mail ballots. They're going to want to do this. They're just going to want to snap onto their internet connection, go ahead and input their PIN or their data or whatever, and then vote this way. So, you know, when is that coming? Where is it coming? I don't know. But we have a demographic right now that we still have the boomers. They like to go to the polling locations. They like to vote in person. And that's me too. Like, you know, it's like tradition. Always, that's where you go. That's what you do. It's the whole thing. But I also understand that some people don't have that convenience, that they have to be at work. They work odd hours. They, you know, they don't want to be doing that. They want an option. And so that's what we provide. We never ever want to curtail the opportunity for people to vote. That's the way Sadie and I have been trained. That's the way the process is working. We want to put as few limitations as we possibly have to, as long as they're, you know, I mean, voting by mail. Some people don't like it. Some people, that's the only way they'll vote. Some people don't like going to the polls. Some people love going to the polls. I know in your particular neck of the woods, it's not just election day. It's like a community get-together event kind of thing. It's that they turn into a community type of event. You know, and that's the way some places are. Now, you know, variations on voting. A lot of things can make the variation on the vote. For instance, you know, it doesn't matter if there's an issue, hot button issue. It can cause the registration numbers to spike. It can cause the registration numbers to fall. It can cause the voter turnout to rise or fall. Traditionally, in the state of Arizona, the gubernatorial cycle, which is when the governor's elected, the gubernatorial elections are very poorly attended. Their turnout has always been very limited. Now, that upticked in a couple of the past governor's elections because had some things occur that don't normally occur. We had the death of a United States Senator take place, in which case we had to go ahead and schedule that election at the best available date. Okay? Had another senator would go ahead and resign, so that created some interesting, you know, electoral issues. People were going to go out to vote because senators, there's a lot of talk about the Senate, how, you know, it is a very pivotal location in politics. So yeah, people got excited. They went out and they voted for that. That was a key issue, hot button issue. This last election, there was some other issues on there that were hot button issues for certain elements of our electorate that brought them out more so than they would have in the past. So it all varies. There's little subtle nuances that can cause the rise and fall. They're not anything that's, I mean, another one, hashtag Red for Ed. When those educational, remember the long lines of all those people on Central Avenue wearing red suits march into the Capitol building, or red shirts, because they were protesting for their education funding? That was another big skew. That if that had been a regular cycle, if that hadn't occurred, it wouldn't have been that big a turnout. There wouldn't have been that many polling, you know, people at the polls. So a lot of it is dependent on things that we per se cannot control, or it's not nothing that we're doing or not doing. It's just the people. I have a degree in political science from Northern Arizona University. All right. And one of my professors, when I first went in that one day, goes, okay, just this is a big misnomer. There's no science in politics because politics involves people, and people are not scientific sometimes. So it's just the way that goes. Okay, so next. And this is just statewide, some other, you know, this is how the polling place, and it's not just Gila County, it's the state. Everybody, early voting, vote by mail, that's a big thing. Okay, next. Verification of early ballots, okay? We've talked about this at length. Voted early ballots are received by the recorder's office, okay? Now, I took a little liberty here in that some of the stuff I remember from when I did it when I was working for Sadie. And so it may have changed just a little bit, but this is kind of essentially how they go ahead about their process. First thing they do when they get those ballots in from Janelle or whoever, they're date stamped. They go ahead and when did they receive them? Boom, boom, boom. They're doing reports all along the line. And once again, chain of custody. They come in, they go ahead and they're accounting for them and all that sort of stuff, okay? The ballot affidavit is checked to ensure that there is a signature. So that's what Sadie's been talking about. This is one of those ballot affidavit envelopes. One of the first things they do is go ahead and date stamp it. They also check to make sure that that little box isn't said, hey, I messed up my ballot. Can you send me another one? Because we can do that. We can send them 3 times by mail if they make that many mistakes. 3rd time's the charm, though. They hope that they get it right. The other thing they'll do is they'll go ahead and pop this little security sleeve off right here. And they'll make sure that it's signed and it's dated. Now, I don't put my phone number on there anymore because I've gotten so many text messages and all that stuff from people I don't want to get. There you go. That's great. Now I'll be able to do that. But anyway, so that's just one of those little subtle things that, you know, it's there, boom, that they got it. Once they do that, you know, okay, they go ahead, the affidavit envelope has no signature, then they'll hold it, they'll try to find it. They go out of their way. By the way, these guys, when they put out those ballots, that's a lot of work. It is a lot of work, and it is extremely nerve-wracking and time-consuming, and it's you know, they're doing the selection for the PUSD and Miami Unified School District. All we needed was Globe Unified to make it a complete county-wide election, because you guys got, what, 20,000 and change getting ready to go out October 11th. That's no easy task. You know? So, anyway, they have no signature, the ballot will be held. The signature cannot be obtained, the ballot will be sent on to the early board for final disposition. Basically, they hold them, all the bad ballots, they hold them to the very end. And then when we get them, we go ahead and break down. And so our reports indicated on that Canvas report, you guys get that early ballot report, shows you how many we sent out, how many we processed, how many were tabulated, how many were rejected, and the reasons thereof, why they were rejected. Okay. Spell check for spoiled ballot notice. If the spoiled ballot box has been checked, the ballot will be spoiled and a new ballot issued and mailed to the voter. If the ballots have no deficiencies, they are placed in batches of 50 and sorted alphabetically for final verification. Okay, and there's all more of the statutes. Now, they do a really good job with that, and we utilize 50 because that's basically what our our early board workers can handle between the two people and work efficiently, effectively, and not get lost and not make as many mistakes. So Sadie gets these are all, like, say for instance, these are the ballots. They've all been verified, signatures are good, there's no problems with them. They also produce, do you guys still call it the absentee reconciliation report? Okay, so they print a report out. Okay, once again, this is that chain of custody thing. They print out an absentee reconciliation detail report. Okay, basically what that means is every ballot that's in here, every name on these ballots is on this list. And so they go ahead, they band them up, they put them in the red containers, they seal them up, and they hold them there until they can get enough to where it makes it worthwhile for us to come over, pick them up, and schedule an early board to process them. Okay, so they're in these red cans, they're sealed up. We go ahead, we come over 2 by 2. We never do anything alone. We always have Noah's Ark concept, and we're always traveling in company vehicles. We don't utilize POVs for anything. We utilize company vehicles. We come by 2s. Sometimes 3 or 4 of us. One time they gave us 15 cans at one time, and that was a lot of moving around. But anyway, so we get them back to our location. We sign off on a transmittal sheet. Okay, that transmittal sheet, it lists how many cans are we picking up. It lists the seal numbers on those cans. First thing I do is I take a look at each one of those seals, and I make sure that what that seal number is representing there is also on that transmittal sheet that we get. Recorder's office keeps one, we get one. Okay, so we take those back, we transfer them back to the department, we go ahead, put them in the vault until our early boards come in and are ready to process them. Okay, so that's how we get these little stacks of 50 like that. Okay. And so next.
Small question.
One
small question. Could I ask you just real quick, Director Eric?
Yes.
So you said sorted alphabetically. I'm assuming that's per precinct?
No. My name. The name on the ballot. Say, for instance, we have somebody here, Porter. Okay. Schaefer. They go alphabetically like that.
No. Well, I mean, are we talking about?
Oh, okay. I've kind of noticed that. It was nice when you did it, but now it's like all over. But anyway, yeah. No, the detailed report has the names of the voters who are on that, whose ballot is in that stack, that batch. Okay?
Oh, so it would be probably per precinct, I imagine.
They can be jumbled up. We'll get Carrizo, Canyon Day, Whispering Pines, Pine Strawberry, Payson 3, Payson 4.
Gotcha.
So when we receive them, like Eric was saying, that we have to date stamp them and how we received them. Was it a walk-in? Was it a mail? Was it a drop box? How, and where? Was it in Payson or was it in Pine? Where did we receive this? And then what we do is peel that tab, like Eric said. But in the mail, you get it from every location. So all we do is pull the tabs, verify all of them, and then we bundle them in 50s. And so it is everyone across the county that we get, and we bundle and verify. Those are the slides I took out, by the way.
Does that make sense, Bev?
Sort of. I'll re-listen to it because I know you need to keep going.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, okay, so how do you verify a signature? Okay, on election day, when we're out there on the polling locations and the voters are coming in, when they walk through that door, hey, hi, how are you doing? Can we see some ID? Okay, that's how we verify who they are on election day at the polling site. As Sadie has said, but with the mail-in ballot, early ballot, well, in the case of earlies, when they walk in, they have to provide ID and stuff like that now. But when they come in through the mail, it's the signature that does the verification aspect of the process. Okay, so the recorder staff goes through an intensive forensic signature course on common traits of forgery, fraud, as well as the inherent variations in everyone's signature. Okay, and for instance, this sheet here is the apples to apples worksheet. You look how the people write apple. Okay, next. Okay, and also here, staff learns how to train the eye to look at and compare slant and slope, connections, stopping points, line orientation, and the York worksheet is another example. And this is from the the training that the recorder's office staff goes through, and it's only the senior staff that has this particular duty. It's not just somebody walks in the door, they've been on the job 3 or 4 weeks. No, these guys have been doing this for a long time, and actually after a while, you get to actually spot. I've been through the course myself when I worked for Sadie. And it's interesting how you can start to see, and it doesn't take very long to verify the signature. You can look at it and it's like, okay, good, move, you know, and it's all a process. Okay, next.
After looking at those signatures, how do you keep from having a bad headache by the end of the day?
Okay. Okay, so the early boards and ballot processing. Our early boards are bipartisan volunteers appointed by the Board of Supervisors. Okay, the political parties may also appoint workers. I have no problem with Gary Morris from the Republican Party or Chris Senko from the Democrats saying, hey, I got some people I want to put on this just to make sure that you guys are fine. I don't, you know, we'll use them if we can. The only problem is sometimes bringing them from like up from Payson or someplace else. We have a timeline. We have, you know, can we wait for, you know, I mean, it's just that thing. And we don't pay mileage for the early boards, so that's another thing right there. We try and keep it as an economic process as we possibly can. Okay. Before processing begins, our early boards take an oath of office. They raise their hands and they swear to uphold the Constitution, the laws of the state of Arizona and the United States. Early board workers of differing party affiliations retrieve the ballot canisters from the vault. The canisters are inspected and seal numbers are verified before opening to ensure that there has been no tampering. Once again, our ballots are on camera. I mean, you know, they're all processing room, tabulation room, they're on cameras. And we're going to get additional cameras put in so that you can watch the march all the way back to the whole thing, so that there won't be any, you know, oh, there's a blind spot, or what did you guys do there, or anything like that. We're just going to make sure that that's not going to be an issue, anything any longer, so, you know, we can see the whole movement from point A to point B. And once again, those canisters, we have part of the process. When they come out of the vault, when they come out, we have a form, and the form, it's called a receiving log for the early board. And what they do is they take that can, that red can that Sadie sends them over to us in, and the first thing they do is they take a look at that seal number, they write it down, okay? And then they look at the container number, they write the container number down. And then they write down the condition. Was it broken? Was it sealed correctly? Everything fine? They go ahead and mark that off. Then the people that brought it out, they sign as that they brought it out, and the people that review the canister, they sign that they reviewed it, okay? That stays there in that log. That's one of those chain of custodies. Here we go. So then, the canister seal is then cut, and then each early board will begin to process the ballot batches and confirm, are the ballot affidavit envelopes sealed? Did the batch reports and the ballot affidavits match? Has there been any tampering? Okay. So these are people, they're sitting down, there's 2 of them at the table. They're sitting right across from each other, okay? They'll take that out, and then they've got forms, okay? Forms that they're filling out for, you know, well, we'll get to them in a minute, but they're filling out paperwork. How many ballots are in this batch? What's the batch number? You know, what's the seal number that came? Basically, when we put all that information down on a sheet here, that audit form or whatever you want to call it, that chain of custody form, I can tell you who did that batch, what time they did it, what can it came from, what batch, who scanned that batch, who verified that batch. We take it all the way back to the beginning. We can track it all the way back.
That goes with the recorder's office. On the top of those sheets, it says the date and time, and we initial everything.
Yeah. So, you know, we can tie it back to them, and we can also tie it back to our own early board workers, because they put their initials on it, and they put the date that they processed this batch of ballots. Okay, next. Oh, and by the way, some of these slides here, I believe in R&D. and a lot of the elections community in the state of Arizona believe heavily in R&D. Replicate and duplicate. We don't have a lot of time to do some stuff, so we take bits and pieces of places that have good ideas, and we kind of like, oh, their forms look a little bit cleaner than ours. We'll go ahead and utilize theirs. But anyway, that's just an example, and that's what they're doing now. Next, here's one of our early boards in process and batch logs. Once again, the election, the processing date, the board number, what type of ballots are these, regular, provisionals, who they are working on that board, how many are we getting, what's the seal number, on, so on, so on down the line. Next. The early boards and ballot processing. So anyway, one of the first things that they're going to do, once they go through, they check off to make sure that every name has a ballot, that every name on here has a ballot affidavit envelope. Then what they're going to do is they're going to take a look, and this has already been torn off by the recorder's office so that we see that and the recorder's office, they do something really good. They give us all the good ones first. So when we're going through, we're not having to worry about anything being rejected or anything like that. We've got clean slate that we're working with. So we check that, we make sure that they've got that signed. Now, we go ahead and we open these. We don't have a machine that opens these ballots up like some places do, but they made a mistake one year and they didn't adjust it right, so it sliced all the ballots. So me, I don't ever want to go through duplicating that many ballots, so we just go ahead and open them with old-fashioned letter openers, and we open them up. And it's going to be a little rough here because I don't have a letter opener. So the first thing they're going to do, they're going to open up these ballots. They're going to open up that envelope. And they're ever so gently going to pull out the ballot. And if the voter sends the ballot back to us, like the way we had it folded initially, they're going to be able to see the ballot style, which is going to be on the upper left-hand corner of this ballot. It's going to be on there, okay? And it's also going to have that precinct. And we're going to compare that the envelope that they mailed out, that ballot style in, that the envelope matches, or the ballot matches the envelope so that we're getting them the correct ballot style. Okay? So that's one check that we do. Okay? So we don't really pull it out all the way. We just make sure. If we can, we have to, because they folded it different or whatever, we pull it out and make sure. And if it's good, okay, if we pull it out and we say, okay, that's the right ballot style for this person, that's good, the ballot matches, the ballot affidavit envelope matches. So we'll separate them, put them on the table just like that, okay? And then we'll go through and we'll stack them outstack them like that, okay? Once we got them all, let's say 50 we go through, there's no problem, everything is accounted for. So then we'll take the envelopes and we'll go ahead and put them off to the side. Then they'll go ahead and take them and they'll open them up. And they're not trying to figure out who they voted for or anything like that. I mean, the ballots are too massive to try and even try to. They might try that for a while, but then their eyes get glazed over and they don't see anything other than just dots. They make sure that there's no damage done to the ballot, okay? A lot of times people will be at the coffee table with their ballot. We'll get everything under the sun on these ballots. We actually haven't had one last time that was chewed up by a dog, which was interesting. The dog ate my ballot, and they did. You could actually see it. So what we do is if we find some ballot that is damaged, if there's a mark on it that out of the timing line, which are these little outside areas here, the timing lines, if there's marks in there, that ballot's not going to process because that's basically, they've got lines in there, the system can't read it, so we have to duplicate it so it can be. We'll also look to make sure that, sometimes people with mail-in ballots, they use whiteout. They made a mistake when they marked their ballot and they'll use whiteout. We don't want to run those ballots through our DS850 because if that machine starts to heat up and that one goes through and it starts to get a little warm and it kicks off that little speck of whiteout, it could get in there and who knows what that will do. So we don't want to have that problem, so we duplicate that. Same thing with the one that we had come back every once in a while. I don't know, maybe the parents have their kids help them do the ballot. Well, one time we had it back in crayon. We don't want to take that risk either, so we'll go ahead and duplicate that, okay? And like I said, there's a lot of different ways in which people send them back and a lot of different conditions. And sometimes, in the last election, we had some that were water damaged. I guess it was raining that day when the Postal Service was collecting and transporting and stuff like that, so they got wet. And then every once in a while, the USPS, they have those high-speed machines that, process all the ballots or process all the mail and stuff like that. Every once in a while, they'll get one that goes through there and it looks like, it got shredded by, Jack the Ripper or something like that. And they usually send these little envelopes back and says, we're sorry, but, we had a little... And so if we get enough information on it, we can send it back to Sadie and they can go ahead and contact that voter and see if they can go ahead and get that another ballot voted for. And so that's basically what we're looking for. We're looking for damage. We're looking for stuff. And sometimes from time to time, a voter, say for instance, they'll go ahead and they'll mark a choice, a selection. And then they stop and they think about it for a second and they cross it out and they'll color in the other oval and then they'll make a notation in the line there and say, I want this guy instead. This is my vote. Whatever they use for terminology. When we see that, we can determine the intent of the voter, okay? So we'll go ahead and we'll duplicate that to the ballot, the choice that they wanted to select, okay? And that isn't just something that the board does on their own, happily merry-go-along, you know, whatever. No, they usually call me over, and we have a little confab, and we take a look at it, and we'll say, yep, that's what they intended for this particular ballot. Once we all sign off on it, then we'll go ahead and process it through to the duplication process, okay? Okay, next. And once again, like I said, some ballots have been voted with crayon, they got coffee stains. Some ballots are damaged in the mail, as you can see that one right there in that little corner, they get ripped up pretty good. Okay, well, I think it was the 2020 election we called the coffee election because we had more coffee stains on the ballots than anything else. Okay, next. Early voting tabulation. Okay, keep going. Okay, the counting of early ballots cannot begin until a logic and accuracy test has been done on the tabulation equipment. Okay, no results are tallied or released until all precincts have reported or until 8 p.m. on election day. And like I said, that first report that you're going to get is going to be nothing but early balloting. And, you know, the early ballots and early balloting will take place. Election results can be found on the Secretary of State's website and the county websites for Gila County. You can view our results on the website at 8 p.m. and they are updated throughout the night. We don't leave until we have that final upload, and then we go ahead and post that for the next day. Political parties are advised of when counting will be done and can have observers present. They're also present for the logic and accuracy testing of the machines. Once upon a time, we didn't get very many people coming in to watch or observe or view or anything like that. Okay, that was probably 16 and before, but now we have observers from, like I said, we even had last cycle, we had election observers from the European Union. Okay, and I kind of took umbrage when they came in because I was like, well, what the hell are you guys doing here, wanting to see how, you know, what we're doing? I mean, you guys do different elections, you guys do different styles. And I said, so why are you here? Who are you reporting to? Or who are you reporting this to, or, you know, about? And they talked to me a little bit about it, and I said, okay, so you, all right, okay, you can observe, you can go ahead, and I don't mind, it's okay. But that's just one of those things. Now it's like we've got parties watching, and we've got observers, like I said, not just from the parties, but from other organizations. They jockey in the position. Now, for the most part, Pima County, Maricopa County, Pinal County, though they get a serious amount of observers from pretty much any kind of coalition or interest group that's out there, they're going to be watching, okay? We're pretty fortunate in that we just primarily get the parties and the Cronkite Center from the Sandra Day O'Connor Center down in ASU. They send out observers quite a bit and watch us, and we had them. And sometimes we get lucky, and our observers are from Arizona, and they're understanding of the process, and they know what we're doing and so forth. But every once in a while, we'll get observers that, I don't know how they select them, but we'll get voters, or get observers that have been there they're from California. And they don't understand any of the processes, so I have to give them a quick and dirty 101 on what we do in Arizona so that they can catch up and understand what it is that we're doing throughout the process. We've had them from Virginia. We've had them from California, and I can't remember where else, but yeah, Virginia sticks out in my mind because the one observer from Virginia, he said, so what are you guys doing tomorrow? I said, well, we're probably going to be wind up doing the provisionals. Well, what time are you going to start? And I said, hopefully we'll get them by about midday. He says, okay, so if I'm a little late, then it's not going to be a big deal. I said, well, yeah, it is, because you're here observing for your party, and if you're not here, you know, I mean, you're defeating the purpose of why you're here. He says, well, you know, he says, I thought I'd maybe get a round of golf in before I came up. And I'm like, well, we're starting at 9. You're here, if you're not, you're not. So, and we also have observers from news agencies. You know, Associated Press usually puts a stringer in our office, and they're watching, getting the results, and they're talking real time to whoever they're talking to. So there's a lot of people watching us. Well, it's not like in the past where it was just, we used to have always an observer from the parties, 1 or 2 of them in the office, and they'd be there and they'd watch and stuff like that. But now it's multiplying to the point where you've seen our facility, you've seen our place. We don't have a lot of space, but it's getting crowded now. So, and I can only see that continuing on, okay?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Eric, just to clarify something. So as you start your early tabulations, you said that was about a week before.
Friday before the election.
Friday before the election. What is the guarantee that that sensitive information doesn't get released?
Zero. There are only when we tabulate those results, nobody sees them.
Do you see them?
Yes, and so does Alfonso, my specialist.
Okay, so what is the protection that, and I'm not accusing anyone, but let's say someone in another county were to use that information could they leak that out?
They could, and I
So-
don't know why, what would motivate them to do that, because you're looking at, malfeasance of duty. You're looking at getting fired, and if you're lucky, you won't be prosecuted and sent to jail, so.
Yeah, so my question is just, is that a vulnerable spot? And
No.
it could be
No.
if someone wanted to cheat or wanted to send information, hey, Biden needs more votes or Trump needs more votes. And calls people.
We don't put it into a report or anything like that. What we do
Okay.
is we review it on the computer that we're reviewing it, okay, which is, once again, it's air gapped, hardened, can't be connected to the internet, has no other purpose other than to print a report that we need for your canvas, okay? But we check for one thing at that point in time. We check to make sure that we do not have more people voting than we have registered.
Okay.
That's that little security thing that we kind of look at. But we don't download it, we don't, and like I said, we're not looking to see who won, okay? We're not looking to see who won. We're probably elections directors and people that count the ballots. You start out maybe with a certain kind of political viewpoint, a certain type of ideology or whatever. But if you've been doing it as long as I have, we just become nuts and bolts. We're just turning the wheels. We're just producing the paperwork, producing the results that you need to do your job.
Okay.
So I never check to see who wins. I don't know who's winning. I don't care. I don't want to know. All I want to know is to make sure that we have the correct number of people voting for those precincts, that we didn't do a county, like I said, that one time made that mistake. We don't want to ever release a report like that and then have to backtrack and at the last minute kind of thing. We know what we're dealing with, so we know what to look for if we have to.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, next. Early voting tabulation. The processed early ballots are removed from the vault, taken to the tabulator by the tabulation board, seal numbers, and transmittal paperwork. Okay, once again, when we finish processing them, we seal them up. It's a 3-part form. One of the forms goes into the ballot container, one is taped to the outside, and then for my paranoia, I get the other one in my office. When those ballots go from processing to tabulation, that tabulation board opens up the container, checks the seals, makes sure that what's written on the inside is what's on the outside, verifying the process all the way down the line. Okay? Batch transmittals are checked and ballots counted to verify the count is correct. Okay? We don't leave a lot to chance when it comes to tabulation of these ballots. When we get these ballots, we tabulate them at that desk where those 2 poll workers are working. On that form that they're filling out, that batch log, they're telling us how many ballots are going to tabulation in this batch. If we're lucky, we get all 50 going to the tabulation, and we write on that batch report form, 50. So in that form, then it gets sent to the bins in the back where we store the ballots. But before we close that up and worry about it, we count them again. We make sure that if that batch recovery report says 50, we have another team that counts to make sure that they didn't miss one, that they're on the top, that they're on the ball. Okay, because sometimes in the past, you can mistake and leave that ballot in the envelope. It's an easy mistake to make. You can leave it on, you can get it confused with their paperwork. It happens. Like I said, people, they're just people. They're going to make mistakes. We try to minimize those by these processes that we have, that we count them and count. A lot of them think it's redundant. A lot of them get mad at me because I'm like, we're counting again? Yeah, we're counting again. But I'm going to tell you something. We have conducted 2 recounts in my time in the elections department. One was for a jurisdictional, okay? The vote came out, it was tied. We recounted them again, same result. In this last election in 2022, you're all aware of the recount that occurred throughout the state. There were only 3 counties in the state of Arizona that were able to count their ballots correctly the first time and the second time having the same result. Those counties were Greenlee, Coconino, and Gila. It didn't happen by chance. It was luck. What's my definition of luck? Hard work. Hard work pays off in the end with luck. And that's kind of what I consider. But my people and our early board workers, they put up with my paranoia. My staff puts up with my constant paranoia about, okay, did we check that? Did we do that? Yeah, okay, got 3 reports? Yeah, okay. So that's the process. That's what we do. Okay. And once again, all the transmittals are checked, ballots are counted, verified correct, tabulation accumulation logs, match what we have going through down the line. As we scan, we check. As we scan, we check. It's not just throw them in the machine, zip them through, and oh yeah, that's the right number. And by the way, throughout the process, when we get these reconciliation reports from Sadie and Charlotte, when we get them, we process the ballots. I'm keeping a running log, okay, with everything we do. And when that last ballot is scanned on that Friday, if we're lucky, sometimes we have to do it on Saturday because there's just so much of it. But when that last number comes off of that tabulation, Alfonso looks over at me, and I'll do two things. I'll either give him a thumbs up or a thumbs down. But I've never had to go down because we've always been right on the money. We're always on time, we're always on target. Hopefully we keep it that way, right? Okay, now the only difference here is ballots are counted by the tabulator. Write-in ballots, okay? We have in the DS 850, go ahead, shoot me. Okay, all right, that's the DS 850 right there. Okay, so when the ballots are processed, we load them at the top, and they go through, and they come out, and they get kicked out. The top stack is what we refer to as ballots that have an issue. Okay, there's something wrong with those ballots being outstacked there. The middle bin is for write-ins, and the bottom one is for they're all scanned, everything is complete good. Now that top bin, sometimes we can have what we refer to as hesitation marks. Somebody might, at the polling location or at home, they might have decided they were going to vote for somebody, but they just barely gently rested their pin on that ballot. We didn't catch it because it was so small that we didn't see it, but the machine will. So we want to make sure that we get that duplicated so that we get that out of there so that we don't get an overvote so that the voter doesn't lose their vote. And once again, it's a team, it's a review team, the three of them, to look at, take a look at it, make sure that it's up to snuff, and that's why we're duplicating it, okay? But the write-ins, they get kicked out. The write-ins go to they go to that bin, we take those, and then we put those in the tub. In Gila County, we do not adjudicate ballots by computer. We don't utilize the machine. We don't do that particular process. We do it the old-fashioned way. People of teams, eyes on it, multiple different parties, all that sort of thing. So that's how we adjudicate those. We do it the old-fashioned way. We don't do the electronic adjudication. Maybe sometime in the future when I'm not comfortable with it, per se. I never have been. So we've always just gone old school, and it's perfectly allowable for us to do it that way. Okay, next. And that's just another side. Okay, and then, go ahead. And then once they all get counted, okay, we hold them for that challenge period, that 10-day challenge period after the election is over, canvass, the state level one. Because we never know what's going to happen. If there's going to be a challenge that comes along somewhere, like we had a recount possibilities, and the recounts are probably going to be with us for quite some time because they've narrowed the margin that allows for a recount. So that's probably going to push us in the recount territory more. We were usually done by Thanksgiving, wrapping everything up and done before Thanksgiving hit. But now because of the recount, like this last election, we weren't done until middle of December. And so that kind of elongates the processing for us and stuff like that. But once we are done with the ballots, they get boxed up. And they get boxed up, and we know exactly what batches are in those boxes. We keep all the affidavit envelopes in boxes, and we store them at the treasurer's vault down on the street here. And I use that term vault tongue-in-cheek kind of thing because it's basically just a big Connex. So anyway, we do that, and one of the things that we make sure that we archive it. We know what batches where, we know what envelopes are where, because every once in a while, Sadie will call me up and she'll say, "Hey Eric, I need Joe Smith's ballot affidavit envelope." Once upon a time when I was first new to this job, we didn't really do all that archiving. We didn't do all that, what was in there and anything like that. So I had to go down there one time in the middle of July looking for a ballot affidavit envelope, and it was in the
that Eric caught.
Yeah. And so the last container that I looked in when I was brand new to the job, I found it after, 2 hours in the Connex moving boxes, sweating profusely, and I said to myself after that, I'm never ever going to do that again. Hence we started putting these identifiers on the outside of the box. So now I just need to say, okay, who was it? And she'll tell me who it was, and I said, what batch? She'll tell me what batch. I go to the vault, check the boxes, there it is, pull it off the shelf. I'm in and out in 5 minutes. So that's what we do. We archive them at the very end of the process. Okay, next. Polling place ballots. Okay, we don't like seeing that, but sometimes it happens, just the way it goes. Okay, polling place ballots. Well, the majority of ballots are cast early either by mail or by voters taking advantage of the 27 days. We still do have a number of people that go to polls on election day. Depending on your county, these ballots, that are cast on election day may be scanned at the polling site, okay? Some counties still use precinct scanners. We don't use precinct scanners in Gila. A couple of reasons for it. We were tight on funding, and so precinct scanners up the cost of the overall package. And the other thing about it is, from what I've learned about precinct scanners in the earlier days when we've used the first gen of precinct scanners, they're kind of finicky. Sometimes they wouldn't take ballots, and so we had to rescan, we had to put them in envelopes. Now, speaking of that, it does happen. Precinct scanners, they will break. They're just machines. They'll break like anything else, okay? Hopefully it doesn't happen on election day, but that's when they get rolled out and that's when they use them. Precinct scanners will break. They will not scan a ballot. It could be for a number of varied reasons. But in the elections procedures manual, there is a fallback when you have that particular issue happen. You go ahead, you put them in an envelope that's, you know, or a box, whatever you have, depending upon the size of your location, what your needs may be. Those ballots will be taken back and they will be scanned later, but they will be scanned. They won't be thrown away. They won't be, you know, whatever, because every vote is counted, and those are not any kind of exception. That's the rule. They will all get counted. And the matter, like I said, there is a procedure in place for that. Because why? Because we knew that the machines could be fallible, they could break, and it could cause issues to occur. Okay, so that's why that particular thing is in there. But scanners, precinct scanners, you know, the old generations, they were kind of hard to figure out. They were finicky. The technology wasn't quite there yet. It wasn't fine-tuned, because these were first-generation machines that were brought into play because of the hanging chad issues. When I first started working on elections, we used a stainless steel awl to push through punch card. Okay, so I've seen it go from punch cards when I was out there as an ID clerk, ballot judge, whatever, when I worked the polls. I've seen it go from punch cards to what we're utilizing now. And I can tell you, as the experienced worker, that, you know, I don't ever want to go back to punch card days, because talk about some serious reliability issues. Okay, so anyway, if polling place scanners are utilized, the scanners are returned to the elections department and the scanners are downloaded into the election management system. We don't have them, so we don't have that issue. We scan them through the central count tabulation process. Okay. Okay. Next. And the reason that's in there in this particular presentation is because, like I said, I kind of cheated. I do this one every election cycle, training people at the Secretary of State's office. So kind of had it a little bit prepped and ahead of time. As with early ballots, there will undoubtedly be write-in ballots. If a scanner is used at the polling place site, these write-in ballots will have been sorted out and placed in a write-in ballot envelope for processing. Central count is utilized. The write-ins will be sorted out by the tabulator. Polling sites will also have more than likely received early ballots that were dropped off, the late earlies. These late early ballots will be sent to the recorder's office for verification. And we track with a form, once again, how many early ballots that we have received, how many provisionals, how many conditional provisionals, you know, and all that information goes to a report. That report goes on the outside of that orange bag, the provisional ballots bag, which is sealed, once again, with a seal that only we know the correct numbers to and so forth. And those come back, Sadie takes them, she verifies that, you know, what's inside, that they're legit, and if they're good, they'll send them on over to us and we'll process them. If not, they won't get tabulated. Next. Provisional ballots, okay, in a perfect world, you know, we wouldn't have this issue. I mean, we try, you know, voter outreach, you know, I mean, and sometimes it's kind of hard to miss that there's an election coming, but, you know, some people, they wait to the last minute. They won't update their voter registration. They move. Some people don't want to pay the fee that you got to pay when you go to DMV. You know, sometimes it's just like that. They don't want to update their information. When that happens, it creates issues. Sometimes they just don't bring their ID with them. They forget, okay? And I remember working the polls when Prop 200 passed. I remember the first year I worked at a polling location, and this is a true story. We used to have an individual in the precinct where I worked at. His name was Mr. Hancock. His first name was John, Jonathan Hancock. He'd come down those stairs every day, every election to that polling location, and he'd say, come in, and he'd say, I guess you guys want my John Hancock. And we'd say, yes, Mr. Hancock. He'd sign the thing. And it was on the honor system back then. You know, didn't have anybody asking for ID, didn't have anything like that. It was on the honor system. Who you were, and you went in, and nobody else thought about doing that. Different times, I guess. But he'd come in. I remember the first time Mr. Hancock, when I look on his face, and I said, Mr. Hancock, I need some ID. He looked at me, he looked at me, says, Eric, he says, you've known me since you were this tall. You really want to ask me for my ID? And I said, Mr. Hancock, it's the law. If I don't, I could get in trouble. I said, I will get in trouble. And I said, okay, Eric, here you go. And I also got insulted quite a bit because I was called a Nazi, a paper pusher. We know what you're doing. We know what you're trying to do, and all sorts of other things. And it took a while for people to get used to it, but now they're used to it, and it's not so much of a problem. But we still have people change their names. They get married. They get divorced. Depends upon your viewpoint. Half glass full, half empty. But anyway, voters challenged at the polling place. It doesn't happen too often, but I have a feeling that that's something we're probably going to have to brush up on with our poll worker training, because people are getting, you know, antsy about certain stuff. Okay, next. And then once again, go ahead, next. With provisional ballots, the verification process, once we're all through, Sadie gives us a list of all the ones that were verified. We go ahead and open them up, count them, process them. If they're not, we go ahead and put them into our do not process, and we just go ahead and archive them. Next. Verification process, once again, Sadie's department, she's already gone over that. I think we can go on to the next slide. And I think once again we can move on because she's kind of covered all this. Yeah, good, keep going. And once more, she's already covered this. Okay. Any questions about any of this?
I'll bet there will be, Eric.
Oh yeah.
Supervisor Christensen, me and you are, yeah, you got a question?
No, I don't, but really, thank you so much, Eric. I think Sadie and Charlotte and you just do a tremendous amount of work today. The absolute magnitude of the process and how much it takes to conduct an election. You've done it. Congratulations. This is the longest meeting we've ever had.
It is.
Yeah. So I really don't. Much of this I already knew. If I did have a question, I did earlier ask it. So thank you very much.
So I've learned a lot today. There's a lot of it I didn't know. And I've asked both of you questions, multiple questions. I sit down in your office before for an hour or two and go over things and everything, but this enlightened me on a lot. And I really appreciate what you guys have put forth and what we've done here. I'm hoping it helps a lot of people understand kind of what we're doing, and why we're doing it. But I'll take a question in Payson and one here if there are any. Are there any in Payson? Go ahead.
Only wanted the 3 minutes to...
Okay, this ain't the 3-minute one yet.
Okay.
I'm just taking a question on this. Is there, Bernard, do you want to ask a question?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you guys for your job. I really respect your offices and what you've been doing over the years. I just am kind of amazed how both of you are sold on the DS 850 and the ERIC system. It just amazes me because most people I communicate with are not too impressed with it. And I'm just going to be blunt, I'm wondering what is the reason why you guys are so sold on these when that's probably where the anomalies, some of them could be.
What anomalies?
Well, like the counts, how they've are being manipulated, I believe, from the machines. Maybe you don't, but I do. And this DS 850, you said you can't look inside of it, but yet you trust it. Do you trust a car if you don't look under the hood first? I mean, it's hard to believe that you're so sold out. And my question is...
Sold out or sold?
Sold on. And my question is any government agencies, lobbyists, or companies wine and dine you to buy into these machines? Or, I'm just being blunt here because it's amazing how you both are so into these machines, think they're so wonderful, these computers and machines.
Well, I believe in the DS 850 because I've watched it. I've seen what it does. Since 2016, we have utilized that machine, okay? And it has proven to be true and correct. Our logic and accuracy testing, our post-logic and accuracy testing, the hand count audit. You know what? Why don't you come to the next hand count audit and you can go ahead. We'll let you select whatever you want to select, and then we can count it with the machines, and then you can sit there and watch it be counted by hand. And you can tell me, how is it cheating? How is it? The program is, it's not like there's no backdoor in, there's no anomalies. I've never seen an anomaly on the machine. When we scan a ballot, if it says voted for candidate A, B, C, or whatever it votes for, we compare the results to what we have. It's counting accurately. It has never not counted accurately. And we have never failed a logic and accuracy test. We have never failed a ballot or a hand count audit that was performed. We have never failed any of those. Never. Our track record is good.
Our last two elections, had been fraudulent, anybody would come and say.
There's no fraudulent election connected in Gila County because we
Well,
Well,
because you're talking about other counties. Are the totals in Gila County the way the voter registration numbers go? Are they? It's a yes or no question.
we don't know what we don't know.
How can you say that? If you look
Because
at
if
the
you
voter
don't know what the
registration-
machine is, if you don't know it's connected to the internet, how do you know?
It's not connected to the internet.
How do you know that?
Because
You just said you didn't know.
there is no, okay, how would it be connected to the internet?
Wireless.
Wireless.
Modem.
Okay.
They're sealed. They're $150,000 machine that you can't look at.
Right, because there's a reason. I'm not on a computer tech.
I know there's a reason. There's exactly a reason, and I don't trust.
So you don't trust the United States Postal Service?
No.
You don't trust, you don't trust the Elections Assistance Committee?
I'm having problems.
You don't
with
trust
the
the Secretary of State's office?
system, the government in general. I mean,
Then
look
I can't help
Look at the last
help you with that.
election. Look at the last election.
Okay, we're done.
Yeah, I figured
Thank you,
we're
Bernard.
done.
Appreciate that, and we'll take one question from Payson if there is any now. If there's not, we're gonna move on. Okay, we're good. Thank you for this today. I hope it has helped, and I don't know what else to do beyond this point. You know, it's been stated, tabulation machines are you can't look in them. We've heard the test, we've heard everything. Me personally, I'm gonna tell you straight up, Gila County went just like I expected it to last election. You know, and so now we've heard all this, and I myself, I'm good. So
We don't utilize it.
we'll worry about that when we get there, Bernard. So.
They come out. They never go back in. They're scrubbed.
So moving on
Brand new fresh
now. Hold on. It's been a long day. So, Bernard, thank you. We're good. Now we only have a little bit and we're gonna be done. Okay, moving on to call to the public. I got a stack here. What do we have up there, Joseph, for call to the public? How many?
I don't need to talk.
Joseph, do we have any forms filled out for call to the public?
Yes, sir. Yeah, 2.
We got 2?
2.
Yes.
Okay, I will let you go for 3 minutes. 3 minutes, you're done. We'll move on. So let's have the first one. Come on up, whoever's first, and state your name. Kathy's gonna be timing it.
My name's Douglas Art, precinct committeeman, former election inspector during elections for Eric Mariscal. And our particular approach and concern in Gila County is to restore the confidence of the voters in the election system. And when we knock on doors, those that don't slam the door in our faces, we find that people in general are very disappointed in elections, and we realize some of it's transference from problems in Maricopa County, which we don't have here. So we want to ensure that there's transparency, openness, and that people can get a good feeling about casting their ballots. I think for the most part we do. I think that the problems that we see in other counties we don't see here, but we're paused to wonder why Dr. David Clements in the University of New Mexico found that all of the counties in New Mexico showed their voter registration rolls being manipulated in a similar fashion from an outside source. And we brought Dr. Douglas Frank in, and he did analysis of voter registration rolls and voting populations and census data and came up with much different story than what's been presented today. So I'm wondering if you will conference, we had him here, why did you not conference with Dr. Frank? And if not, if you would consider doing that in the future so that you know why the data is different, so that you know why these questions came up. And is there any way that we can resolve some of these issues so that when we knock on doors, when we talk to voters, we can give them full assurance that yes, as our recorder said, our voter registration roll is 99.9% accurate. We don't believe that's possible today with the evidence we've seen. So please respond to this for me. Thank you.
I guess you're the one that's being questioned. Is that? kosher for her to respond to it, Jeff? Because last time I did this, I don't think I did it right.
It's called to the public, so you don't, you can respond to criticism, but that would be a member of the board.
Be for us for the board?
Yes, a member of the board is criticized and he wants to respond to that criticism, he can.
Okay, I'll take it if you don't want it, or you can take it if you want.
I would only comment that I would like to see the evidence that he says exists. I would like to see that.
I've asked for that more than once. So, okay, we're waiting for the evidence, Doug. And I was at Dr. Frank's seminar the other day. I was there for about an hour. I looked at the graphs and everything there. They do not look like what we have here. And these are my people and our county folks, and I'm going with them. That's where we're at. I would, you know, I don't know what to tell you. I'm listening to a guy that doesn't even live in Arizona, if I'm not mistaken, tell us about all of our voter problems and showing us all those numbers of which I don't believe. And so that's just where I'm at today. Thanks, Doug.
By the way, I would have been at that, but I was in Washington, D.C., so
you were in D.C.
I did plan on going to that. I want to let you know I didn't just not go. I was in Washington, D.C. and couldn't.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
And who do we have next?
This is Glenn Gelster.
Okay,
Glenn.
Glenn.
Glenn. Yeah. I really appreciate everything that you've all done today. Supervisors, Sadie, everyone that's involved, Eric. It's you've gone out of your comfort zone to help provide transparency and to help everyone who was here. I wish that all of the seats were full, but they weren't. Nonetheless, when I'm looking at this and thinking about it, and I'm not questioning anyone's integrity that was speaking today, I think you're doing everything according to the book. I just think that the rules have changed, and you don't know it because that's not transparent to you. So, as Supervisor Klein has said, and Supervisor Christensen, yes, there's evidence out there. Well, some of it's been difficult to get because, and I'm not going to go into anything or cast any stones, but 14 months ago, myself and a bunch of others filed some FOIA requests. That information was evidence. We never got the evidence because in our county, out of the 3,143 counties in the United States, many counties turned over that public information. Our county didn't turn over the information to us. So the cast vote records and other information we requested were not given to us. So by saying, oh, bring us the evidence, well, it would have been good 14 months ago to have had the evidence and we could have gone through it. But in terms of giving you the evidence, yes, we're going to give you the evidence one person at a time, and we now have the ability to do that. So as we bring that to you, they will be irrefutable evidence, and we hope to bring you at least 100 cases. If we can't do that, then just say we're whistling in the wind. But our congressman here, Eli Crane, was here for an event 3 weeks ago, and he stated something that just really struck me. When asked, and all three of the speakers there were asked the same thing, what's the greatest threat facing our nation? And that would be also facing Gila County. And he said it's spiritual in nature. What we have going here is something that we need to pray about and think about. In his farewell address, George Washington said, of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. So I'm going to make a suggestion that for meetings such as this and other meetings, the meeting begin in prayer and in the Pledge of Allegiance, because we're facing some times that are absolutely unique in the history of our country. How much time do I have? A minute?
Yeah, you're down to about a minute. Nope.
Okay.
You're not, nope, it just went off.
Man, I lost it then.
So let me just say one thing on this. is that, and I don't know if you watch our board meetings, our normal board meetings or not.
I haven't.
We start with the invocation and a pledge of
Okay, thank
allegiance,
you.
every one
Thank
of them.
you.
Work
Thank you.
sessions, we say the pledge and we get started because they are a lot of times quite lengthy. We're ready to go. It's a lot less formal and lax and everything else, and we go on. But all of our regular agenda meetings are started with the invocation and the pledge. So thank you for everything.
You've gone above and beyond, and I'll end with one. Since we didn't pray, I'll end with a psalmist. This is Psalm 11:3. If the foundations are destroyed, what can the righteous do? And what we're seeing in our nation, including our county and our state and our country, are the foundations systematically being destroyed. So if we don't change that direction, we may not even have another election. We have to be very careful about what's going on in the next few months.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes Payson. So we have a handful here. Bernard, I got a card on you. Do you have something you want to say for 3 minutes?
I did have some, but I'll read some of it. I didn't realize this meeting was going to go on. I actually thought we were going to talk about, when we talked about doing a work study, when you did, Steve, it was about the SCR 1037, the resolution that the Senate had put out. And I thought, you know, that's what we were going to do the work study on, but it got changed up, and it kind of, this whole thing kind of wore us out, and I guess that's the way it was meant to be, in my opinion. But anyway, you know, I did write, let's see, in the election of President Trump, I know this is the election. It doesn't have to do with the Gila County, but I think it contains, you know, it relates to it. President Trump, 2020, he gained 10 million new voters and also had a total of 72 million popular votes, more than any president in history. Joe Biden ran twice before in the primaries for president and never garnished over 3% of the vote. In 2020, Biden had hardly campaigned. When he did not, when he did, the crowds were so small it was unbelievable. And we are supposed to believe he received 81 million more than any president in history votes. I mean, it's just ridiculous that we accept that. And in 2022, the election was even worse. It was in our blatant, it was so blatant and in our face with Katie Hobbs, who would run in fear when she saw a reporter or someone try to ask her a question. The machines tabulated the voters, rejected ballots in Republican areas in Maricopa. I mean, it was just in the Republican areas where these were rejected. Yet our judicial system refuses to look at it. It refused to look at the evidence with Donald Trump. I mean, it's never been adjudicated, the election in 2020, but yet we get called liars and haters and all kinds of things because we don't accept 2020, what happened. And I believe there's a curse on our country because we're just buying into the lie. I mean, everywhere you go, oh, you know, it's a lie. It's, you know, it was a fair election. Anybody knows that it wasn't, that has any common sense left. And our common sense did come from the Bible. And I guess we've lost it because we've excluded God from our schools, from our public lives, and it is a spiritual battle. And I do believe that our country is cursed and it is destroying our country and our culture. And it's not about Democrats and Republicans. It is spiritual. And we need to stand up and do the righteous things and be honest.
Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you,
Thank you.
And I apologize for being a little emotional. Sadie got a little emotional. I did too, so
Well,
I guess we're even.
I would say it's been a good day overall. We have a Charlie Bell.
Supervisors and staff, thank you for your time. I certainly would appreciate it. Article 1, Section 8, U.S. Constitution, there are 18 enumerated powers within that. And that's the structure that our central government legislature needs to follow. Any laws passed by the central government, including executive orders, are unconstitutional. Arizona Constitution, Article 2, Section 3, recognizes the U.S. Constitution as the supreme law of the land. That's what we need to keep in account here. So how do we protect ourselves from the overreach of the federal government and local government? We do this with strong supervisors like yourself, constitutional supervisors, and a constitutional sheriff. It is important that we have strong election integrity to prevent the overreach of the federal government and local government of unconstitutional laws. The drop boxes need to go, clean up the voter rolls, get off the ERIC system, and maintain voter rolls. We need one day, one vote with ID. We need you as the supervisors. We need you to sound the alarm of liberty and freedom, to protect our rights as citizens of your county. I think the confusion is we're in the 21st century. And it's a proven fact that things are getting affected by this technology. All types of people are able to penetrate what's going on here this very day and age. So to reassure the people that things are going right, we need to go back to the old principles. You know, what did they do in the 50s, 60s, and 70s? How did they tabulate all this information? How did they get the information back to the Secretary of State? What happened? You know, the only change that's happened is technology. That's the only change. And the technology, look at what it's doing to us. We're falling apart at the seams as a people, as a country. Maybe not so much here in Gila County, but we're all being affected by this technology. And people are being affected. They don't believe in government anymore. They don't believe in the people anymore. They don't believe in the post office. People say, I have integrity. Well, people don't even believe that anymore. We need to ask ourselves the questions, what can we do? What do we need to do to change so that we can restore faith in what you all represent? You represent our country. You represent our state, and you represent our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Barsness. Well, you're in the list, buddy.
I was one of the first ones to walk in here this morning. Okay, I knew 3 minutes isn't going to do it for me, so I won't go into the local issues. They've been discussed all day, and that's good. But I thought what I would do is just tell you what got me into this movement and why I'm here, why I joined the election integrity group up in Payson. And I don't live up there, I live here in Globe. I'm retired tree service and pastor. I used to pastor church. So I'm a born again Christian. I go on mission trips all over the world. I've been on 32 mission trips. But what I thought I'd do is tell you why I got into this. It's because my wife and I went to a couple Trump rallies. There were 20,000, 30,000 people at the two different rallies I went. We were excited. We saw a change. We thought, Trump is going to change the things that the big government was doing with Obama and others. And I was alarmed when we found out. And we went to those big rallies, and then we saw Biden going to little gatherings in a parking lot of 100 and 200 people, and we thought, well, this is a slam dunk. This is going to win, and we knew that it didn't. Trump didn't win, but he really did. So we believe it was due to the corruption and the cheating that was done, and I gave you earlier a little slip of paper. Mark Levin wrote a book, The Democratic Party Hates America. I'm just going to read one paragraph out of here. I might consume my 3 minutes. I don't know. He wrote a book on he had a section on the elections. You know, it relates to what we're talking about today. He said this: the Democratic Party has engaged in numerous instances, implemented obvious and blatant fraud-inducing techniques to sabotage the elections, and accused those who question these techniques as racist, supporters of voter suppression, and election deniers. These efforts include eliminating voter identification laws, eliminating signature and date requirements for absentee ballots, universal mail-in voting, automatic voter registration, pre-registration voters under the age of 18, voter harvesting, voter drop boxes, early voting, extended voting, illegal alien voting in local elections, the distribution of driver's license and illegal aliens, etc. Such the objective of these recent changes to the election process is intended to actually incorporate fraud into the law. It becomes difficult, if not impossible, to establish evidence of fraud. So that's why we are alarmed with what's happening in our country, and I yield to you.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you. Jim, you're up next.
Yeah, I could go on and really compliment Sadie, Joe, and Eric here for their presentation, all the information. Well, I only have 3 minutes here, so I got, I work, or part of the Gila County Election Integrity Committee, and so I've been looking into a lot of this here. To me, today, this here kind of represents a one-sided view of what's taken place. And, you know, there's no experts on the other side about what, you know, some of the pitfalls are. But I'm going to take a 35,000 feet view down on it and let you know that in January of 2017, the federal government declared that the election system is critical infrastructure to the United States. And it's put under Homeland Security. Alejandro Mayorkas, you guys feel comfortable with him? And also, you know, do we trust the IRS, the FBI, DOJ, the NSA, and who has recently been appointed to Homeland Security, and also part of, you know, their oversight into the Election Assistance Commission is James Clapper and John Brennan, you know, or Brenner. I mean, these people are known perjurers as far as I'm concerned. And so you got this Election Assistance Commission that basically come about after the 2002 HAVA Act, the Help America Vote Act, and then under them is the Cyber Security Infrastructure Security Agency. And if you look at the profile of these people that are on here, the Director of Election Assistance Commission, Jen Easterly, she was a special advisor to Barack Obama. It doesn't make me feel comfortable about this. Then under that there is a 501c3 company, the Center for Internet Security. And part of this group is the Election Infrastructure Information Sharing and Analysis Center, another 501c3 group. And what these people, they contract with CISA and EIC to go out and make sure that the election system is being operated properly. They'll go out and they'll offer counties, you know, cybersecurity and internet security. And you know, if you're going to trust these people, but we need to be in a position in our county to be aware of what they're doing maybe through Eric and all the other systems. And I think we're disarmed right now, and we're not seeing what's coming down the
Jim,
pike,
thank
and
you.
we're in trouble.
Thank you, sir. I gotta hold you just like I would anybody else to 3 minutes. So, what I want to tell everybody that's been here all day long with this is I really appreciate your time, your interest in all this, and I'm really glad you were here to listen to what Gila County does as far as election processes go. This, what you heard today, is our process. This is how it goes, and I really appreciate you all being here. I know pretty much each and every one of you, and we're not going to agree on everything, and we're not going to disagree on everything. So, but I really appreciate what you guys are doing and where you're at. But it was really important to me was that we got to sit here and listen to Eric and Sadie today, so that 97% of what gets done in Gila County is by statute. I'm going to tell you, and you all know it already, if you want to change statute, you better gather up some legislatures to get after it, because we can't. Gila County cannot change statute. And so, but thank you for everything, and I appreciate you being here. And with that, we're going to go on to number 4, and due to the amount of time I've been in this chair, I would really like to skip it if we don't have anything to have updates on. You good, James?
I'm good.
You good, Steve?
I would just like to have a closing comment.
Be my guest.
Okay, so thank you, Chairman. I do also say thank you for your attendance. There's some from Payson and elsewhere. You're coming down to Globe. We have quite a number that was in Payson today. I'm sure many that were on the internet as well. It's a concern, and I share the concern. So as an American, I'm concerned as well with what occurred around our nation and what possibly could occur again. I am concerned about that, as you are. I'm very pleased to hear that within my jurisdiction as supervisor, that our elections seem to be very appropriately conducted, and that we are continually vigilant. So there's several things that are settled in my life and in my mind, and I'll list 3. So the first one is on the Second Amendment. I believe that's a constitutional right to carry and bear arms and should not be regulated. It is extremely regulated right now. I don't agree with that. That's settled in my mind. Another thing that's settled in my mind is whether or not people, women especially, should have the right to end the life of their unborn child. I believe that unborn child should have the right to live. I honestly do, and I don't appreciate the fact that they dismiss it as something as, they call it women's health, or they call it a choice. That is settled in my mind. Another thing that is settled in my mind is that this nation needs to conduct elections fairly, honestly, and accurately. I also believe that decades and decades and decades have gone by where cheaters have always been trying to manipulate the elections. No different today, we just have different technology. We must be vigilant. And that is the 3 I will offer. Thank you.
So let me ask you this, as a county, are we vigilant?
As a county, I am confident that we are vigilant. I am.
I am too. So everybody, and how do we do on YouTube today, Cassie? How many?
40.
Right on. How many we got now? Any?
A little bit, but we are at 14.
Okay. Y'all, thank you so much, and I'm sure I'll be seeing y'all around, and we'll visit some more, I'm sure. So with that, I end the meeting.
I'm showing